Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it.
They're going to toss it. They haven't got it.
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly, Miller's still such up. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and people of all ages, we are back once again. We're going to try this for the second time in 2 weeks. It will be the 4-point hours of Le Mans. I'm James Barfitt. I'm going to be joined in the booth by Mr. Edward Hunter, who's going to come along for a ride, and a farewell broadcast for Mr. Paul Glover. It's his last one, ladies and gentlemen, and we're topping off with a good one. He's got to sit with me for over 5 hours, so that should be nice for him. But we are here at Le Mans for the 4.8 hours, then the Glen on the 20th of June, where we go to, no, that's not correct, because obviously we've changed that due to the fact that it is today's 20th of June. So there we go. Sao Paulo, then Road America, then Kota, Fuji, Road Atlanta, Qatar, and Bahrain. Let's moving on from that one. It's the 4-point hours of Le Mans at the 13.62 kilometers, 8.47 miles circuit built in 1923. We have got the chicanes at the back, so unfortunately it's not the historic circuit where they don't have the chicanes. But, hey, it's Le Mans, right? Everybody's been there, everybody knows it. And whether or not everybody loves it is a completely different subject altogether. But we're going to find out with the 18 drivers on track as well. Don't forget, it is teams, so there will be more swapping in and out. Moving on from that one. Keys to the race, timing on pit stops and passes, minimum mistakes, maximum consistency, and survive the evening. GT 60 to 70 minutes, so we'll be 4 stops on the medium and the wets. Hypercars 40 to 48, 6 to 7 stops. They have the medium, the hards, and the wets to contend with. So let's see how they're going to get on. Moving on from that one, let's go to the special LM notes. Prior race penalties to be served. Solo drivers must serve a drive-through. Team drivers all in one car. Minimum drive time 30% or free 20% if they're in a team. Minimum 1 series driver in each car. Qualifying driver must start. Points awarded to all teammates. Going into the points, let's start it off with the Hypercar Pros. As per normal, Ben Kesby out in front at 98, then Tom Lane on 96. Magnus Dolger and Johnny Gutierrez, Timon Suvic, Troy Uyan, Ege Karabasak, Bradley Sellers, Michael Locker, Vuta de Bruin. Then everybody else from 11 to 25 in the middle. British Turkish Racing are out in front in teams at the moment with SKS Motorsport. Bad Day Racing, Cadillac finishing it off. The Team Rookie Monsters, Malpractice Motors, Craven Racing, Apex Motorsport, CMS Pro. Going into the Hypercar AMS. Are we? Yes, we are. George Angelidis out in front on 83 points with Jerry Chen on 80. Then long way back is John Myers, Stephen Bice, Vinicius Concalves, Maddie Bice, Zachary Chavot, Eric Monet, Mike Bice, Norm Graff, and Dean Clark. Maya Schenk Racing out in front on 119 points with a Curie Mistral on 113, 6 points back. Trash Panda behind that and Crazy Squirrels behind that one. Going into the GT3s. Dan Kirby out in front on 98 is 9 points ahead of JT Tammy. Long way back is William Snowden, Alan Holder, David John, John Uyan, Simon Kingsbury, Sonny Stoffel-Mel, Alexander Schultz and Alexander McQuarrie for the top 10. CMS Pro Porsche lead the way by absolutely miles instead of Boyd Transport Racing Mercedes. Then Luxury Lexus Racing with JT Tammy and David Junt, SF Motorsport, and Initial 3 GT Porsche rounding it off. In the GT3 AMS, It is Vasilios Kataranakis out in front by 15 points over Maximilian Petrovsky. Matty Overton a long way back with Darrell Kruger, Steve Miller, Peter Miles, Stu Barger, Chris Dauger. Then Pinnacle Racing are out in front by 23 points over Dark Thunder Racing. Keep an eye on that one. Today should be an interesting one to see how these guys get on. That has wrapped up all the housekeeping we've got to do. Let's bring Mr. Ed Hunter into the booth for the second time this race. Ed, it's deja vu all over again.
Deja vu, you say? Anyway, but yeah, it's definitely a little bit surreal because we sort of did about a good 3 hours and then unfortunately had to abandon that original attempt at the race. So if you're one of the drivers that had to do the extra pit stop in the one driver teams, you might be saying, well, we did our pit stop in the beginning of the first race, didn't we? We already got it out of the way. But yeah, I don't think they're going to get away with that one then. So you kind of got to forget everything we saw the first time around because it could go absolutely one of a million different ways, basically, because 4.8 hours, as you rightly point out, that's a very long time, and a lot of things could happen here at Circuit de la Sarthe then. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Fingers crossed we do get to the end this time.
Yeah, well, at the moment, all seems well, but I hold, as you say, my fingers crossed very much for that one. I think it's going to be, I don't know how these drivers are going to react to this. You know, at the end of the day, it is 4.8 hours. They are our teams. We do only have, well, we're 21 drivers now out on the grid ready to go. You know, discussing a little bit last time out whether or not we think, you know, it should be shortened to maybe 2.4 hours and have solo drivers, giving us more drivers on the grid, Ed. I'm not quite sure which way you sort of think about that.
Certainly. There's a certain other series I commented on that where the endurance races are just 2.4 hours, but that's because in Le Mans Ultimate they haven't got the driver swaps available to the wider public, at least at the moment. So yeah, I think there is certainly an appeal to seeing an endurance race where it's a bit of a longer. There's a test, there's fatigue. We talked a lot about that in the intro to the previous attempt at this race, where fatigue can creep in and become a bit of a factor. So I personally think that there's part of me that does prefer the longer races, even if it means we got to talk for longer, but often with not a lot happening, especially if they're all spaced out in the latter stages. But still, we can get a little bit of surprise drama just pop up from almost anything. Somebody hits trouble randomly, and then suddenly their entire race is in jeopardy, and they have to crawl back to the pits essentially with maybe a wheel missing or one of the wings missing. So yeah, it is definitely going to be about reducing the number of mistakes that you make. Obviously, they've had a lot of the drivers will benefit from having done that sort of dry run the first time around. But of course, as I said earlier, so many unknowns that could just pop up out of nowhere and completely change the picture of the race. Then, so it is all about being consistent, not letting the tiredness affect you too much. And also swapping drivers at the right time. You don't want to swap drivers too much and end up having longer pit stops that put you way down the order.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think I was just looking through the solo list to make sure that we've still got the solo drivers. We have bar Alan Holden. We've got all the others. Vinicius Concalves, Tom Lane is here. Yuki Takanashi is here. And Peter Meyer is here. You know, how are them guys going to feel due to the fact that obviously they've done it once already and now they've got to go solo again?
Yeah, it is certainly going to be a good thing they've had a break, I guess, isn't it? So that will take some of the stress out, and that they've had 2 weeks, and it's not just, oh, you did 3 hours, now you've got to do another 4.8 immediately. But anyway, enough babbling from me, at least for the time being. I think Ross has just joined us in the commentary box to give his insight then, James. So you want to give him you should get first pick of the questions. You are the lead commentator.
Russ, welcome.
Definitely want to get this round in and see it to its completion. There was a lot of great action last time, a lot of good strategies and folding and circumstances just kind of playing out. So I'm sure we'll see a bit more of that again. We've unfortunately lost a couple drivers from the last try at this.
Yeah, Alan Holden's not here, is he, on the solos?
Yeah, that was a big miss. Unfortunately, we feel bad for him. I know that he's pretty bummed out about it. He just has other commitments that he's tied up into, so he'll be missing today. There are a few others who are also still out. It's a couple of our friends across the pond. With the British summertime being what it is, starting to get on holiday for a lot of you folks over there. So yeah, a couple more that just weren't able to make it. So it narrows the field a little bit, but there's still going to be a lot of good action around. There are battles between all four of the different categories where big, strong rivalries are going on, and it'll be entertainment through to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. We think we're going to get to the end, Ross.
Oh yeah, I think so. Last time it was just an unfortunate set of circumstances with timing. Our main server down in Texas, in the southern U.S. here, the it wasn't even a weather event or anything. Just the guy who runs the location, I guess his service provider ended up going through and they had to upgrade some equipment or something. So it wasn't even anything he initiated. It was just something had failed on their end, and they managed to get it fixed, but it was only up and running right in the middle of the race, so it wasn't going to work out. That led to us having to fall onto a backup server where there was apparently some issue that with a particular setting where you saw that drivers could not rejoin. So yeah, we got that sorted. We tested everything here. Everyone's able to pop in. Driver swaps are going fine. Everything seems to be relatively stable. You know, I don't want to say that we won't see anybody disconnect. I sure hate to see it happen at all, but at least they can get back in if that happens.
All right. Well, let's pray that it doesn't here, Ross, because let's be real about it. We can't book in a third one, can we? You know what I mean? We're never going to get to the end of it. Other than that, how have you? Listen, you're going into the race. You're teaming up with Ruta de Bruin. How is?
No. Yeah, so sorry to cut you off there, but Rookie Monsters dropped out. They also were not able to join in today. So Voucher's out. His teammate, what was it, Riley? Riley Cunning? No, it was Brad Sellers, I think. Although both drivers are out. Yeah. So
hold on, let me clarify. Are you racing?
Yes.
You are. Who are you with?
I am with Max Petravsky and Daryl Kruger.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. So you've changed.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes. I change every day.
Hold on a minute. I'm looking at the spotter's guide and I've still got him with Ruta de Bruin. Back off. You know what I mean? Give me a break.
It was a late change, so it did not make it into the official documentation. Sorry about that.
Well, there you go.
That's another document we can throw in the bin, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I just definitely sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. Right, so you are racing. So is everybody else in the same place? Is that what we're looking at? So Tom Lane is still solo, Concalves is still solo, Takanashi still solo, Maya still solo.
Yeah, it looks like everyone else is pretty much just as they were, just a couple of those drops, and of course me switching over to Pinnacle Racing instead of running with Rookie Monsters. I can't run by myself since I'm not part of the actual team, so yeah,
right. So that's good for you. You've got a driver. You're back in the GT3s. You're in the AMS.
Mm.
You know, without sounding derogatory to Ross, of course. Is that where we kind of see you, Ross?
Oh yeah, I mean, just I've only been able to focus my attention on the historics with some of the other Storm Gang work going on in the background. So keeping up with these guys where they've had regular practice, many races to be able to tweak their setups and actually get better behind the wheel skills. I'm just not there with it. Like if I dedicated the time to it, I could probably get back up there and be able to hang with some of the pro guys, but I'm just far too removed from it. And, it's a totally different beast running from like a BMW M1 from 1981 versus, a top rate GT3 car where you can just slam the brakes as hard as you can and drive the thing to the absolute limit. It's totally different mindset. The car has a totally different feel. So yeah, I'm in the right spot. We should have a good race. I think it'll be a good mix of drivers within the field. And I'll hopefully give you some entertainment without ruining the car for the rest of the guys on the team.
Do you know that it's quite interesting actually because most of them have 5 teams in their classes at this moment in time, so that's good. So Matty Bice, Angelides Concalves, and Jerry Chen in the Hypercar AMS, and at the moment, it looks like Ben Borman's just jumped in as well. So, we've got a good spread. We've got sort of 5 in each class, give or take here, Ross. Now, we were discussing beforehand, and do we think, I'm trying to word this in a way where I don't get myself in trouble, which is never normally what I do, but let's just do it anyway. Do we think 4.8 hours with 21 drivers is too long, whereas if we was do 2.4 hours with solo drivers, you would have more on the grid?
I mean, we'd certainly like to see more. It is an interesting mixture within the season, and we've actually had some discussions about this internally and even amongst the group of drivers. And overall, it's Le Mans being such a special round. Obviously, it's a very long track, very long race. It presents a unique set of challenges. It's very much set up for endurance racing, and because we don't get that opportunity to do driver swaps and really bring in that team element on any other of the other tracks throughout the season, this presents an opportunity to do that. And we talk about it, and yes, the field is shrunk because you are combining drivers into the same car, but you definitely have a lot more going on towards that team aspect. And being a much longer race, there are more points at stake. So it really drives home the entire teamwork mantra within this. So we really like to express that. The drivers want to express that. We would like to see more teams, and we're trying to think of other ways of being able to expand that where we can. As it's set up right now, you've got individual drivers throughout the season, so it's not something where it presents an easy opportunity to go back and forth between those. It creates a bit of a challenge, but as it is right now, we just kind of continue on. It's been tradition. It offers up some great competition that you normally wouldn't get throughout the rest of the season, where maybe one driver's running away with it, but then all of a sudden they get their secondary in there and things tighten right back up. And that's what we see in real life. So we want to keep replicating that however we can. Perhaps what we can do is in the future find another series, another league, kind of like back in 2021 or 22, I believe. I think it was 21, where we were partnered with a different Euro league that was running the European Le Mans and Asian Le Mans series calendar in tandem with us, using the same mod and everything, same cars. And then we met up and overlapped at Le Mans, where their teams came in and ran next to ours. So maybe something like that, where you have that mixture, and that way you can kind of bulk out the field without creating too many issues from just unknown drivers and people who aren't really familiar with the cars and the drivers around them. But I don't know. We'll see. We're certainly talking about continuing conversation as we go into the future. But yeah, it'll still be good today, even if it's a little bit thinner field. It's going to be fun.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that one and see how that one develops. I do completely understand what you are talking about. They are starting to get on to the grid, ladies and gentlemen, so that's absolutely amazing. Ross, are you staying with us, or are you going to go and do a runner?
I'm going to hop in briefly with my team at the very start of the race, but my stint isn't until probably middle of the night into early morning. I'm basically the last hour and a half, I want to say, somewhere in there.
Oh, okay.
I'll be in, and then I'll swap back over to Daryl unless for some reason he can't. But yeah, I'll be with you guys after the first couple laps here, and I'll just back in, and yeah, you get to hear my voice.
Lovely. Looking forward to it, Ross, as always. It's an epiphany of godliness, they say, don't they? Let's be real about it. On that one, listen, I'm blowing smoke, Ross. I'm blowing smoke just up an area that, most people don't. Let's have a look at the grid, why they are starting. Well, we were going to have a look at the grid, but we are not having a look at the grid on that one. But Kesby on pole position with Alan Smith, Tom Lane and Kevin Gallagher in 4th place. Moving on into the next row then, Hypercar AMS, George Angelidis and Magnus Dahlgren in the mix with Matty Bice and Jerry Chen. Moving on into 9th and 10th, we are going to be sitting in first of the GT3s with Dan Kirby. Solo driver Yuki Takanashi's in 10th, and Ryan Paulbert Reyes in 11th. Then we got the team of David Junt and JT Tummy behind that. Then Matty Overton in the GT3 AMS with Eric Jacobs, Riley Koenig and Ross's team Maximilian Petrovsky down in 16th place. It's going to be an interesting one for them guys. At the back, Vinicius Ken Calvin, Steve Miller, Johnny Gutierrez and Ben Borman. I should think they will join up to their classes rather than staying right at the back. I would have thought if they can, that would be absolutely amazing. Then at the end is Peter Meyer. Welcome into everybody who is in YouTube chat as well. Cole's Boys joins us earlier on. Dog Pro, why is Kesby behind Johnny? can't answer that question, mate. That's where he qualified.
Looked like he-
Formula Troy, Let's Go, and then Limery Johnny Halo. Hello. On that one. So they are going to be, as I say, the hypercars you can see there on the left-hand side is just coming. We'll get the grid taken off the screen as well, so you can actually see the car moving forward. There he is, just slotted into the back of the hypercars. That's where we expect them to be. And, well, Ross has changed teams, so that's going to be quite interesting. Roughly about 5 in each class, give or take. Maybe the odd one we might have 6 in the hypercars, to be honest with you. But all in all, it could be an exciting one.
It could be. Certainly, we did see a pretty entertaining lead battle between us at a top 3 that was sort of going back and forth a little bit, where we did see some early mistakes as well that the likes of Tom Lane especially will be keen to eliminate. And yeah, Alan Smith, we didn't actually get to see either of Smith's teammates at Craven Racing. Was it Hubert van Gasserven or Alessandro Smiraldi getting a go in the first 3 hours? So could that be, again, we've got to throw out everything from the first attempt, but it does make me wonder if the strategy is just basically to keep Alan Smith in that car as long as possible before they have to change over to one or both of the other 2 drivers to complete the race for the final couple of hours, essentially. But yeah, there's certainly going to be a little bit of everybody trying to find a gap where they can just lap cleanly without having to fight too much. Especially early on, you are going to have no option but to fight, essentially, in order to get track position here. So it's certainly going to be an interesting start to see if those that maybe had poor starts on the first attempt get it right this time around, or if we see others falling afoul of mistakes that they avoided previously.
Yeah, maybe. Alan Smith was absolutely flying, if I remember correctly. Don't get me wrong, I've slept a lot since then, and my memory isn't quite what it was due to me being old, Ed. So, you know, I'm going to rely on you for a lot of the memories on that one, because obviously, yeah, lots have gone on since then, and I've done lots of broadcasts
2 weeks,
in the process.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, dude, I've done 10 broadcasts over these 2 weeks, so yeah, I've probably forgotten half of it, to be blatantly honest with you. Well, I do remember Alan Smith was absolutely flying, though, and then he did come in for a chat, and he unfortunately disconnected, which absolutely sucked. But, you know, listen, that's why we're doing it again, ladies and gentlemen, because a lot of people disconnected. Let's keep fingers and toes crossed. And hopefully we won't have as many disconnected either. We've got 4 hypercar AMs out on the grid at the moment. Angelina's Chen Bice and Vinicius Concalves on that one. And we've got 7 hypercar pros. LMGT3s, we've got 5 pros. And in GT3 AMs, we've got 5 as well. So the GT3s, Ed, pretty much spread on a 10-10, on a 5 car spread there. I knew what I was trying to do there, Ed. I just couldn't get my words out.
No, that's okay. Yeah, but of course we did have that. Paul is absolutely
Paul's
cackling
yeah,
away
he's literally
like the
wetting
Wicked Witch of the
himself
West in the background.
here, really. He's like, good maths.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Even if you get it right, he mocks you. Very.
Yeah, you can't. If you get it right, you're in trouble, and if you get it wrong, he's still in my hero. So either way, I was in trouble. Well, no, let's be real about it.
No rest for the wicked. Yeah, so yeah, of course we did see in the first attempt with the Hypercar AMs, but I think there weren't that many in the first attempt either, because I remember we were left with about 2 a couple hours in. So yeah, it's definitely still, even if all you have to race against is essentially Le Mans Circuit de la Sarthe itself, that's still quite the competitor. They can still catch you out, even if you're the last car standing in your class then. So, and of course with the Hypercar AMs, they will inevitably, a couple of the main hypercar, the pros, will hit trouble, and they will have someone to play with it, even if they are basically on their lonesome. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't. A lower field is no reason for complacency, at least in my opinion, anyway. And yeah, certainly for the Porsches, as you say, 5 either side, and it's basically, again, Daniel Kirby on that class pole position with Ryan Pulbert-Reyes behind him then. So all of our Porsche 911s locking out the top 3, although Takanashi, we know, will have to make that early stop, similar to Tom Lane, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing, Nate. Some of the solo drivers will have to go in, obviously get their drive-throughs out the way, because of course they don't lose time on the driver swaps, where obviously team drivers generally will. So we'll see what happens there. There's a big puff of smoke going on in the background of that GT3 field. A little bit worrying that somebody's hit the grass there, but they have all made it through cleanly on that one. Is this an opportunity, Ed, for some of the cars that didn't do so well in the first one to then come back even stronger in this one?
Well, yeah, certainly those who were being disconnected will certainly feel that they've got another opportunity. As Ross said, there's a couple that due to scheduling or various different reasons couldn't make the second attempt, which is a huge shame. He did allude to the British Summer. I've been out doing a parade in my local town with a float that we've made, and yeah, it was, even without much of the sun out, it was still pretty, yeah, exactly, parade float. Anyway, I don't want to get in too much because it's got nothing to do with what's happening.
Mate, it don't matter. I think there's gonna be moments where we are gonna be waffling on in general, to be honest with you.
This isn't one of them.
No, this isn't one of them. Let's get the start up and running as these guys now come round the final corner. It's going to be the Hypercars in front there. There's the GT3 field. Let's pick up on the Hypercars going over the line, and we are green. Kesby's got a jump on Alan Smith, Tom Lane and Kevin Gallagher there as well. There's a problem with the GT3s. They're off the background. Not quite sure who that was. It went so quickly there. I think there's somebody facing the wrong way. Dan Kirby's got out in front. Yuki Takanashi. That could be Eric Jacobs along the back there, because he has dropped down the order to 21st place. But here are the Hypercars moving in. They run up through the hill at the moment, in through Tetra Rouge. Then it's going to be the long run for the first time down the Mole Sound. But not good for GT3's Ed, but the Hypercars seem to have got away cleanly.
Yeah, it was quite a dramatic start there. I think Matthew Overton about 2.5 seconds behind our top 3 pro GT3s then. So yeah, Riley Koenig and David Yunt as well, also falling foul. We did see the Lexus narrowly escape a huge collision in the first running. David Yunt not so lucky this time around, and yeah, I think Eric Jacobs by far being spun around in the Mustang, getting the worst of it. As we see, meanwhile, Tom Lane and Kevin Gallout going side by side, and it's the Valkyrie of Kevin that is through into P3 then. So the number 57 making good progress here. That V12 engine in the back of the Valkyrie will be singing at high speed down the straights here, but you can see Kesby keeping Alan Smith at arm's length. Smith trying to get the Acura as close as possible. Tom Lane now pulls back out to the left to try and reassert himself into third position, and here comes Smith into the second of our Mulsanne chicanes. He's got a great run, and he's clearly ahead. Oh, as we see, big crash in the background there. I didn't see quite who that was. I think it's the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's had to cut the chicane and hit the wall in the process too.
Yeah, Kevin Gallagher there had some issues, has gone through the chicane, but at the moment you can see Kesby still with Tom Lane, Magnus Dolger and Johnny Gutierrez and Bradley Sellers there, all in the mix at the same time here. Smith out in front now. He's jumped Kesby. Is this Smith's moment where he's going to go and pull away, or is this Kesby's going to try and keep hold of him? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out very, very shortly. Can Kesby stay with him? Can he keep up with him? That's going to be the situation. Well, I'm going to be interested to find out, because the last time out, Smith was absolutely flying at this race circuit and pulled out, and I can't even remember how big the gap was, but it was quite far on these guys. It was, wasn't it? About 20-21 seconds before Smith then disconnected, but he's out in front now. Is this Kesby's worst nightmare, Ed? Does he really need Smith out in front of him?
Yeah, well, it's worth pointing out that as we see Smith just cutting a little bit of gravel at Indianapolis, really risking it on the exit there. That some of that 20-second gap was because Craven Racing had opted not to change any of their drivers. Alan had done a monster stint. But yeah, this, by comparison, as Paul rightly points out in the background, turn one, a bit cleaner. It was actually the final corner for the GT3s that was the messy bit. As we cut to Overton and Petravsky here fighting away over the GT3 AM lead then. So they are behind, is that Ryan Pulbert Rays that was just up the road in front of them. You can see behind, that must be David Yunt in the Lexus catching Petravsky here.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys moving forward in the LMGT3 AMS. Overton out in front of Petravsky, David Yunt sitting in third. Then we've got Meyer, Stephen Miller and Eric Jacobs. Jacobs still trying to recover.
I think Yunt's a pro, isn't he?
Yeah, Yunt is a pro. It's not an not an inter-class battle. It's two separate classes. Yunt trying to make a way forward down in the bottom right corner. You see Smith still leading Kesby round that final corner. He's got the run. How's this going to go here for Kesby? It's extended at the moment. It's half a second. Last time out, Smith was a little bit quicker. 3:32, 3:95. Kesby on a 3:32. 9:17. Going to keep an eye out, see what goes on. But the GT3s at the moment, top left-hand corner, still providing the action. Overton with Petravsky, with David Yunt as well. This could be an interesting one here. Yunt's going to want to try and make the move. Him and JT Tammy going to want to move up to the front of that GT3 Pro field. Is Yunt in a position now where he's got to kind of pick them up and stick them in his pocket, Ed, and get them sent through, because he needs to clear these cars as quickly as possible?
Petravsky gets a little bit wide at the final corner, but Davidian not quite able to take advantage then, and they're both getting the tow from Matthew Overton in the 296 then. So I think you're absolutely right. Davidian just losing time to the top three while he's stuck behind these two AMs. And you can see Petravsky again sort of leaves the door open, looking a bit squirrely in that McLaren 720S. And Overton, under huge pressure here, has got to keep his nerve in that Dark Thunder racing machine then. So bright white, you couldn't really miss that car from a distance, could you? And yeah, it's certainly Davidian now that's got to line them up and knock them down like bowling pins, essentially. Well, not physically, of course, but in terms of making the overtakes. Here we go. Great run out of Tetra Rouge, and now down the Mulsanne straight they come. It is going to be Overton trying to defend from Petravsky, and then Davidian picking the pieces up as they go.
Yeah, this is going to be a free wide moment here as well on the nose of Davidian. He pulls out. That's blocked Petravsky in behind Overton. Petravsky's going to have nowhere to go. He's either got to go right, and out on the light grey that's on the screen at the moment. But you can see Davidian trying to go through. Cleared one. He couldn't get the second one. That might work out in Petravsky's favour, because Petravsky now has just got to do that. Junt's got the run out of Matty Overton coming off the first one. Is this going to be a straight old up quarter-mile drag for these guys here as well? Davidian right hand side, green and black. Matty Overton all white at this moment in time. Junt in that Lexus RCF. Matty Overton sitting in that Ferrari Evo. Is he going to be able to hold on coming into the second Mulsanne? Well, here goes Davidian again. Bottom right hand corner. You see him pull out now. Is he going to be big and brave on the brakes in that Lexus? He is. He managed to get him there, Ed, and that's what we wanted him to do, to be honest.
Yeah. Makes no sense really for Matthew Overton to fight that hard. You saw through the first Mulsanne again a bit of dust kicked up. That was Matthew Overton just getting to the inside as early as possible, getting really far over the curb too. And now he's got Petravsky to worry about, who's looking to sort of take advantage. At least Matthew Overton will get a little bit of embers of slipstream from the back of the Lexus as it disappears up the road. It definitely looks like Davidian has got a bit more straight line speed than both of them, which he will very much need if he wants to finish on the podium today in the Pro class then. But Petravsky and Overton have got the lead now to dispute very much amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Alan Smith has pulled out 1.3 seconds on Ben Kesby then, and that is looking like Alan Smith recapturing the form that we saw before. Purple Sector 1 on this particular lap, and 2/10 quicker than Kesby through Sector 2 as well. But here comes Petravsky as they make the long run through the Corps du Golf towards Indianapolis, and the McLaren a little bit too far back, will not really be able to capitalize on anything here. So Matthew Overton looks to be relatively secure for the time being. Yeah, it definitely looks like 296 is a bit more confident on the brakes. Petravsky lurches over to the grass on the entrance to Arnage there.
Yeah, you see Petravsky spit up a little bit of dirt there on that one. Overton seems to be more comfortable than the McLaren 720 in that Ferrari 296 there on the brakes at this moment in time. But this could be a battle that could loom all the way through the whole of this race. Matty Overton out in front with Petravsky. Can he hold on to it? We're going to find out. All the other classes are a little bit spread out already. Kirby leading the GT3 Pros with Reyes in second place. Hypercar AMS, Angelidis has got a 7-second gap over Jerry Chen, and Smith has now got his gap just above a second again over Kesby. We're laying in behind the Gutierrez and Dahlgren, Gallagher and Borman. Here is the replay. I've got a funny feeling this could be the final corner for the GT3 parade lap, and it is just that. Watch the cars in the right hand side. One of them does unfortunately take a try up, and he was chopped off from Davidian there, and that was Eric Jacobs, I believe, who went round. To be fair though, from where Davidian is now, Ed, looking at this replay, to where he is now at the front of the GT3 field near enough at the same time, because he's moved up past the AMS, he's done blinking well already.
Yeah, okay, well, one of those positions was Takanashi having to pit because he's the one driver team. But nonetheless, you're right, he was able to clear Miller, Petravsky and Overton in fairly quick succession there. So Junt's progress quite good. His last lap 4 minutes 0.7, whereas the rest of the LMGT3s on the podium positions are in the 356s, 357s and 358s. This is on board with Jacobs then, and yeah, it definitely felt like Davidian did not expect Jacobs to be there and got badly caught out.
Yeah, I think that's the thing there on that one. Eric Jacobs has now just got to turn that Mustang around. Not great for a start of a 4.8 hours, drop all the way back, but he's picked up 2 places. Takanashi solo, went in pit lane and let him through. Maya solo, went in pit lane and let him through. So Jacobs sitting 4th in class at the moment, 5.3 seconds back from the leaders that are on your screen are Overton and Petrafsky. One of the, if not the closest battle on your screen at this moment in time. We've got another replay coming up here. This is Ben Borman going into the Mulsanne chicane. Round he goes, that back end comes round as well. We've got Johnny Gutierrez tucked in behind Tom Lane as another option. This is what happened to Calvin here as well. Unfortunately, big lockup, overestimation of speed. Managed to get it through the tyres, did he? God blimey, Eddie, come there quick.
Yeah, that looked a little hairy there, didn't it? Did well not to hit the back of Lane, given the overspeed there, and then sort of collect up and thread the eye of the needle through the tyre barrier there. So yeah, could have been a lot worse for Kevin Gallart. But now I think Tom Lane is one of our few solo drivers yet to pit them, so he is trying to wait the full 3 laps. Now you see on board there, cat-like reactions to get out of that one, but the
I don't think it was anticipation of the early braking, to be blatantly honest with you. I think Calvin there just done a great job of reacting on that one. Different braking points. Calvin tries to take his own, and unfortunately the cars in front were stopping a little bit earlier on, so he did manage to make it through. George Angelidis is 3rd overall, ahead of Johnny Gutierrez, Magnus Dahlgren, Tom Lane, and Kevin there as well. Tom Lane now into pit lane. He'll lose another couple of positions behind Kevin and Chen and Goncalves and Matty Bice. So a couple of people in pit lane. I'm not quite sure what Gallahart's in pit lane unless he's driving. I don't think he's driving solo. I think, he actually, thinking about that, he did have a penalty because we discussed that last time out, Ed.
Yeah, we did. It was a leftover from the previous round. So annoyingly, they've had to serve it twice, haven't they, in that Valkyrie? So yeah, this is sort of a humiliation building upon itself there. But getting out of the way early, much like with the one-car driver teams, is going to help. So we now have Hypercar Am in the form of Angelidis in the number 49 in P3 overall, because he's ahead of Gutierrez and Dahlgren, of course. So that is big news for the number 49 squad. But the main gap they'll be more concerned about is Jerry Chen, who I think is a good at least 10 seconds behind, with Matthew Bice behind him. Another 10 seconds, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Then. Yeah, 21 seconds off the lead. So, yeah, closest fight is the one we're looking at the moment then, as Paul correctly points out. It is Petrafsky versus Overton. You can see Davidian disappearing up the road in the distance as he tries to keep up with Riley Koenig, who was still about 2 seconds a lap quicker the previous lap. Ryan Pulbert Reyes now makes an early stop. Is Pulbert Reyes another of our one-driver teams?
No, I don't
yeah,
think
okay,
so.
he's training with Troy Owen, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he is. I'm not entirely sure why he's in pit lane. He's not. He's got Alexander McQuarrie and Max Sumfenlap there. So I don't know if that's another. I don't think that's another penalty. I might have to rely on Paul to correct me if it is on that one, but I'm pretty sure I don't think it is for Ryan Pulbert Reyes. So maybe he's just not had the greatest of starts there, and we've missed him doing something crazy, unfortunately. Petrafsky still tucked in at the moment behind Matty Overton, still the lead of the LMGT3 AMS. 5.9 seconds back from Overton is Jacobs, 8 seconds is Miller, 20 seconds is Meyer. Of course, Meyer pitted because he is solo. So moving on, 4.34 hours left here, Ed. Closest battles are these guys on the screen already. Is it a little bit worrying that the rest of the classes are a little bit more spread out already?
Yeah, it doesn't look like. I think Ryan Pulbert Reyes has come out just in front of Takanashi then, who he would have been fighting for position. So that does suggest Ryan Pulbert Reyes just did a drive-through essentially and didn't change tires or anything. So yeah, that is going to be interesting how they play out relative to sort of Kirby, Koenig, and Yunt later on. But yeah, certainly this Overton-Petrafsky battle, it's good to see Maximilian Petrafsky giving Overton something to worry about early doors there. And you can see behind, that's Eric Jacobs now, that isn't far behind, who is, of course, gained a few positions from some of the drivers ahead, hitting trouble. and is only about 4 seconds off this fight. And he's been lapping 2 seconds lap quicker than Petravsky and 3 seconds lap quicker almost than Overton. So that bodes very, very well for the Mustang. Eric Jacobs flying right now.
Yeah, but is that expected, the fact that the Mustang has got some big rough power in behind it? And that's the thing, isn't it? It does turn like a house brick, but let's be real here, they don't really have to worry too much about that at Le Mans. I am a little bit worried for the state of the Hypercar pros, though, with Kesby now 1.4 seconds behind Smith. Smith kind of picked up where he started from here, Ed, and just ran away with it at the beginning.
Yeah, you can never really discount Tom Lane, even with, of course, that early stop. So it'd be interesting to just keep an eye on his progress, though. But his last lap, 3:53, coming out of the pits then, of course. And so we haven't really seen a representative time since he served that stop. But the leaders, 3 minutes 30.7 for Alan Smith, and 3 minute 30.1 for Ben Kesby that previous lap then. So Kesby actually upping the pace a little bit and has cut in to Smith's gap by a couple of tenths.
Yeah, not by much there as well. We've got a replay on our screen at this moment in time. This is Gutierrez clearing George Angelides. You see there, I think it's going to be a straight on the inside. It is. Gutierrez going to be later on the brakes. He is. And through goes Gutierrez. George really didn't have too much to fight about that one. Didn't really need to worry about that. Single drivers of a driver doing the first 3 laps. Yes, we're aware of that, Dog, and has been mentioned. Thank you so much for the information. They will go in because they are solo. They don't have the driver swaps to do. So they take it on the chin and do an early stop. That way it puts them in position. Peter Meyer, Stephen Miller, Yuki Takanashi, 19th, 20th and 21st place at this moment in time. We'll see how and what goes on that one. Petravsky dropping a little bit back from Overton. He's now 1.1 seconds back. Ed, is Overton doing a stellar job, or is Petravsky struggling?
Yeah, definitely like Petravsky was pushing the tyres a little bit. Maybe he's realised that he's pushed them that bit too hard and he's decided to back off and play the long game here, which is sort of what you've got to do in a race this long, as we look at Takanashi and Ryan Pulbert-Reyes dueling away over the low position. Looks like Eric Jacobs is now in between them. So there's a three-way fight between 2 of our pros and 1 of our AMs then. So Eric Jacobs needs to sort of clear off in this situation very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, on that one. Reyes did the drive-through right at the beginning. That can only explain that he did have a penalty for Ryan Pulbert-Reyes, but you can see at this moment in time on your screen, it's going to be Takanashi. He's going to try and come at this one if he can. Can't get close. Eric Jacobs is there in that Mustang, but there's Takanashi, there's Ryan Pulbert-Reyes, and they're all chasing down a big old Mustang machine. Is that going to be able to work it out for these guys? Well, we're going to keep an eye on and see what goes on here. It's going to be very, very exciting, I'm sure, at this moment in time, as you watch these guys roar down the Mulsanne, topping speeds north of 150, 160 miles an hour easily as they're sitting in the draft. Is this what we're going to have with a lot of these guys, though? Follow my leader for a few laps. Are they going to be thinking about fuel saving this early on?
I wouldn't think so, but you never know. There could be a couple playing a bit more conservatively, and it's interesting then. So essentially, Pulbert-Reyes and Takanashi are in a similar position to David Yint, where they need to clear them quickly in order to keep their hopes alive, essentially. Overton, by the way, setting personal best, 4 minutes, 01.452. So certainly upping the gap to just over 7 tenths over Maximilian Petravsky then, as you see. Takanashi into the Mulsanne corner, trying to keep up, getting a little bit wide on exit, but nothing too major to worry about, as they both, as you rightly say, shadowing the Mustang in front of them. On my time screen, it's showing Jacobs behind, but I'm pretty sure he's the one that's ahead in this instance, unless I'm getting mixed up with another Mustang.
No,
I think it's only one Mustang in the
only
field,
one
so that must
Mustang
be
in
him.
Yeah, that must be Eric Jacobs, but you are right. Jacobs ahead of Miller and Meyer, but he's also sitting in front of...
Oh no, maybe I'm getting mixed up here. Yeah, because that looks like... okay.
There isn't another Mustang, is there? Is that... It's not unless the...
No, there isn't. No, I'm getting mixed up. The Mustang is at the back, though.
Yeah, that is behind Petravsky, I believe. That's where they are at this moment in time with these guys. And Matty Overton, Maximilian Petravsky, that's Pulbert-Reyes in behind them, and Yuki Takanashi there as well on that one. And then Eric Jacobs, I believe, is just at the back of the pack, which I believe they may have cleared here and have got forward on that one. So Ryan Paulbert Reyes trying to push on to the battle, the lead battle of the GT3 AMS at this current time. That's going to be an interesting one to maintain and see how good this one goes on. Every other class at the moment, though, Ed, they're very much spread out. This GT3 AMS kind of providing all the action.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it stays that way when they have to lap the GT3s inevitably, of course, in a couple of laps' time. But yeah, certainly you would sort of expect the hypercars to be the ones to spread out a little bit more, particularly in this early phase. We'll have to see as the stints go on whether the hypercar strategies will definitely start to converge a bit more, and that can make things a bit more interesting. But the GT3s should do more than an adequate job of entertaining us at the time being. Look how close Ryan Paulbert Reyes now getting to Maximilian Petravsky as they enter the Porsche curves, and the 911 chasing down the McLaren. And this is another distraction that Petravsky really doesn't need, and it's going to play into Overton's hands that Petravsky's going to have to deal with them first, essentially. No obligation to move over despite being in a different class here. It's really Paulbert Reyes that's got to make a clean move here, otherwise Takanashi could take advantage.
Yeah, I think this is interesting for Petravsky now. He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Does he allow Reyes to go through? I would, to be blatantly honest. Don't slow yourself down. Allow him to allow you to pull yourself up, to allow him to pull you up to Matty Overton. I'd probably look at doing the same with Takanashi. It's not kind of a case of if they're going to get through, is it really? It's a case of when they're going to come at you. And Petravsky and Overton have really got kind of decisions to make. Me personally, I would let them go and just try and stay with them and let one pull you into the other one, because you know what you've had to go through, that Petravsky has obviously lost a position. Overton's going to do the same. So from these guys' point of view, they don't really want to hold themselves up. Whether or not that's going to work out for Matty Overton, or is he going to be on the defense?
Yeah, Takanashi looking very aggressive. You saw he's all over the gravel at the final corner at the Ford chicane there. Into Tetra Rouge. They approach very wide for Petravsky. Half the car on the grass there, and he just about survives that one then. So Takanashi will nip up the inside, gets the better exit through Tetra Rouge, and at the same time, was that Petravsky hitting the wall on the outside there?
Yeah, he didn't do himself any favours, but now
Jacobs
you can
coming
see
through now as well.
Jacobs is having a go at him at this moment in time here for Maximilian Petravsky. Petravsky tucked in right behind that Mustang now. That's a bad mistake this early on, but currently at this moment in time, though, from the point of view of how much time he could have lost, Ed, he kind of held it and didn't really lose a massive amount. He's now got a big gruffy Mustang in front, which will pull him into Takanashi and pull him up to Matty Overton. So, you know, although he has done what he's done, is it going to be
wall hit, though?
Yeah, I don't think he did it on purpose. But what I'm saying is obviously he hasn't lost an insurmountable amount of time.
No, it's not a huge setback, but a little scary moment there. Ryan Paulbert Reyes, as we're watching that, did get past Matthew Overton then, and is now 9/10 ahead. So Takanashi has got to similarly make short work of that Ferrari 296 Evo. Then, as we see Petravsky already trying to get back up the inside of the Mustang of Jacobs. This time, for position, of course, because they're both in the same class. And Petravsky in the number 59, having to keep his powder dry for now is the Pinnacle Racing Team driver then. So yeah, the Mustang of Jacobs that was facing the wrong way is now essentially into second in class early doors. So a great recovery so far for Jacobs, just by taking advantage of others' mistakes and running cleanly and consistently.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the most important thing. It was in the keys to the race, wasn't it? Consistency is going to be the key here, and I think these guys have got to do that. That's the thing. Smith's out in front by 3 seconds now. Gutierrez 7.2 back from the leader.
Fastest lap for Gutierrez.
Yeah, 44. Ben Borman 87. Gallard 1 minute and 6 back from your leader there as well. As you say, last lap 3:28.420 from Concalves. Quicker in sector 2 by well, minor,
Gutierrez,
really.
right?
It's not a lot. Yeah, Johnny Gutierrez was fastest in sector 2, but he's not a million miles in front. The question is can he get up to Alan Smith? This is the start here. This is what went on in the hypercar. You see Kesby jumped Smith. Smith really didn't get going on that one. Kesby did manage to jump him straight at the beginning. He's right alongside him. Kesby now goes, Smith tucks in, and that's it. He's basically how it all started in the hypercar. You can see they're swapping around. Kevin on the outside. He's having a go at the moment at the same time with Tom Lane. So there was lots of action at the front, but Kesby did what he had to do. He got over Smith, but then couldn't hold the position.
Yeah, it was really later on, a few laps in, or I think it was near the end of the first lap that Smith picked him off essentially, waiting for the best opportunity then. So yeah, Kesby, having lost track position, has now fallen about 3.5 seconds adrift of Alan Smith then, who's flying, but not quite as flying as Johnny Gutierrez, who's really got the Cadillac motoring well and is setting purple sectors now, so, and fastest laps of the race. So Gutierrez, who we saw in the first start, was so aggressive. In fact, I think they essentially would have inherited victory had the first one continued. There's a replay of poor Jacobs and David Yunt coming together, but of course both of them luckily retiring and getting onto the class podiums in the minutes since then.
Yeah, the hardest thing is though, who's going to be able to overturn Dan Kirby in that Porsche? That's going to be the thing. I think Kirby is just an absolute machine, and he's going to motor away in that Porsche. You can see there, he gets to hold the lead, and he's led it forever ever since. Can they overturn him though? That's the question. Can the likes of Ronnie Koenig, David Schuff, Paul Barrez do anything about Dan Kirby?
Well, in theory they can, because as we say, anything can happen. As we see, oh, there goes Kesby. So him and Smith now having to lap the GD3 runners there, as wide goes Petravki through Tetra Rouge once again. So it's yeah, I think anything out. Of course, Daniel Kirby will have to swap over to his teammates, who might not necessarily be quite as quick. Well, John Owen and Troy Owen are still pretty quick, so I think that it's quite likely they'll do a good job. But that car could hit trouble, and another driver might end up, for another team, might end up inheriting first position then, and Kirby might have to fight back. So there's so much that can still play out here that even if Kirby builds a big lead, it doesn't save him from misfortune. If it happens, Gutierrez lapping.
Yeah, he's there as well. Kirby just cleared Overton going into that chicane as well. So Jacobs there has come back from the back end of the field. He's now leading in the LMGT3 AMS. Great job from Eric Jacobs. He got the job done in the first Mulsanne chicane. At the same time, he did unfortunately have a hypercar who wanted to go and try and make a move. But I'm kind of expecting the pace that Eric Jacobs has got at the moment to get to the back end of this field and then lead the GT3 AMS. I'm fearful now that Jacobs is going to go and pull away, and that's going to be another class where the lead drivers have motored off down the road. He is quick, and to get him up and catch him up to him, Ed, and pass him at the same time, he's got pace in that Mustang.
Yeah, nearly 3 seconds back quicker than Overton last lap as well. So it's clear that the grunt of the Mustang down the straights beats anything the Ferrari can do on the brakes, at least at the moment here. So Matthew Overton not down and out just yet, but will have to play it very, very smart. And now, of course, Petravki inevitably might start catching him as well if he's not careful here. So Overton still with plenty to fight for, but yeah, as you say, an ominous sign from Jacobs then, who is now hoping for the backmarker racing team to run away with this one.
Yeah, I think he is here. I think Jacobs is a little bit quick. Overton's got traffic to take care of, and it isn't in the GT3 form. It's the hypercars. I believe that's George Angelidis coming in behind him. Angelidis is going to want to go. He's not going to hold on. Is he? Yes, he did hold on. As we just jump to the replay here, this will be of Johnny Gutierrez, I believe, in that hypercar. Is it Johnny Gutierrez? This is Jacob. No, this is Jacob's move. Sorry. Over Matty Overton. See him on the right-hander, see him there trying to pull through, got alongside at the moment. They're just coming in to the right-hander chicane. Jacobs is going to have that inside line. He's going to catch him later on the brakes, and through he goes, Eric Jacobs. So great job from him there, Ed, from last in the field right away now to leading the GT3 AMS.
Yeah, and you're just about to see Gutierrez just jink to the left and go around the outside and then thread the needle between the two before flashing his lights. Gutierrez, of course, trying to chase down Kesby for P2 in hypercars, so no surprise that he's impatient to get through there. Lovely. One thing I didn't notice on Overton's car, that it's mainly just plain white, but there's a lovely little, just next to the wing mirror, a lovely little Ukraine flag as well, which is certainly a nice little touch there. But either way, he's trying to, you can tell, closing a little bit on Jacobs into the forward chicane there, but then once the Mustang gets on the power, he's being left behind a little bit. So yeah, Gutierrez, as we alluded to, continued to catch Kesby. 3 minutes 28.3, fastest lap of the race the last time around again. So over 2 seconds gained on Kesby. Now he's just 2.7 behind.
Yeah, he's closing in fast here for Gutierrez on that one, so fair play to him doing a stellar job. This is still the GT3 AM lead battle that has not stopped from the start of the race. They've got 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. Could this be could this be Overton and Jacobs Velcro together? Petrovsky in pit lane, which seems a little bit early for any form of stops that he really needs to be doing. I'm going to be finding that interesting to see how he gets on there as well. He has stopped for, I suppose that is, there are free
Must
car
be new
team,
tyres put on.
so it must be the 20-minute limit, is it, of the free cars that they've got to do?
I'm not sure there is, because we did see, like I said, in the first attempt, Alan Smith did about 3 hours without handing over to his other teammates. So I'm not sure there is a sort of 20-minute limit in play here.
Sorry, it's 20%. Sorry,
20%. There we go. Yeah, I was going to say that's quite interesting, but yeah, Petrovsky. This feels more like he was struggling on tyres, and this is a bit of a Hail Mary. As here comes Peter Meyer in this replay. He has hit trouble as well. I think 11 seconds behind Overton. Yeah. Oh, into the gravel. So he just got the entry all wrong there, and that's cost him a bit of time, but nothing too major.
Yeah, way too fast there, unfortunately for Peter Meyer. And he just went in way too hot. Overton's managed to pick up the pace a little bit and stay with Jacobs. Here's Gutierrez. He's closing in on Ben Kesby. He's been hunting him down. This lion of a man in that Cadillac V-Series, closing in on the Ferrari of Ben Kesby. He's been doing it over the last few laps. As you say, he's pulled out nearly 2 seconds in the last lap alone. He's going to want to clear Kirby as quickly as possible. Kirby leading the GT3 pros. Through goes Gutierrez. Kirby's not really got to worry about anything. He just lets him go without any issues here as well. Gutierrez absolutely flying at this current moment in time here, Ed. It ain't going to be long before he's on the back of Ben Kesby. Surely it'll be this lap or the start of the next one.
Yeah, of course, we did see in the first attempt it was Gutierrez was flying, but his teammate, the Canadian Gilles Lalonde, was not quite able to match that pace essentially, and that meant that the Cadillac was going forward in Gutierrez's stints up the field, and then Lalonde was really struggling to maintain that ground that his teammate Johnny had made up there. So, yeah, Ben Kesby struggling versus Gutierrez, but it'd be interesting to see how Ben and his teammates fare against Lalonde. If Lalonde has maybe learned from that experience last time around, and maybe has done a bit of practice since then in the last couple of weeks, that might make him a bit more of a competitive prospect in terms of relative to this, in keeping Johnny Gutierrez in the lead fight.
Yeah, I got a funny feeling that that's what they were going to want to be doing here. Paulbert Reyes is up to the back end of David Jean, and unfortunately for Jean, not only has Reyes come on his own, he's also pulled Takanashi with him. There is a hypercar clearing around the outside at the moment. I believe that's Tom Lane in the mix currently. He's going to want to try and get through as quickly as possible because he wants to go motoring on to the back end of Magnus Dahlgren if he can. But there is that battle in there. That's David Jean, Paulbert Reyes and Takanashi there with Tom Lane, and I believe that's Jerry Chen in his traditional blue and white in behind him, trying to get through at the same time here. This is going to be an interesting game now. I think this is where people are going to be sitting back thinking, wow, because Paulbert Reyes, David Jean, Takanashi, they've all got game plans, they've all got a fuel set up, they all know where they want to be on time. But when you're this close to racing, Ed, surely it goes out the window.
Yeah, the Davidian 359.9 at last lap, but he's been caught by about a second a lap by Paulbert Reyes and Takanashi, essentially, at the very least, maybe even 2 seconds a lap. So, an impressive comeback from the early spin, but now he's got to play it defensively here to hold on to what is currently P3, and this is in class as well. Paulbert Reyes and Takanashi all in the pro class along with Davidian. So the Porsche 911s are coming for Davidian, and what can he do in response? Paulbert Reyes gets his first taste of the slipstream down the Mulsanne, and now be planning his moment, picking his moment. He will crave that track position here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to have to on that one. I think there goes Paulbert Reyes now along the inside on that, and David Jean does overtake him and goes through on that one. So well done to Ryan Paulbert Reyes. David Jean not really fighting it.
Nope, and maybe there's a bit of a long game going on here as well, or the 911 has just got better straight line speed than the Lexus. Could also be the case here as well. Yeah, meanwhile, Koenig has got a 21-second gap to this group, which shows you the amount of time they've lost in the pit lane. But Riley Koenig in the 358.8 is not all that much quicker. Only about a second lap quicker than David Jentz. So if Pulbert Reyes and Takanashi have got the pace here, they could really still be in the fight for P2 overall in this race once the pit stops start to play out here. So either way, while this is going on, Johnny Gutierrez, you can see on screen, continuing to close on Ben Kesby. 2 purple sectors for Gutierrez this lap round, as there's a yellow in sector 2. Overton in the lead, was in the lead, of course, as GT3 Am has now made a mistake and lost a couple of seconds to Eric Jacobs. So now he's 8 seconds behind the leader and only 1.5 seconds ahead of Peter Meyer then. So Overton clearly has hit trouble somewhere out on the circuit.
Yeah, it currently is at this moment in time here for Matty Overton. I think he's had some drama. We think he's gone round at the here for Matty. This could be the replay of that one. Let's see how this one is for... Oh, look at that. Again, that's just carrying too much speed, Ed, hitting onto the brakes, and unfortunately for Matty Overton, around he goes. Not ideal for Matty. He's dropped down second in GT3 AMS, but he's now about 8.5, 9 seconds back from Eric Jacobs. That's the thing we didn't want, was it, at the same time? We didn't want Overton and that battle with Jacobs to dissipate, because at the end of the day, it's now giving Jacobs a free run. Now at the moment, we're in this position where none of the classes are competitive in the front of the leaders, but we have got little battles like Peter Meyer closing in on Matty Overton.
Yeah, and Gutierrez, another fastest lap of the race. He is absolutely soaring out there. 3 minutes 27.631, and meanwhile Davian has fallen behind Takanashi. We did see Ryan Pulbert Reyes get through, and now it does seem that Yuki Takanashi has similarly picked off Davian. So it's been an up and down race. In an incident at the first, just before the race even started, and got under green flag at the final corner, and then make his way back up the field, and now being re-overtaken again by Pulbert Reyes and Takanashi then. So it's certainly been up and down. Gutierrez 4 tenths now behind Kesby, and continuing to set purple sectors behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is the overtake there. You're going to find it on your screen. This is Takanashi clearing David Jun. We have got JT, Tammy and Ross in YouTube chat. I'll read them out very, very shortly here. But you see Takanashi straight through in that Porsche. David Jun didn't really have a lot to do. Didn't really need to do a lot there. And David Jun kind of stayed out the way on that one. Maximilian Petravsky, quick word on him, he had rain tyres on by mistake at the beginning of the race, killed him. Johnny Gutierrez has cleared Ben Kesby. I believe that's going to be the run down into the second Mulsanne on that one. JT Tammy is in YouTube chat as well. Now this is quite interesting. We're not expected to be competitive against the Porsches, just trying to finish for points. That's not the attitude, is it, for JT Tammy? Come on, JT, you want to win it all. As we got Ross joining us back in the booth again. Let's do the replay of the Gutierrez overtake first. I've got a funny thing to say. It's coming on the exit of the first Mulsanne chicane. It is. Gutierrez is going to run, tuck in right behind Kesby here at the moment. He's going to pull to the right-hand side. Kesby's got no answer on that one. Through goes Gutierrez. It does make up for the fact that Gutierrez has absolutely flown for the last 3 laps here, Ed, and there was no chance that Kesby was going to hang on. The question for Kesby is, can he stay onto the back of Gutierrez at this moment in time? Because currently, looking at lap times, Gutierrez is literally 3 tenths faster than Smith last time out, and if that gap keeps going, he ain't going to be long before he closes up that 4.8.
And on this lap, Gutierrez 3 tenths quicker in sector 1 alone, and then another 3 tenths quicker in sector 2 then. So he is getting faster and faster, and Smith will have to really pull out the stops to respond and just match what Gutierrez is doing here. So this could be a really, really fascinating contest between the two, especially once Gilles Lalonde and Alan Smith's teammates, who've been waiting quite a while, 2 weeks, to actually get to drive that car in racing conditions, as we see Overton having been passed by Meyer, struggling to keep up with the Lexus there. So JD Tammy moaning about the Lexus not having a straight line speed over the Porsche. It's certainly got an advantage over the Ferrari, as we see the tail, the exhaust just spitting flame as he shifts down gears into the braking zone there. I think we've also just seen him because Gutierrez in the pits, first of our leaders to pit, with 50 minutes or so elapsed here.
Yeah, that's an interesting move there as well. Let's have a quick chat with Ross about Maximilian's drama. Ross, what's going on?
Well, you read it off in the chat. Yeah, unfortunately, it was probably just like an accidental bump when he was in there checking out some of the setup work, and it's happened to a few people in the past where it takes one incidental click, and then yeah, it was bad. He was complaining early on too, because he's like, I don't know why this thing is scrubbing so bad, and I just happened to catch on the broadcast that the blue sidewalls, and I'm like, I think I found your problem. So. He unfortunately did tag the wall coming off of Tetra Rouge, so that got some damage. So we're a bit off cycle with our stints, but should still be able to line up at the end. We're just kind of doing a little reconfiguring in the background, and hopefully he can make up some time now that he's in a more comfortable ride.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, there's nothing worse than having rains on when it ain't wet, Ross. That's never a good idea. Where do we see it now, though? Where's Petrovsky going to be in conjunction, do we think? Because he's at the back end of the AMS. He's 95 seconds away from Jacobs. Jacobs is absolutely motoring in that Mustang, Ross. You know, he caught up. He had a mistake at the beginning with him and David Junt coming together. They both motored their way through the field. Jacobs taking the lead of the GT3 AMS. Is he looking almost uncatchable currently at this moment in time, as we've got Chavot taking over the car from Angelidis, and we've got one of Matty Bice in pit lane. Is Jacobs catchable, Ross, and how do you think you're going to go about doing it?
Well, Eric's definitely fast. You know, being a new dad and everything, although I guess it's coming up on a year now, but he's still found time to get into the cockpit and stay quick. And that Mustang certainly isn't any slouch. He's worked with Vasilis to be able to get it going fast around this place. I would say that probably its Achilles heel would be its tire wear, so we're keeping an eye on that and seeing how much he's going to overextend some of the track limits as the stints go on. So he's gone around.
Yeah,
is what I heard.
Petrovsky has gone round, unfortunately.
I was hoping that you were saying Eric Jacobs.
Unfortunately, coming into Arnage, he goes in, overcooks it, and unfortunately for Petrovsky, around he goes. The car's now facing the wrong way. He spins it back the other way and gets on his way. He's going to have to go and settle back down here, Ross, and get moving again, because you could be deeper in trouble if he can't keep that car on the track. We did say consistency was the key, and Petrovsky's got to settle down now, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it was just coming into it, finding out about that whole issue. I mean, he definitely took it pretty hard, and he's already had some tough times throughout the season, both in the moderns and the historics. So, you know, he kind of beats himself up a bit. I mean, he can be quick. He knows how to drive the car. He just needs to settle. So I'm sure I'll probably be back in with him and giving some words of encourage.
Yeah,
so
he needs a little cuddle, Ross. You have to virtual cuddle
maybe
him
not go that far, but you know,
pat him on the head. It's okay, Max. We've got you, Max. Yeah, you don't have to be all manly on the broadcast, Ross. We all know you cuddle people. It's not a problem. You know what I mean?
I'm fine for a good
need
cuddle.
A little bit of virtual cuddling, Ross. That's what I think he needs.
I think he's still trying to goad you here, Ross.
I don't know that. Oh boy, Apex having a bit of a fun time there.
Yeah, these guys are still fighting out. Ryan Pulverez and Yuki Takanashi going forward. They're still battling away for the final podium spot here. Takanashi's done his solo pit stop. He's now motoring on that one. So great job from him there, but he's flying along here. Porsche's looking untouchable in the GT3s, Ross.
He's very quick, you know, just coming back after being on hiatus for a while. It doesn't surprise me to see him closed up behind Reyes, and obviously Ryan doing what he does in the GT3s. He obviously took on some of the hypercars, and I want to say it was in NARS for this season, and he's kind of going back to GT3s where he's been strong historically. So I actually was kind of expecting Yuki to pass him up, not to say anything bad about Ryan, but I do know that Yuki does have a lot of pace, and seeing how he blew up through the field, I mean, he might just be kind of taking it easy and holding on to the car. That Porsche can certainly get away from you if you cook the tires too much, and we can certainly see that Kirby at the front, he's a master at the helm, and he's got that car dialed in. They've got good setups going in there, and if you can control this 911 with some good pedal overlap, good setup work, and just sort of a fundamental understanding of how that car wants to be driven, it's a lightning bolt. It'll go so fast for you for the entire stint. But as you can see, Ryan getting a little bit wobbly through the Porsche curves. It can get away from you if you push it too hard. You just have to keep having a dialogue back and forth as the stints go on.
Yeah, that's called Porsche doing Porsche things, Ross. That's 35 laps doing the same thing, and then on lap 36, the Porsche just wants to kill you. It's decided it's having a temper tantrum, and we've classed the Porsche as a female, and it just changes its mood as quickly as possible. So there we go. Anybody can result to that one. On that one, come on, Ross, don't deny.
I'm sure all the women watching the stream will appreciate you saying that, Jeff.
It's all right. It's all right. I've touched limits before, and I've got myself in trouble before. I might as well do it on this.
It was
one.
me saying it. You'd sank me. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. We get it over and done with early. Let's be real about it. You know what I mean? If we're gonna get it out there, let's get it done with on this one. You know what I mean? Let's see how it goes, Ross. But this is the thing, isn't it? Unfortunately, with the Porsche, these guys doing a great job, seem to have control of it. So let's see how Paul Reyes goes on that one. Petrafsky now 102 back from Jacobs. Meyer 6 seconds back on that one. Then we've got Kirby Koenig on. Ross, going forward now, you've got that stop. You've got the early stop. What's the game plan on the fuel?
Well, yeah, everything's staggered at this point, so we're just going to hopefully get through to the end. We have our targets, so it should line up just with where we were looking. But he had to get that suspension damage fixed. By running off road there. So, yeah, hopefully when we do have some of that offset come back to us, because they're going to be coming into the pits here, I think the rest of the field, the GT3 field, before too long. And, maybe that will be enough where we're able to catch up to the back of the field and maybe get a little bit more fuel saving. It's getting that slipstream, kind of like what Yuki's doing right here, can make a difference. Even if he is maybe conserving a little bit, holding back, that can grant you quite a bit, either in the pit stops or getting you another lap, depending on how much you're doing. So that might be the play right here for Yuki.
Yeah, he's been there a long while, Ross. I think you could be right on that one. He's trying to save as much fuel as physically possible. The last thing he really needs to do is burn fuel when he is following Paul Reyes on that one. That's something, Ed, to be honest, I've never got to grips with, is the old fuel-saving technique. I don't know how you do it, whether or not you drive or not. But, yeah, I think for Yuki, he probably does a better job than me and you together.
I can certainly agree on that. But from what I understand, it's the lifting, coasting into brake. It's more sort of, I say, saving fuel. It's like not using, avoiding sort of using the throttle as much as possible for as long as possible. Yeah, you come off the throttle earlier, going into braking zones, as Paul rightly says, and
See,
I just
maybe Paul should just come live, and then he can tell us all of this information that he's gathered in his head over the years, and then can expel the information out to the masses. Paul, what do we think on that one?
He's a good communicator.
Well, he don't stop talking, does he? Let's be real about it. Bless him, little cotton
Neither
socks.
do we. We can't really talk.
No,
well, we can.
It would, to be honest with you, though, Ed, it would be pretty silent if we all of a sudden just shut up and sat here, wouldn't it? You know what I mean?
See, a good example.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So that's the thing. But let's see how they go. They're just breaking into the 4-hour mark here, Ross. He's still got 4 hours to go. Anything can happen.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and that's what I kept telling Max. And as we saw during the last broadcast in the attempt, everything seemed fairly straightforward. And then as soon as we got into the night, things started going awry. We started getting a couple of the disconnects. I don't think, like I said at the top of the broadcast, we're going to see quite as much of that. But you just never know what's going to happen. And as soon as somebody just blips off, the game has changed. You know, if you're a lap behind and suddenly the guy who's out in front disappears and comes back, you're right back in it immediately. So, yeah, and it doesn't take, like one of these guys coming in on a hypercar, as a GT driver, and, they're fresh into the seat, and they're flying around here feeling good, they might cut you off, something happens, the game can change in just an instant. So you're right, long race.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see how it goes, whether or not these guys are going to have that issue at the same time here. So hopefully not, but Takanashi still tucked in behind Rowe and Paul Reyes with the closest battle on the racetrack at this moment in time. I don't really feel there's anybody that's closer, but I've also got a funny feeling, Ed, Takanashi is not really trying to get past Paul Reyes. I think he's just sat in behind him.
I think he is sort of trying to stick with him, though, and trying to pick his moment if to go for a move a bit later on, maybe. But yeah, certainly you can say Ryan Paul Reyes is looking a little bit put off by the fact that Takanashi's getting so close to him. and is making one or two small mistakes here. The other thing I've been watching, keeping a close eye on, is that Hypercar lead fight in Pro between Smith, who's not changed, Locke, who's just gotten on board the British-Turkish Racing Ferrari, and Gilles Lalonde in the Cadillac, who's taken over from Gutierrez. And it's interesting, Lalonde has been sort of matching Michael Locke fairly closely then since they came out the pits, of course. But Alan Smith, by not changing drivers, we got a load of dust kicked up there by the Hypercar that both Paul Butt-Reyes and Takanashi have to deal with. But yeah, it's again the number 73 team, by not changing drivers, they've given themselves a 16-second gap to the second place fight behind them. And so that could potentially be very much to their advantage if they can sort of stay out the fight in this stint while Lalonde and Locke and their teammates do battle on track about 4 seconds apart from each other.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how Lalonde goes. Where is this going to be his pace in conjunction with Gutierrez? Is this where we see that Cadillac start getting brought into the hands of Magnus Dahlgren now? Because it's going to be interesting to see on that one as we go to a replay of Petrovsky again. Unfortunately, looks like he's having more dramas. Big old wiggle. And around he goes. Did he hit the wall? No. Ross, it could be time for a virtual cuddle, Sunshine, because the poor old Max is in his own head at the moment.
Oh boy.
He just managed to avoid Michael Locke in that car. Unfortunately for Petrovsky, he tried to get it turned around there, Ross, as quickly as possible. Didn't see the car coming back at him from that point of view. Going to be a tough one for Max at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to hop in there and just kind of get a check on things. I'm guessing because he just changed the front axle, it's led to some of the imbalance with the car that he's struggling with now. So I will see you gents in a little bit here.
Yeah, no surprise there, Ed, that Ross is going to go down and try and calm his teammates down. We will go back to live pictures. Of course, we are looking at Takanashi and Paul Butt-Reyes on that one, as we're going to head back to live pictures now. Ed, I think Maximilian Petrovsky needs a little bit of a cuddle.
Yeah, certainly. It's funny that there was Ross was telling us that he accidentally put wet tyres on for the start of the race, because the way that little spin almost felt like he had no grip. It's like he was on overheating wet tyres essentially. But yeah, maybe as Ross alluded to, maybe a change to that to the setup there, causing a bit of instability, and right when he didn't really need it as well. So what started off as quite a promising battle against Matthew Overton for a podium position has now turned into a bit of a nightmare so far, with Petrovsky now going essentially a lap down on the rest of the field then, and we've had plenty of work to do. But of course, if there's one man that can turn around, it is certainly Ross Smith, so we'll have to see how he gets on a bit later on. Ben Boorman coming into the pitch. We did see the Acura number 93 spinning at that second Mulsanne chicane earlier on, so he's still ahead of the Valkyrie of Axel Laflamme. That's the only other car in class that he's still leading, as we see the other oh no, is that Axel Laflamme just make his way through then in the Valkyrie, as wide goes Paul Butt-Reyes on the exit of Maison Blanche, and this allows again Takanashi to close in. Paul Butt-Reyes really sideways over the curb into the forward chicane there, and just surviving that one. But Takanashi knows he potentially could go a bit quicker than Paul Butt-Reyes, but he needs to get through, and at the moment that's not happening. Up the inside into the first corner before Dunlop, and there we go. It is Takanashi up into third in class in GT3.
Yeah, Reyes didn't really look like he fought that one, Ed. I've got to be honest. Yeah, I think that's the problem. And Reyes now is going to set after Takanashi, as Takanashi got the pace to go and motor away in that Porsche. Well, we are going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours and 55 minutes remaining. Jacob still leading the GT3 AMS ahead of Peter Meyer by 4 seconds. Kirby leading by 15 in the GT3 Pros. Chavot in the Hypercar AMS with Jerry Chen in second. Chavot taking over the car from Angelidis. Then we got Smith out in front by 21 seconds over Michael Locke, who's taken over the car from Ben Kesby, and Gilles Lalonde, who's taken over the car from Johnny Gutierrez. Driver swaps taking shape already here. We're going to keep an eye out, see what goes on this one, see whether or not this is going to make a move. Chavot getting caught in behind that GT3. I believe that's Stephen Miller there. There are the standings. Smith, Locke, Lalonde, Dahlgren, Lane, Borman and Flam in the Hypercar Pros. Hypercar AMS, Zachary Chavot, Jerry Chen, Matty Bice and Vinicius Concalves. So we see whether or not he can change on that one. GT3 Pro, Kirby, Koenig, Takanashi, Paul Reyes and Shunt. Moving on to the GT3 AMS will be Eric Jacobs, Peter Meyer, Matty Overton, Miller and Petravki at the back, who Ross has just gone to go and give a little bit of a virtual cuddle to it.
Yeah, much needed as well. So Petravki, as was rightly pointed out, has had his fair share of misfortunes already this season. Definitely feeling the things are not going his way, and definitely needs a bit of a reset at this early point in the race if he wants any chance of sort of turning things around for the 59 squad. Smith, meanwhile, continuing to build the gap. He's gained another 4 seconds on lock. Got the gap up to 20 seconds as now we look at Zachary Chauveau, our Hypercar AM leader, by 17 seconds over Jerry Chen. So the number 49 is going along incredibly nicely. The Meyer Shank Racing of Angelidis and Chauveau. So we'll see George Angelidis at the wheel of that one a little bit later on then. But yeah, certainly. Although Jerry Chen on that previous lap, actually a second lap quicker than Zachary Chauveau, he's got a very, very big gap to reel in at the moment. And there is Dan Kirby leading Koenig by 14 seconds. Dan Kirby, as so often has been the case this season, pretty peerless, and it's difficult to see anything that Koenig on Takanashi and Reyes behind can really do to stop him at this point. And there is Eric Jacobs, our leader, that's actually been closed in by about 7/10 lap currently by Peter Meyer. You can just see in the background the black and red Lexus car continuing to close in. On this sector though, Jacobs a tenth faster in sector 1 and about half a second quicker in sector 2 then. So Peter Meyer not having a strong lap on this occasion.
Yeah, I see it going back out here as well. Jacobs still flying in that Mustang. I wonder how much tyres he's got left for Eric Jacobs. The Mustang, of course, that big, heavy machinery, wheel motor.
It's been around as well, facing the wrong way in this race, so the tyres did take a knock.
Right at the beginning on that one, Ed, they did have a problem, but at the moment, he's doing a great job leading the field by 4.3 seconds. There's yellow flag. We've got Matty Overton again. Unfortunately, he's kind of unraveling for Overton.
Yeah, certainly him and Petravki were fighting for the lead in class earlier, and now they're both making mistakes. So hopefully we'll see a replay of what happened to Matthew Overton. Poor Matty hitting more trouble into Indianapolis. He comes. The throw goes a bit wide, and as he just dip it into the gravel. Oh, always such a frustrating feeling when you can feel the car understeering. He spins it into the gravel as well. The headlights are already on. Of course, a bit of an accelerated day-night cycle because it is only, I say only 4.8 hours. He's sideways on the track, reverses without hitting the barrier, which is a lot harder than it looks. So actually, good presence of mind for Matthew Overton not to become a huge hazard there. So, of course, he's now 26 seconds behind Meyer, but still about 16 seconds ahead of Stephen Miller then. So Overton still looking a good shot for P3 here, as actually Peter Meyer is coming into the pits. So he pits before Eric Jacobs, interestingly. And is that Troy Uyen getting on board, the number 24 as well? Yeah,
Dan Kirby in there on the same time. Uyen getting involved in that car. Hold on a minute. Which one has got in that GT3?
No, that Troy's teammate to Riley, isn't he? So it's John and also
Tron or Troy.
Are there two Troyans? This is confusing to me.
No, he's changed teams. He's changed.
Right.
He must have changed teams there because
my sheet says Troy's in both teams, interestingly, but that's obviously wrong. So I think it's Dan Kirby and John Oyen are going to do the race together in the 111. And I think Troy switched to the CMS Pro Blue machine with Koenig.
Okay, well, let's see how this one pans out. It's all going to. There has been 2 weeks between gaps, so that's the thing, hasn't it? And people had changed teams. We did speak to Ross, who's changed teams. We've spoken to others as well. So let's see how these guys get on now as they swap around on this one. 3 hours, 50 minutes to go. We settling into this middle period here where we're just sort of sat back chilling at the moment.
A little bit. You can see here this fight, Paul Reyes is starting to fall back a bit. 1.6 seconds behind Takanashi. That last lap actually was about 2 seconds slower for Paul Reyes, interestingly. So I think he was a lot closer until that previous lap played out then. So yeah, Takanashi, now that he's broken clear of the slipstream, should be able to hold that the 22.992 Porsche at bay here And yeah, all the while, Dan Kirby just continuing to... In fact, actually, Takanashi was apparently half a second quicker than Kirby that previous lap. So despite the 36-second gap now with number 24, Koenig pitting to change drivers to Ian, then Takanashi, our clear air in front of him, starting to close the gap ever so slightly. But I think Kirby is very much pacing himself. He won't be too concerned at the moment, despite Takanashi showing impressive pace so far in this race, of course, being a one-driver team. Takanashi, you've got to hope if you only got one driver to play with that it's quick, and Takanashi certainly is fulfilling that at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely is here for Takanashi. JT Tammy, no, John Uyan. Troy joined Riley in a second CMS Pro car, new entry for the race, so that's why we wasn't aware that they were together. Troy switched to the second car, was posted in Discord on the 12th. That would be great, GT, but unless I'm tagged specifically in that, I don't see things like that, because I'm in lots of Discords and I don't have notifications on for all chats, which is a little bit hard. So there you go, we'll keep an eye and see how they get on anyway. Uyan taking over the car, sitting in 5th place at this moment in time. Paulbert Reyes dropping back away from Takanashi. Takanashi 37 back from Kirby on that one. Not a lot of battles developing throughout this race there as well. Maybe he's just sort of oh, there you go. Takanashi's in pit lane. Reyes manages to keep going. So considering Takanashi was following Reyes, it seems Reyes has gone better than that.
Yeah, indeed, that drive through for Reyes sort of put him into this position. It's one of the reasons why Kirby has built up the gap that he has. The other is his incredible pace and consistency, of course. But yeah, Reyes now released, at least for the time being, but it'll be fascinating to see whether Takanashi is able to stay ahead, or if Ryan Paulbert Reyes can to sort of overcut him. Oh, a bit too deep into the Dunlop chicane there, and that is cost him maybe at least a couple of attempts there.
Yeah, you can see Paulbert Reyes motoring on. This is the most important one for Paulbert Reyes. He's got to put his foot down. He's got to get racing here. He needs to have the fastest lap of his race if he can, because this is the problem. This is probably Maximilian Petravki. It is, unfortunately. Ross has not gone in and given him a cuddle enough yet, and unfortunately Petravki is proper in his own head here, Ed. If I was there, I wouldn't do what Paul just said in my ear and give him a sponge bath. I'd probably pull him out of the car and give him a break, to be honest.
Well, the problem is that the plan, if I'm not mistaken, was for Ross to get in a lot later. So Ross might, in fact, Jacobs now pits from the lead in LMGT3 AM. So you were right, the Mustang did not really have the tyres to continue. So Matthew Overton, despite that incident earlier, now, at least for the time being, takes the class lead. And Eric Jacobs will hope to at least emerge ahead of Peter Meyer here.
Yeah, well, that's the plan, I think, for Jacobs. Needs to get into there because he knows Overton's got a pit. And that is Zachary Chavot now taking over the car from Angelidis as he goes and motors past Paulbert Reyes on that one. So lots of action still to come. Katarinakis has taken over the car and Stephen Miller is in pit lane. We've got Ross back. Ross, did you give Max a cuddle? Because he seems to be having more drama on his air.
Yeah, we're just going through and talking about some of the strategy throughout the rest of the stints here. So he's in a good spot. He's just kind of contending with the conditions that the car is in right now, which isn't awful, but could be better. And so he's just going to get his stop here in probably the next 8 laps. So yeah, as we go into nighttime.
Okay, that's cool. Do we think, we were talking earlier on as well, do you think pulling Max is could be a better thing, as in taking him out of the car and giving him a break?
Oh, well, he's scheduled to come out anyway. He was supposed to do 2 full stints initially, but since we've shortchanged it, Daryl's going to hop in there and get his stint in. We'll kind of discuss things as we go in towards the end of the race. I mean, like we were saying, Max is probably the fastest driver overall. We'll just see how he feels about it once we get towards the end here, and just what everyone's stint times are shaping up with car as it is, and we'll just kind of make an audible. That is endurance racing.
Absolutely, I do agree with you. We'll see how he gets on. 3 hours 44 out on clock at the moment. As the night time starting to drop here, Ed. This is the moment where we were talking about last time out as well. That swap over from day to night if you're coming into the car, or if you're just coming in nighttime there as well. There's a big in my euro.
Yeah, but
Ed, what have
Petrafsky
you
getting
seen?
really sideways coming out of the downhill out of Dunlop then. So just about collected that particular one. Adam Gray, by the way, has gotten on board the 424 720S, which of course was the car, the Speed Details MRE car that Stephen Miller was previously on board as well. So Miller, who was briefly running third earlier on, will be hoping that Gray can continue that form, as Dan Kirby is in pitting from the lead, and so too is Ryan Pulbert-Reyes in LMGT3. I'll be keeping an eye on the lead fight as well. Gilles Lalonde has fallen about 15 seconds behind Michael Lock then. So Michael Lock 25 seconds adrift of Alan Smith then. So all of our leaders in the hypercar starting to spread out.
It's a little bit scary here for us up here in the booth when they are spreading out. Hopefully they will start coming back together a little bit later on in the pit cycles later, but we'll see how they goes on. Vasilios Katarinakis taking over the car from Eric Jacobs. Another strong team there, Ross. Katarinakis and Jacobs together.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious to see how Vasilis is able to keep up the pace here. That Mustang's been very settled. Just watching it go through the corners, it just accelerates cleanly away. You'll see that here as they go through Arnage. If Vasilis has got it underneath him, I didn't check. Yeah, very, very smooth on throttle. I didn't see if they happened to change tires on the last stop, but I would say that kind of like I was mentioning before with Eric Jacobs, the Mustang tends to use up its front end a little bit more, tends to scrub just because being front engine and pretty powerful at the rear. It's just the tendency of the car. But depending on how they've got it set up, you know, they might be able to overcome that a little bit. Maybe some of the driving style. I know these Porsche curves tend to slow it down a little bit. It's probably the weakest section it has for it. But,
yeah, there ain't many at this track for that, though, is there? A lot of the straights, so the power band for the Mustang. You know, he's going to be quick down the straights, isn't he?
Well, yeah, and I mean, certainly any of the power you can lay down early on through that sequence, if you can just jump on the throttle, it makes such a big difference to your top end, just how quickly you can get there. So even if, say, you're in a car that's maybe not quite as fast on the straights, you can still capitalize on it if it's settled to get out of the corners quick.
Yeah, Matty Overton in pit lane at the moment in time. Katarinakis retakes that second place. It should come out before Petrafsky, depending on how long this is going to take. Don't worry on that one. Let's give the overlay a little bit of a refresh, and everybody now in with Kirby and Uyan in behind him. It's going to be very interesting, I think, Ed, later on in the race, how these should effectively come back together in the final stint.
Well, that's the theory at least, but so much could happen that it's kind of difficult to read at this early phase then. But yeah, certainly Davidian, by running longer, has gotten the overall lead at the moment. Let's see if the overcut is going to benefit him in any ways. There's a yellow in the first sector that clears now. I'm not sure who that was hitting trouble. I think it might have been Goncalves, I think, lost a little bit of time there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this Goncalves has caused some drama there as well on board with Katarinakis. The night has dropped. He's 3.5 seconds away from Peter Meyer at this moment in time. Meyer there, you can see, got cars in and around him, but Jacobs at the moment there as well. We look at the replay of Vinicius Goncalves. What have you been up to, Diz? He's going to spin right away here. And around he goes, unfortunately, for Goncalves. Manages to hold it though, Ed, keeps it out of the wall.
Oh, well, ever so slightly. He makes a tiny thud right at the end there. So certainly Vinicius Goncalves takes a while. There we go. Spins back across the track and
oh my gosh,
nearly takes out one of the other hypercars there. Was that Tom
Apex
Lane just getting through there?
Yeah, Tom Lane managed to come through. It was a bit of a scary moment there, Ross, for the drivers involved in that one.
It's blind, yeah. You can't see anything cresting that hill, so that would have been very much brown trouser moment.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at Tom Lane's point of view on that incident when we do go back to live pictures, of course, which we will do very, very shortly as well. on that one. And we do go back to live there as well. Kataranaki is now 5.5 seconds back from Peter Meyer. That gap's extended here, Ed, and Meyer seems to be doing a great job managing that gap.
Indeed, but it's not really done yet. And of course, Meyer sort of put into this position through the number 67 Mustang doing the driver change. So Kataranakis, if you look at the first sector, slightly slower in sector 1. Sector 2, they've just completed. Kataranakis was about 3 seconds slower though, so that's where he's really losing the time to Peter Meyer at the moment then. So Meyer being fresher, Meyer having more been put into the car since the start of the race, and Kataranakis having to sort of learn. Even if you've done a lot of practice of circular stuff, you sort of have to get back into the swing of things, especially since it was about 2 weeks since the last attempt at this race then. So Kataranakis is still, I think, getting up to speed, and Peter Meyer's got the legs on him at the present moment. But if Meyer will have to change drivers himself, it could swing back the other way in the future.
Ross, is this day to night swap over? Kataranakis not really been in the car in the daytime to find his braking points before he jumps in. He didn't have a lot of time before he went nighttime. Is that why we're not seeing the Kataranakis gaining time rather than him losing time?
It's tough to say. I mean, certainly nighttime makes a difference.
Of course.
I don't know if he has. I'm sorry.
Yes, the nights does make a difference, Ross. I've just took it from a driver's perspective, where obviously if you go daytime to night, you can find your braking points, but Kataranakis has kind of come quite into the sort of nighttime. Is it the nighttime that's causing Kataranakis the problem, where he can't find his braking points to a degree?
Yeah, that can certainly have an impact on the way that the drivers are taking the car on here. I don't know if he's quite as quick as Eric, just in general, but he certainly has more experience in the car, so you'd imagine they'd be fairly close in terms of performance. So I guess we'll see. We'll see how he gets on with it.
All right, no worries. We saw the pictures there on the screen from how it looked from Tom Lane on that.
It's Galau. Sorry, I misread it.
Kevin there as well. You saw it on board on that one. The Kataranakis again, another 3 seconds back from Peter Meyer. That's now extended the gap out to 10 seconds out in front. Everybody's very, very spread out at the moment here, Ed, and where, you know, this kind of makes it a very, very long race for some of these drivers driving around with not really people to chase. Are they now resulting into driving them around to their fuel times?
A little bit, I suppose. It was kind of inevitable with a couple less drivers taking part. We're still able to field 21 cars in the race, which I think is definitely a positive. But yeah, certainly, as you see, oh, look at the damage. Is that Matthew Overton's car? That's got quite the 174 with quite a lot of damage to the front bumper that's really showing up in the shadows there. Once you see Alan Smith lapping him again. But yeah, certainly, it's not just making a field target. It's really just staying out of trouble and making sure you don't. Instead of because it's the risk versus reward, isn't it? It's the difference between, oh, I might gain a second or two on this lap if I really, really push it, compared to, oh, I might lose a whole 30 seconds to a lap if I crash out and have to pit for repairs, essentially. So, yeah, so that will be the sort of calculation that some of the drivers will be playing in their mind. Others will be just absolutely going for it.
Absolutely on that one. Hypercar AMS are closing in a little bit. Sherry Chen 10 seconds, I believe, away from Zachary Chavot at this moment.
That's Tom Lane, he's 10 seconds behind. Chavot's another 4 seconds up the road.
In the Hypercar AMS, yeah. So he's 14 seconds away from Zachary Chavot at the moment, but he isn't. So he has closed in some time here, Ed, but he's still got a little bit of a long fight. From a driver's point of view, let's have a chat with Ross a minute on that one. Ross, what are we doing in the car at this part of the race? Because this is kind of the quiet part, isn't it?
I don't know that you can really call anything the quiet part. I mean, it's certainly very vigorous at the beginning because you're trying to do everything you can to get good track position and not wreck the car. But I mean, these guys are still pushing very hard. They're doing everything they can to hit every one of their timing targets. And, you know, you got to hit your fuel at the same time. And if something happens that's out of your control, like say what happened there with Max Petravsky, you have to respond quickly and recalculate your entire strategy on the fly. So as far as I know, like as we're watching here, there, there's a spread between a lot of the drivers, so it looks quaint and under control, but it's definitely not peaceful for the guys who are behind the wheel. They're turning and trying to hit everything perfectly. They're trying to keep the car under control and not have that little slip that could suddenly just change an entire endurance race for them.
Yeah, that is also true. This is why I don't do endurance races, Ross, because I just drive the car, let it run out of fuel, and then refuel when I need to. You know what I mean? That's how I would do it. Is that? I'm guessing somebody has worked out your fuel calculation for this, have they?
Well, we have, yes. It's something that we pay attention to, so that way, when you do have those moments, it becomes a lot easier, and you're not just scrambling and worrying about that. Because when you're behind the wheel, the last thing you want to do is have to try and run calculations in your head, especially as you get towards the end of the race. Should something happen, you don't want to be thinking about that at all. Or if you're trying to stay close to somebody, or you pull off some other kind of strategy in the moment, you don't want to be distracted. You got to be focused. So yeah, we're in a good spot, I think, overall. One thing I was going to say here is I was checking out the weather, and while there isn't a large % chance, there is some rain around the area that might sprinkle across the track. So kind of keeping an eye on that to see if anything befalls Le Mans here within the next, hour or so.
Yeah, that can make it very, very interesting if we do end up with a drizzle or slight shower of rain there. Let's see how it goes on that one. It's very low here, Ed, but it's still a chance, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose 3% is 2% higher than 1%. So we'll have to see.
GG on the maths there, Ed. Well done, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I think
be an engineer.
I think you could probably get better maths out of some of the Cub Scouts that I was with earlier today. But anyway, it is just another thing to think about. And when you're doing a race like this, when it's so long, because even in a much longer race, a lower chance of rain, sort of, because the race is longer, it means there's more chance that it could come into play, essentially. So all the top teams and drivers will definitely have it under consideration as we see that wonderful livery of Dan Kirby's car, by the way, the number 90, that's just lit up completely around the headlights as well. It's almost like someone put massive glow-in-the-dark stickers on Kirby's car here in that CMS Pro purple machine. But yeah, certainly it is very much, or it's red, isn't it? Not purple. I think that's just the fact sheet lying to me. There we go. Number 90 is very clearly red. It's supposed to be an homage to the 1971 Porsche 917 livery, wasn't it? Where they won with that particular livery. Of course, the same year that they shot the same year that they screened, the Le Mans movie that they shot in 1970 with Steve McQueen in it. So yeah, a nice little bit of history there that Kirby is trying to add to as he pulls out that lead to Troy Oyen to 22 seconds now. Although Oyen's last lap 58.6, Kirby's last lap 58.3, so they are pretty evenly matched at the moment. It's very much a big stalemate, but very much in favour of Dan Kirby.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised on that one, to be honest with you. It's CMS Pro Blue, CMS Pro Red. Could be interesting, Ross, if these two end up coming together, though.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're going to make sure to give each other room as they go through. It was nice to see that entry get in there at the last minute. Obviously, we've seen all those drivers together when they last ran at Spa, and they were getting some feedback here in the fight for the Hypercar AM. So Chen is closing in on
Lane has passed Chabot for overall position in the race. So Tom Lane is now back into the overall top 5. He was 5th in class, of course. He may be 85 seconds off the lead, but he had to make that early pit stop that's put him quite a bit out of sequence here. So Lane slowly working his way back into contention, and he's currently the fastest of our top 5, essentially. Quite a few seconds quicker than Smith, Locke, Lalonde, and Dahlgren at the moment.
Yeah, some great moves there from Tom Lane seems to be getting to grips with the Knights, where others seems to be struggling at this moment in time, but he's doing a stellar job currently at the moment as well. He's still got time to make up here on this one. We've got a replay on your screen at this moment in time coming on of Tom Lane. And is he going to be
Chauveau in front of him.
Yeah, that's exactly Chauveau. Just wondering if Chauveau had drama. He had a little bit of wiggle on the exit. That lane sweeps around the outside of Chauveau and the McLaren there, I believe, at the same time. That's Adam Gray. It's not Stephen. No, it's not Miller. Miller's not in the car. It's
Gray swapped in.
On that one, Gray swapped in. So, yeah, nice move there from Tame Lanes. Getting both of them, to be fair, Ed, on that one.
That's going to be awkward listening back, because that sounds a bit like we're schizophrenic responding to nobody because Paul is muted on the commentary. But anyway,
I agree with you as well. There are times we wish we could, probably could all mute him, to be honest with you. But
on his last broadcast with us too. Wow.
Oh, give over.
I didn't quite say it that harshly as you, James.
You sit and think the same, Ross Smith, at times. Don't you go there, young man, either. It is Paul Glover's last broadcast here on CMS.
Well, we said that 2 weeks ago.
Well, yeah, unfortunately that was due to a rerun, but I'm sure at some point he will make a flying visit because he is that much of a celebrity. He comes back and says hello every now and then beforehand. But hey, listen.
Maybe on track.
Maybe. You don't want him on track, Ross.
I do want him. I want to see as many people on track as we can get. It's always a great time.
You don't want Paul on track. You will not see many people finish the race. That's the problem, Ross. You've seen the meme of the truck that goes hurtling through the cars. That will be Paul. You know what I mean? So there we go. We want to keep him where he is on that one. Probably best for us here up in the booth. 3 hours, 28 minutes to go. These drivers still driving around. Everybody fairly spread out at this moment in time. No real close battles to talk of currently here. So let's see how these ones go for these guys. They're all probably driving around trying to get numbers, Ed, where I would just run the car out empty and then go from there.
Yeah, go for broke. Sorry about that. I was just getting some coffee from my dad.
That's where I'm going in a minute, Ed. So you be aware that I will run off in a minute. I've run out of coffee as well. So yeah, it's a long
the problem
moment.
with the endurance race. Hard on driver, hard on commentator too, apparently. So as we now look... Oh, and broadcaster, yeah, we're not forgetting about you, Paul.
Oh, dude, it's all about Paul, innit? Self.
And they say racing drivers have big egos.
I know. Nobody can hear him, and he's sitting going, don't forget me.
Well,
Yes,
that's
Paul.
why he's got a big ego, mate.
You know what I mean? He's just got to sit there and press buttons. He ain't even got to talk for as long as this. Jesus Christ. Oh, good ready.
Anyway.
Oh, the pain that we suffer with this man in our ear
Here
roll.
comes Jerry Chen. Johnny Gutierrez has just gotten back on board the number 2 Cadillac there that we saw was really kind of struggling to handle the Lond. He'd fallen quite away off the back of Michael Locke. So they've decided to put Gutierrez back in the car to try and make the difference here. And luckily he has been able to, at least for the time being, stay ahead of Jerry Chen, because that's another AM he wouldn't have wanted to have to deal with. But now he will have to clear Chauveau and potentially Tom Lane as well in fairly sharp order with, of course, by the time he's done that, we should expect Dahlgren, Locke and Smith to at least made their pit stops as well. So it's a sort of undercut attempt here from Gutierrez.
Yeah, Gutierrez here is going to have his... I would say he's going to have his work cut out, Ross, but Gutierrez has been showing absolutely blistering pace.
He's fast. He's very quick in the car. The only thing that I can see being sort of a drawback on that is I think he uses a bit more fuel than he might need to. I haven't checked his last performance in terms of laps. I've been back and forth.
I'm going to just interject quickly. Isn't that where the speed comes from, though? He seems to run, without the pace there, Ross, he seems to run, it's like me driving my van, you know what I mean? If I absolutely hurtle the hell out of it, it costs me 50 quid in diesel every few days. But if I take it nice and easy, I can get 50 quid out of 7. So, isn't that the case for Gutierrez, though? He does all the hard work, gets the car up to the front, and then gives it to Lalonde to try and do his best with.
Yeah, well, it comes down to numbers. Quick aside here, it looks like Ryan Pulbert-Reyes is DNF. I think that might have been a disconnect.
Oh, that's a huge
Again. Isn't
so
that
it's
the
not a
second
harbinger
week?
of more things to come. But yeah, that's a shame for Ryan Pulbert-Reyes as well, and for the 22 squad, because they were running P4. There was a chance they maybe could have caught back up to the 999 of Takanashi, but that chance is very much gone now.
Wasn't that the same thing that happened to him last time, Ross?
I believe so. Yeah, he's unfortunately had a number of times where he's, if it wasn't a DNF from a disconnect, he's run into his own set of issues, either mostly out of his control from what I recall in most cases. But you hate to see that, especially when, like you guys were saying, he's been performing so well.
Yeah. Bit of
That's a shame because it means we won't get to see Alexander McQuarrie or Mark Suffenlap in the car.
But they get
either.
with that. The problem is though, Ross, can they take over on a disconnect and get back in the race?
He'll have to get back in, which he should be able to. Oh, did he go into the pits? We're just hearing that he was in there. We'll get a little bit more information. We'll kind of
See what we
check
can do.
the Discord
go,
here.
go on a hunt and see what we can do.
Oh,
and whether or
he's
not-
called into work.
Oh no!
So,
Oh, why did he driver swap it?
There's no one around, I assume.
that might be the case.
Oh man.
At the perils of having to reschedule the race, it now clashes with work for Ryan. So
Yeah.
he's not being disconnected. He's been called in to the 5 to 9.
Yeah, there's Hypercar, Jerry Chen and George Angelidis both in pit lane. Angelidis taking that car back over from Zachary Chauveau.
I think this is Angelidis' first stint, isn't it?
Second. He did
Second,
the start.
Second. Oh, he was at the start. Sorry.
Yeah, he
I'm
did the
correct.
start, so Angelidis has taken over. See how he gets on. Of course, Angelidis is absolutely flying in that machine as well, so good luck to him, and see how Jerry Chen gets out, and whether or not he can keep up with these drivers. Going to be an interesting one. Ross is frantically trying to find out what happened to Paul Rose, why they didn't swap over, but I've got a funny feeling there, Ross. He's probably getting ready for work.
Well, yeah, he probably
What does he
is.
do anyway?
I don't recall offhand, unfortunately. That something in the evening. He might work at NASA.
No, I mean a
Over in
real
the
job,
UK?
Ross, not not a fake one, a real job. A proper job. You know what I mean?
Oh,
On that one.
Moynet's in the car right now. It looked like they had a swap there. If I remember right, Eric was actually pretty quick, or at least he got up to pace fairly fast when I was running against him on the last iteration of this race. So we'll see what he's able to do against, I guess in this case, Goncalves, who I think is going to swap out of there once he gets his pit cycle, and then Angelidis up in front of him, who's been blisteringly quick in that Acura on this track.
Yeah, absolutely. Monet taking over from Jerry Chen there. Going to be an interesting one. How Jerry's going to do here, Ed. He comes straight in the dark. How's it going to go?
Yeah, certainly it was a bit of a longer stop for Jerry Chen, I noticed, than Angelidis, or a similar length either way then. So it's certainly a bit of a high risk here, with both of them changed drivers at this point in the race. Angelidis, of course, has stayed out in the lead, but Jerry Chen has had that hand over to Eric Moynet that's now on board that car. In third in class, essentially, but still 29 seconds ahead of Matthew Bice. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all filters out as Michael Lock now pits on. This will be really interesting relative to Gutierrez, who has now started to get close to his personal best in the first two sectors. But Michael Lock, I suspect, should come out just ahead of Gutierrez here.
We lost James to a midnight break, but that's okay.
Fair
We,
enough. Well, it's not
unfortunately-
actually midnight. It's only about 20 to 6 here.
Nah.
No, it's interesting because we're talking about Ryan Paul Ray's been called into work, because I actually got a message because I talked about it very early in the broadcast that what I was doing early today was my local scout group was involved in the local carnival where there's a parade, and we made a parade float this morning, and we actually won the junior class, which was quite fun. The second year in a row that we've won it, and I got a message on my phone, the other leaders telling me that they're going out to have drinks to celebrate right at the same time as Ryan Pulpit race left the race. So I was like, is he secretly part, or is he trying to steal my drink and impersonate me? Because they know that I'm doing this, or they don't know that I'm doing this. I don't know. So there we go.
Send him the link.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to give away personal information to a complete stranger, which I'm afraid Ryan Pulpit race is to me, without your full knowledge of him, Ross. But either way, we see a few more pit stops. Timon Suvic gets on board the number 81 from Magnus Dahlgren, and Tom Lane comes in for, I believe, his second stop after he served his first, or it might be his third one. I've lost track at this point. But he definitely did the stop right at the beginning as a single car team, a single driver team. I keep making that mistake. I need to get the syntax order right. So there we go. Tom Lane being serviced. Axel Laflamme in the Valkyrie number 57 that had that early drive-through to serve. He's also now coming for a service. And it must be said, the 57 had an absolutely really tough time of it in the abandoned race. They're doing a lot better by comparison in this one. So the Valkyries clearly had a few setup changes.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see what they would be able to get out of their performance potential. The penalties they carried in were unfortunately very massive coming from Spa. You know, I personally didn't think that it was fair to have them serve at this event, only because it was going to be the detriment of both drivers. I mean, they both did end up getting penalties, but to have them basically compounded in the same race, especially one with so many points, you know, it seemed a bit much, but that's just my personal opinion. So it was carried out as it is. So they've got quite a tall mountain to cover. I think it was something like stop and hold for 60 or so seconds combined between them. So they've got that to overcome. They're both very quick drivers. They realistically should be up there fighting within the top three. Certainly fast enough with lane and whatnot, but yeah, hopefully they're able to overcome it. They still have over 3 hours left, and if they're able to maintain that pace and not tangle with any GT3s on the way, then I think that we could see them become a factor with some of those top drivers.
Yeah, certainly could. If you look, the Flam now having pit is a good, let's see, about 50 seconds behind Ben Boorman, who's the next car in class, as we now look at LaFlamme trying to catch, but it looks almost like in the darkness, like they've, it might just be
Starry
my stream
night.
quality. Yeah, it's starry at the side, yeah, it's glittery at the side of the Apex logo on the side of that Valkyrie. So you can hear it coming before you see it, and when you see it, stars in your eyes, quite literally. So there we go.
Shooting stars.
Or LaFlamme, appropriately enough, putting on a bit of a show then. Could be, but I think his Belgian family might have something to say about that. Ooh.
Oh, what's happening?
So it sounds like Vinicius Goncalves, who we saw spinning his Valkyrie earlier, has now potentially got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. We did just see him pit in Hypercar AM, and he's come out quite a way behind Bice, a good 18 seconds down on the third driver in class at the moment then. So Goncalves has yet another setback. And yeah, it does look like both our Valkyries with it all to do from the back of their respective classes. But they've certainly got the grunt down the straight, as you see LaFlamme kicking up a bit of dust as he gets all the way to the outside for the second Mulsanne chicane then. So he's certainly taking risks here, and he's got to hope it pays off in the lap times he's able to set.
I'm not sure if he realizes that that's the edge of the road. I think he's probably used to the DLC version of the track, where you just end up getting kind of a bumpier ride as you extend on the track limits. But here, it's actually quite dirty. You can see it whenever it's not so much there coming down Mulsanne, but on those straights, it's dusty. It's almost like a dirt road over there, and so you may not feel it so much within the feedback on the car through the dampers, but you can definitely see it. It's very dramatic. So if he has anybody following up behind him later on in the race, that sort of extending is going to be problematic for them.
Indeed. So the strategy's still very much playing out back and forth. Everybody trying to guess what each other's going to do and sort of anticipate it, respond, countermeasure, all sorts of tactical arsenals at play here. But anyway, so our top three have all sort of pitted this stint. So Smith has come out 32 seconds ahead of Michael Lock, and Johnny Gutierrez has closed a couple of seconds on Michael Lock then. Look at that first sector time, 33.7 for Michael Lock, 31.9 for Johnny Gutierrez. So Gutierrez is starting to fly again. Of course, his fastest lap that he set earlier was then almost immediately, the moment Gutierrez got out of the car, Alan Smith beat it and set a 3 minutes 27.472. But you would think Gutierrez can maybe go even quicker than that once the fuel starts to burn down.
Yeah, for sure. Assuming that he hasn't done anything so much to compromise the car or his tires, then that's certainly going to be the case. He's been able to show that he can carry a lot of pace through that thing all the way to the end of the stint. Like I said, it's more of a question of how much is he using up his resources, the tires specifically, and then also, I guess, his fuel to be able to get there. I mean, if he's shorting some of those laps, by the time you get to the end of this race, that can add up to potentially a few extra laps that you have to account for your final stop. So it's not a lot of sitting time, but anytime you have to transit that pit road, it's quite a bit. So so we'll see. They've got a strategy, obviously, and it's working out for them. So in this case, I think it's just get it up there as much as you can, and then get Gilles in the car to fill out his minimum driver time, so you can put that pony back in.
Yeah, well, because the big heartbreak would be if they have to make a stop right near the end to prevent running out of fuel and do a splash and dash, because that potentially could be a difference between maybe finishing on the podium or winning the race as well. So you got to think that the stakes are pretty high there for the number 2 Cadillac team, the Bad Day Racing Squad from Canada, of course, hence the presence of Gilles Lalonde. Johnny Gutierrez, of course, from the United States, and so a countryman of yours, Ross, so no doubt you will be cheering him on. There we go. So who was that that's just set a personal best? Petravki. Okay, that's good news. So even better news for Ross Smith, another driver that he'll definitely be cheering on. Number 59, so 4 minute 0.521 that previous lap, and he's going even quicker on setting 2 personal bests first sectors on this particular run. So Petravki now only about 4.7 behind Matthew Overton, and all of a sudden back in the mix, at least for a podium position in class then. So Overton may be looking over his shoulder as Petravki absolutely swings it through Arnage. Looks completely transformed, Ross. Whatever you've done, maybe he's had a biscuit or something shoved into his mouth while driving, and he's suddenly re-energized and remotivated.
Well, I don't know about a biscuit, but he definitely does have 4 new donuts on that car, so he's been able to really push that. It wasn't in the strategy to do the tires, but since the kerfuffle at the start and then only changing over on the one axle, it changed the balance of the car, so it was just something that had to be done. It's unfortunate. You lose probably about 25 seconds or so in getting that tire change, but obviously it's better than just spinning out, because, I mean, it's only going to take maybe 2 or 3 of those, assuming you don't hit anything and get damaged, then you've already lost that time. So better safe than sorry, pick it back up, and now just put in some hard laps. And here he comes in. I believe he's going to be trading off with Daryl Kruger. So here we are.
All right, so Petravki, just about collects it on the entrance to the pit lane as Maximilian Petravki ends what's been a very up and down, but ending on a high in his first stint, as Daryl Kruger eagerly waiting to get on board. And then, of course, our very own Ross Smith, and that's you, Ross, will be looking to have his own go a bit later on and show us well and truly what he can do at the wheel of that McLaren 720S. Matthew Overton breathes a sigh of relief because Petravki was starting to catch him, but Overton 41 seconds off Vasilis Kadranakis in the Mustang. He has got issues of his own to worry about then, and he's got to hope that when he pits, he will come out ahead of Daryl Kruger once Overton inevitably changes drivers, because I think that 296 is due a new driver as well.
Yeah, I believe a couple of the drivers here
there you go.
are going to be. I am back, by the way. I've been sat here for 5 minutes listening to you two, buddy.
I'm so sorry. We thought you could do a bigger break, you know.
Hey, I'll sit here all day if you want. You carry on. I don't mind. On that one, I'm sure George won't be too happy about the fact I've just sat here and done nothing. But there we go. On that one, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed here as well. Oh, Paul Glover, shush. On that one, as these guys battle it out in this one. 3 hours 11 on the clock. Smith still out in front in the hypercars, over 36 seconds over Locke. Angelidis still leading the way in the hypercar. Ams taking over the car back again from Chabot. Eric Monet taking over the car from Jerry Chen. Dan Kirby leading the GT3 Pros with Uyan in behind him with Takanashi. Of course, Takanashi solo. Maya solo leading the car from Kadaranakis, 24.5 seconds back there, and Overton being chased down by Gray at this moment in time, who's taken over that car as well. And Daryl Kruger has just jumped into that car with Maximilian Petravki and our very own Ross Smith there as well. Ross, how long you got before you're in there?
So Daryl is going to do his stint, and I will be swapping in probably within the next 50 minutes or so.
Nice. Are you coming back out after that, I presume?
We have to see, because it was going to be me for a stint and then hand it off to Daryl for the end of the race. But with Max shortening his first stint, we're going to kind of play it by ear and see how things work out just between our two timings. And whoever proves to be the faster driver, I think, is going to probably be what we end up sticking with to the end.
Yeah, we've got Tom Lane. He's closing down on Angelidis. He's literally about 2.5 tenths back away from him on that one. Gutierrez closing in on Locke. He's now 12 seconds back from him. So a couple of battles materialising, Tom Lane being with Angelidis. Don't know if Angelidis is really going to fight that one. Different class battle, of course, but for Tom Lane it's important. He needs to clear him really as soon as possible and then try and make his way onto the back end of Timon Suvic. There they are on your screen, and you can see Angelidis out in front, Lane in behind. Angelidis lit up like an absolute firework there from Tom Lane's headlights. Going to be an interesting one here, Ed, as well, for George Angelidis. Does he really need to fight this, or should he let Tom Lane go?
Does he really need to fight this? Answer, no. He didn't fight it earlier either, as we see Tom Lane absolutely attacking that final chicane, and he's right upon the Acura now. So surely Angelidis is just going to see that Ferrari breeze past him, and there's no incentive to fight because he's in a contest with Moynet, and there we go. Oh, Tom Lane having to back out of that one.
Yeah, however, he did get a better run than Angelidis up through Tetra Rouge, in through the corners beforehand, and then they're going to be going at it once again. That was up through the Chapeletses here that Tom Lane did get a better run now as well. Is this where he's going to overdo him, Ross? Down Tetra Rouge, down onto the Mulsanne. Tom Lane should clear him, shouldn't he?
I think by the time they get to the first chicane, he should. Although George has proven that he can be pretty quick. I mean, the slipstream will be important. That exit out of Tetra Rouge is going to be good. He's not terribly close. Yeah, he'll be able to get him here. Seeing it from there, yeah, he's going to be.
Yeah, Tom
George
Lane pulls over, I think he's going to get the job done. He is. George didn't really put up a defense. No real need
This
for
time.
separate classes. Yeah, he can be difficult, but he ain't stupid, is he? He's sensible. He picks his battles. He knows where he's got to fight. He knows where he don't have to fight, and I guess that's one of his occasions, Ross, where he didn't really have to fight that.
I agree with you. However, being around George long enough, sometimes I will say it's usually context specific.
Be diplomatic, Ross. Come on.
Well,
Don't get yourself involved in it.
If Lane had been harassing George on previous occasion, George might have been spiteful and made things difficult for him. I'm not saying that's a normal thing, but you never know. He keeps you guessing, and we haven't been on him the whole race, so it's always entertainment. You just never know what George is going to pull out of the hat.
Yeah, absolutely. There, Marcus in YouTube chat. Go on, Smith, give them hell. I'm going to presume he means the lead car, Ross, not you.
I mean,
go on, Ross, insult people. You've been so critical of everyone today.
I'll take any kind of praise I can get, just give myself a pat on the back. But yeah, probably Alan Smith up at the front with that 35-second lead that he's just been dominating with, and that's great to see, since he's sort of had an up and down season both in modern and historic. So he's making the most while the sun's shining. Or not in this case, I
but
guess.
again, he did last time out as well, didn't he? Let's be real, for Alan Smith, absolutely flying before he got that awful disconnect that caused drama. We've lost Ryan Paulbert Reyes due to the fact he got called into work. I did kind of see an update on what was going on. It did look like he missed a lot of calls beforehand, before he picked up the phone and realised that he's got to work. So he works for Apple Hardware Labs. I'm not quite sure what that involves.
Computers.
Does it, yeah, he did say, I take care of the process equipment. He just had a look, and he had 10 alarms go off sent to his email. Figured I would ignore it until I saw those, and a director was calling me. So Ryan Paul Reyes really did not want to go to work there, Ross, but unfortunately it looks like he's had to bail into it.
Yeah, I do kind of feel a little bit bad there, because I had some back and forth with him. I could have stepped in, helped him out. Obviously, between Max and Daryl Kruger, they have enough drivers to cover that car. And I just feel bad that I don't know that I've been able to give him much of a hope there, but certainly just kind of keep him going, so that way he wouldn't have to get a big fat goose egg for today's points.
But think of all the brilliant commentary we would have lost, all the hell you would have not been able to give.
I always think about that, but yeah, you're right.
I think that's the hardest thing, though, isn't it? When it's bad. Normally, when you do a team event, there's always one driver sitting there spotting or doing something. But I'm guessing for Ryan Paulbert Reyes, he didn't have that, Russ.
Not in this case. I thought he had somebody else riding along with him today, but I guess I was not right on that one.
No, it does look like he did not have anybody else alongside him, which is a bit of a shame there. And through goes Angelidis over that GT3, I'm going to presume, being it is dark, very difficult to see. But Angelidis there does go through. As you see, Tom Lane motoring on there at the same time. Ben Borman just got into in pit lane at this moment in time as well. So Borman getting it all done and dusted and out of the way. So great racing from some of these ones. Closest battles at the moment. Still Angelidis trying to chase down Lane by 2.2 seconds. Lane's motoring off since the overtake's done. Everybody else is a little bit quiet here, Ed.
Yeah, indeed. Just going back to Ryan Pulpit Ray, I sort of been in that situation where you're on your own driving and hoping that somebody else will show up to take over from you. And then I remember this was years ago, so my teammate was like, we were both sort of teenagers, and my teammate just didn't wake up in time for the night stint or whatever. So I went an extra hour hoping that, oh, maybe he'll see it in time. And then I just sort of collapsed from exhaustion, having driven for like 4 or 5 hours at that point, and then sort of just decided, right, that's enough for me. And yeah, we dropped from, I think, outside of like 25th, somewhere near the top 20 to like outside the top 50 or something from those taking part. It was track mania, so it was a lot more people able to fit in because they didn't have to exist on the same plane of existence on the track because they would go into each other. But yeah, so slightly different to the sim racing you see here in R Factor, where being able to physically make your way past the other cars is a big part of the strategy essentially. And as we see, Johnny Gutierrez just continuing to chase down Michael Locke. Just 10 seconds, just under 10 seconds is the current gap at the moment. We've got Johnny is Johnny's closing by 3.2 seconds. That previous lap on this lap, actually he was only about 0.6 quicker. So a little bit of traffic playing its part there. So Gutierrez has got to keep the pressure on and hope that Michael Locke stumbles in this next stint that will allow the Cadillac to retake second position. But all the while, they're not really catching Alan Smith, who is just strengthening his grip at the front of this race. Nearly 40 seconds to the good at the moment.
Yeah, 2 seconds a lap quicker at the moment.
Oh.
3:32 for Smith last time out, 3:34 for Gutierrez. So he's 2 seconds quicker at the moment as he goes past Kirby. Kirby gives him a wide berth and says, nope, don't need to get involved with you. Off you go, son. So that is what Dan Kirby is doing. Gutierrez is very quick though, Ross. Do we think he can get near Locke before the end?
I believe so. I mean, he was down under double digits on the gap before he caught Stephen Miller through the Porsche curves and had to slow up. It was unfortunate. It's such a bad spot to catch a GT, just because you want to be able to fly through there and take advantage of any kind of aero and speed that you're able to carry through, which he definitely had. So I think he's going to be able to close that up again. He's got great top end speed here. I don't think he got a great run out of that chicane. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely keeping Michael Locke honest, for sure, as he's been able to bring it down. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him close this down, as he burns off fuel, a few more liters of fuel. And yeah, down under 10 at the moment. So keep an eye on him. This battle is heating up.
I think so. I think it's going to be very, very close. By the end of this, 3 hours, 1 minute to go. Let us know in YouTube chat who you're cheering on, who do you think is going to come out in front, who do you think is going to win each class, because at the moment it seems like Angelidis, Smith, Kirby and Maya are on for the win here. Whether or not it's going to stay like that, we will find out. As we know from Ryan Pulbert-Reyes, anything can happen. I hope some of these aren't on call for work on that one. Let's try. We really don't want that to happen again here, do we?
No, and we certainly, by that same token, do not want a repeat of what happened in the test races, well, not test race, the abandoned race essentially, where everybody got disconnected. So yeah, like we were worried about Pulbert-Reyes being disconnected, and it's almost a relief to discover that he had to go to work then. So you see a reminder of the order: Smith, Locke, Gutierrez, Suvic, Lane, Laflamme and Borman, your Hypercar pros. And then you see here Hypercar Am, Angelidis, 55 seconds ahead of Eric Moynet. Then a big gap to Matthew Bice, and then Vinicius Goncalves, sorry, who is still recovering from his issues a little bit further down. Here is your GT3 Pro, Daniel Kirby, still controlling things by about 25 seconds ahead of Troy Oyen in the number 24. Then it's Yuki Takanashi and David Yunt, with Ryan Pulbert-Reyes sadly out of this one due to Apple calling him in for working over the weekend. Peter Meyer is 51 seconds ahead of Vasilis Karamanakis. Then we've got Matthew Overton, Adam Gray, and Darrell Kruger, who's just gotten on board that number 59 not too long ago, and is matching lap times of Adam Gray ahead of him. About 8/10 difference between the two, with Adam Gray, slightly faster.
Yeah, there we go. That is the rundown of the current positions here as well. 2 hours just broken under the 3-hour mark. Some of these drivers have been in the car. Takanashi, Ross, solo. Maya, solo. Lane, solo. How are they going to cope being solo in this one? It's a long time, isn't it?
I think we may have lost Ross, actually.
Oh, we have. He's gone.
Yeah, because he's gone back to take care of his team, understandably so.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Fine. Well, what do we think, Ed? Drivers solo, 4.8 hours, which is 4 hours, 40 minutes, give or take. You know, that's a long time, isn't it? I can barely go sort of 40 minutes without needing a wee, let alone going this long.
Yeah, so it is an interesting one in terms of how do you keep... I think you've got to be very, very strong mentally in terms of like each pit stop, you sort of reset yourself, and you sort of, even though it's an endurance, you treat it almost in your mind like a series of sprints, essentially, with maybe a little bit of fuel and tire saving at certain points if absolutely necessary. Here comes Gutierrez lapping, is that the Valkyrie that he's just clearing and going side by side with? There definitely sounds like a Valkyrie that he disappears into that. You can see Michael Lock entering that second milestone chicane now, but Johnny Gutierrez has got the are those halogen headlights in the Cadillac? Whatever they are, they're on full blast, the LEDs, I think, and they are absolutely scanning for any signs of Michael Lock, who's 6 seconds up the road now. So Gutierrez has halved the gap and is looking very, very threatening. By the way, Adam Gray's out there at the moment in 4th position LMGT3, and his teammate Stephen Miller wants to talk to us, James. So let's drag him in and hear what he has to say.
We'll have a chat with Stephen Miller now, teammates with Adam Gray in that GT3 AMS. Stephen, where's he gone? Stephen, can you hear us? He's jumping in and out, so we'll give up for that one for a minute. Maybe he'll come back in when he's, I don't know, whatever he's trying to do, but he keeps going back up to the waiting room. Don't seem to be able to get him into the booth. Paul, I don't know if you can have a go. Stephen, can you hear us?
I can hear you now, yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Stephen.
Not quite sure what was going on there, but you kept jumping back to the waiting room on that one. Adam Gray in the car, how's your boy doing?
He's doing okay, about as well as we would have expected based on the extremely limited time that we had to prepare.
Okay, well, you were in the last one, right? The non-runner.
I was in the one a couple weeks ago. Just a second, I need to try and turn your volume. Oh, here we go. There, that's better. Talk again?
Yeah.
Now I can hear you.
Okay, cool. You're in the one a couple of weeks ago as well. You say about
Yes.
not having to prepare, but is that not preparation, that 3-hour race that we did earlier?
Well, yes, but I was originally not scheduled to actually be in this race at all 2 weeks ago because I was supposed to be going somewhere else, but then that didn't happen. So I did not have a lot of time, and I had some problems with my computer and my hardware before that event. So I never really drove the car until about 3 or 4 days before the event last time. And since then, I've been up to my eyeballs in real life issues to deal with, and have also I've done a lot of practice, but or some much more practice than originally. But Adam has not, because Adam still works and he has not had the time to really practice as much, and we've never really raced together in the same car before, so we're still learning about setup and stuff like that. He's more of just filling in because I tried to put something together at the last minute.
Yeah, so where does that leave you then in this race? Where are you hoping to be in conjunction with the drivers around you, the likes of Matty Overton, Katarinakis and Maya?
Well, from the basis of what I'm looking at, I would suggest to you that we are known as the Tortoise.
Right, okay. Well, I didn't want to quite
We'll let the race
come.
we'll let the race come to us.
Is consistency the key then in this long race?
Oh, absolutely. The key to my first priority is you make no mistakes. Because mistakes, doesn't matter how fast you are, mistakes are always harder to make up for than not.
And is that the advice you've given Gray? Is it just keep it on the racetrack?
Yep, that's our. Yep, we're just hanging in.
Okay, bud. Well, we look forward to seeing
We're doing our best.
Well, that's all you can ask, isn't it? At the end of the day, is do your best and see how you go. If you keep it on the racetrack and others make mistakes, there may be a podium in it for you in the GT3 AMS. So I guess that's what you're looking at.
Even 4th place is better than 5th place.
Well, agreed. Yes. Is that where you sit back and go, it would be nice to be up there, but we can take what we can get?
We can take what we can get. Yep. And it's all every lap you do is learning. So basically, we're just racing the track.
Okay. Well, seeing how you get on, Stephen. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Well, you guys are doing a great job, I think.
Thank you.
You know, we always need more time on GT3 action.
Well,
you've got plenty of it, Steve.
Yeah, there has been plenty of it there, Steve, as well, to be fair, on that one. At the moment, we're in that period of the race where everybody is sort of spread out a little bit. We've got Gutierrez closing down Locke by an absolute mountain amount of time in the hypercars, so it's very difficult when we've got this battle happening. But obviously, we're trying to cover as much as we can. Paul's in the background working frantically.
Yep. Yep.
All right, dude. Well, take care, Stephen, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Great talking to you. I'll be going in for the end of the race. So, anyways, thanks for the chat.
Take care.
Bye.
Well, that was Stephen Miller teamed up with Adam Gray in a McLaren 720S Evo, number 424 on that one. We're trying to pick up on the battle, and the battle is happening on the screen. Ed Gutierrez closing down Locke.
Yeah, we've just been rejoined by Ross Smith, by the way, just as Stephen Miller, who's clearly a fan of the AC Up fables, claiming that him and Adam Gray are the tortoise combined together, because of course the tortoise does win in the AC Up fable against the hare, despite being slower. So that's a very Le Mans fable.
But didn't the hare have a sleep, if I remember correctly?
True. I mean,
look
how dark it is.
Well, yeah, but I'm pretty sure Maya Katarinakas and Overton are not going to go for a snooze.
Maybe the WEC version is Ryan Paul Ray's having to go to work instead of the hare going to sleep. But
yeah,
either way, Gutierrez right up behind Micah Locke here, and you think, what can Micah do here to help the team out here? Because British Turkish Racing,
he's got nothing, bro. I'm sorry, he ain't got nothing for Gutierrez. He can't defend going down that Mulsanne straight. That is just bonkers. Look how quick Gutierrez is. He's got the job done, and they're not even at the apex. They're not even in the braking zone. Locke's trying to come back at him, but I think for Locke, he's fighting a losing battle here, and away he goes. It's like shoving 27 wine gums in your mouth and hoping not to choke. Let's just put it that way. And Gutierrez has got through, and he's going to be on his way, I think, Ross.
Yeah, he's going to keep going from here on, but well, at
he
least
had nothing for him, did he? And honestly, Michael Locke had nothing for him. He couldn't defend it. He's just maybe he's just keeping to numbers, Ross.
I think that's going to be part of the equation, but Gutierrez, regardless of anything else, I mean, he does have that outright pace. We'll see what that does in terms of translating to any kind of pit road transit time. As we were talking, Ed and myself, a little earlier on, you know, it's going to be a trade-off. You certainly don't want to have that splash at the end. With GT3s, you're going to have one more stop. There's really no way around it. You just can't fuel save enough to be able to avoid that last transit. It's just more of your stop time, which for as fast as these cars fill, you just want to maximize your pace as much as you can. You're not really going to gain too terribly much that way, but for these hypercars, it's a little different story. They kind of their stints just break a little bit across that final time. So depending on whoever's leading the race and kind of calling whether or not there's going to be one more lap around, it can have an effect on the race. So we'll see how that comes out in the end. Gutierrez has passed, and we'll see what he can do for Smith's lead here.
Yeah, we're going to find out and see what goes on.
It's taking about 6/10 a lap, by the way, out of Smith, the previous laps. But
I
over
think
2 hours, 50 minutes, is that quite going to be enough? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it is. 6/10 out of 42 seconds. I don't think it's going to give him enough time to basically even remotely get near Smith. I think from the fact that Smith's got out in front, I think he's just been untouchable. He was in the earlier on the race 2 weeks ago, and I think he is again. I think it's going to be impossible for anybody to catch him. I think Smith can manage gaps really well, and I do believe that
change yet, though,
yeah, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a worry for Smith on that one, Ed. I think driver swaps are great, but he is fast, and Hubert van Gashoven and Alexander Smeraldi, especially if Smeraldi gets in the car, knowing what we've done from him earlier and seen before from Smeraldi, he's also very quick as well. So I think for Smith, he ain't going to have that worry of handing over the car to the likes of Alexander Smeraldi, because Smeraldi is very, very quick indeed. And as you see George there going off, who is that? I can't.
Oh, that's
see.
Peter Meyer, and he's lost the front left wheel.
Yeah, put it
Oh,
into
my
the wall.
Class
goodness.
leader in duty-free AM.
Here comes I believe that's the red and white of Angelides. Meyer moves over onto the blue stuff, unfortunately, and then buries himself literally velcroed into the wall on that one. So yeah, unfortunately for Peter Meyer, could be a day of a DNF if he can't get it out.
He's trying to get back to the pit entry.
Yeah, he's struggling his head off here, Ed.
He's making sandcastles in the gravel there, unfortunately, rather than making that pit entry. But either way, that has handed the lead to Katarinakis and the Mustang there. So real heartbreak for Peter Meyer, who'd been in since the beginning, really, and who was one of our solo drivers as well. So trying to do the whole right. You could tell fatigue was creeping in there. He'd been in the car for, nearly 3 hours then.
It's a DNF.
And he's out. So that's our second retirement from the race. And all of a sudden, Stephen Miller's words seem prophetic now, because Gray is now looking at a podium if he can just keep going.
Yeah, absolutely there for poor old Peter Meyer. Solo driver, Ross. Was it tiredness as well?
It can play a factor for sure. It seems like it's a little bit early for that to happen. This is heartbreaking, though. He's right there, salvation in sight. But as soon as you hit that sand, it's
like driving through jelly at that point.
Yeah, you ain't going anywhere, especially if that front disc is digging in. He ain't going to be able to get it moving, unfortunately, for Peter Meyer. So he is his DNF, second one here. First mechanical DNF, should we say. The first one was kind of forced on Paul, but Reyes didn't really have a choice.
Well,
so
he can come back.
So
if he
but he's going to come back like 20 laps down. Is it really?
Well, he'd be if he does the kills the R Factor 2 sequence, effectively calling a tow truck. Then it should only take about a lap off of him, depending on how quickly he can return to the server. But he'd at least be able to score points for his championship. That would be better than nothing if he just upped and left.
Yeah, I don't think Peter Meyer's going to do that, though, Ross. I think he's just DNF'd and taking it on the chin and going to go and sit down for slippers and pipe and watch the broadcast.
And I wasn't laughing at Peter Meyer. I was laughing at James blaming me when he was talking about George.
That weren't even me.
Oh, sorry.
So,
yeah, that's Paul. Paul, I meant to say.
How can you not differentiate between the two voices? The bug is there, and obviously we know. And on that one, so thank you for Ross. Thank you very much for that one, Ross, blaming me on that one. Do you know what, Paul? I wish sometimes you would unmute your mic so people can hear you, how much you actually talk, why we're trying to do this. I feel like a schizophrenic at a party. I've got to be honest sometimes,
There's a
Ross.
voice in my head.
I
don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it. He don't stop. He's just constant, guys, as well. If you're sitting at home thinking what we have to go through, it is a very tough job with having Paul in our ear hole. So
I'll
let's
tell you
put
what I
it that
will
way.
say, though. Okay, well, while we also get distracted by the race, what I will say is that Paul is significantly less annoying than a group of Beaver and Cub Scouts on a parade float. I can tell you that much. Because that's at least, a good 12, 30 voices at the same
There's
time.
our midnight
Not
commentary.
anything particularly coherent or interesting to say.
I'd wear ear protections or something over my ears and just tell
Not
them all
really an
to
option
shush.
when you've got to make sure the kids don't jump
Mate,
over the side
just,
and into
just
danger.
stand,
But
just,
anyway.
just stand at the back, whack their chains on, and say,
Yeah.
right, stay where you are.
I'm not
That's
sure slavery is part of the Cub Scout code, but anyway, Johnny Gutierrez.
Hey, child
comes in.
labour is somewhere, mate, so it's all good.
Okay, I know
that
where
one.
this conversation is going. Jeff.
You started this conversation. Ed,
I know, to get out of the previous conversation.
Oh,
Gutierrez pits.
Uh-oh. We've got an explosion here.
Yeah, something's on
Oh, the
fire.
81 is on fire.
Yeah.
And that's the Toyota. Is that Suvic?
Suvic.
Yeah, Timon
Oh.
Suvic's just gone gabang. Our first,
Oh,
a second
terminal.
mechanical DNF there as well. Peter Meyer's back in pit lane. by the way, just to let you know. So I may have to eat my words. Can you stop it, Paul? You have to eat my words on that one. Peter and I are back in the race on there, but unfortunately, it does look terminal. Gutierrez is in pit lane. I wonder if Lalonde is going to take over. Do we think, though, Ross, from Gutierrez's pace, it might be worth him double stinting before Lalonde takes over to try and get that car a little bit further forward?
Tough to say because I haven't seen where their driver times are at, and, both in cockpit and just with their paces. I'm trying to understand how they were able to.
Oh, there it goes.
That wasn't a shifting point or anything. So unless he accidentally pulled both paddles, you can do that. You can pull both paddles and it goes into neutral. So if he did that and then shifted into first, trying to go up, because that would be a spot where you'd be going into seventh, that could be what happened. We'd have to look at the information. That's the only thing I could think of as to why that would blow up the car. Very difficult through here in Indianapolis. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
CMS
Boss
bro
leader
blue.
in LMGT3, stationary. So Dan Kirby going. Oh no, not.
Oh,
not,
the Reds.
It is Kirby, isn't it? No,
No, it's not. It's Riley is. Yeah,
it's Koenig.
It should be
sorry.
It's
Troy
Koenig.
and
Yeah,
Troy
I don't know.
and,
He's
okay, so
clearly,
yeah.
he's clearly
Sorry, I
had
couldn't
some,
see whether it was red or blue. So-
Control to
Yeah,
lead.
he's seriously had some issue, but he is moving now. Still, unfortunately for Riley Koenig, down in 4th place now. For him on that one, as Alan Smith there still motors on and clears it here as well. I think it's going to be the replay of Tom Lane, who looks like he's had some form of drama going into the 2nd Mulsanne chicane. And is that going to be a back end? It is.
No.
First.
Back end go round for Tom Lane. Weird place to lose it there, Ed, as well. Is that just going in too quick and then trying to drag the brakes for it to go round?
I think so. Yeah, he was trying to carry as much speed as he could, and the rear end was not complying. Sadly for Tom Lane. Still, he is with Lalonde back in the Cadillac. Tom Lane is now back up to P3 in the order and ahead of Angelidis as we see the Valkyrie just surviving a bit of a moment there.
Yeah, I think the internet may have played a part in that one as well, because he looked like he was headed into the gravel at one point and then he miraculously was turning right. So RF2 doing RF2 things. On that one, Takanashi's in pit lane. I expect this is the moment he might go and run to the loo, because he's solo for Takanashi. So he's going to probably dive off and do that while his car's getting serviced. For him here as well, Alan Smith still floating around 46 seconds out in front of Michael Lott. Lalonde has taken over the car again from Gutierrez. I do feel, Ross, it's worth Gutierrez doing a double stint to see if he can get the gap for a pit stop for Lalonde to take over.
I'm sure that he's going to, put as much pace in as he can. As watching this, for a second there, I thought that was Alan Smith and Michael Locke. I guess that was one of the Bice brothers in there.
Bices, yeah. I think it's Matthew in the car at the moment as well. So Takanashi and Davijan.
Here we go.
Takanashi's in pit lanes. Has just picked up that 2nd place away from him in that Lexus RCF team with JT Tammy. Then we've got Kataranakis and Matthew Overton, 3.7 back from him.
Down.
So there is Maddie closing in as well. So great job from Mr. Overton, Ross, here in the race.
Yeah, that's really great to see. And like I said at the top of the broadcast, as soon as it gets into the night, where, not only is it getting a little crazy here in the booth and you guys are shouting out David Addison style jokes, but it's getting a little crazy out on track too. All the things are kicking off when you thought that it was going to be kind of sort of quiet and easy going. That's when everything just starts to really fall apart.
Yeah, there's one of us up in the booth who likes to be heard, so he's generally screaming over the top of people on that one. Angelidis is in the pits. I wonder if that's a swap back to Chavot. Tom Lane is also in the pits, of course. He'll be completely solo. He won't be swapping to anybody. He's typing like frantically at the moment, so I'll have to see this one. Ross is bailed out or bailing out again on us. Ross, thanks so much again, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, hopefully coming into the end. We'll see if I'm back in the booth before the end of the race. It's a big question mark, but
all right, well,
I'll leave you to it.
on that one. Ross, take care there. Ross going in, hopefully to the car. Seeing if he's coming back into this as well. Overton was 3.8 seconds back, closing in on Katarinakis. Actually, he's gone past Katarinakis now. Katarinakis in pit lane. So Overton overtakes the lead once again, Ed.
Yep, so that will be, of course, good news for Overton and the 174 crew at Dark Thunder Racing. Of course, Stuart Barge yet to do his stint, but one driver change already for the 67 Backmarker Racing squad, with Jacobs handing over to Katarinakis, and could be almost time for Katarinakis to hand back over to Eric Jacobs. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. They've got 90 seconds back to Gray. They should comfortably get out ahead of Adam Gray here. So yeah, they've certainly got a lot of options in that Mustang. Even if they do temporarily lose track position to Overton, Mustang's still looking in good position, and they are putting Eric Jacobs back on board. Okay, so that suggests they are serious about trying to undercut Matthew Overton to stay ahead in this stint.
Yeah, they're going to want to try and get through if they can, I think, on that one. Jacobs is quick. He's probably round about the same time as Katarinakis, maybe a little bit quicker. Be interested to see how close he can get to Overton. Obviously, once the pit stop cycles go through, Matthew Bice is in the cut back in pit lane. Eric Monet as well. We'll see if Monet changes back to Jerry Chen and who Matty Bice is going to give the car over to if he is. Dan Kirby in pit lane. Is this a chance for John Uyan to get into the car, or is Kirby going to go again? And that's going to be the question for us here. Michael Locke in pit lane as well. So good pit lane cycles happening once again. Unfortunately, they've all come together. The GT3s, the Hypercars, all going into pit lane at the same time. Is Michael Locke going to give the car over to Karabasak, or is he going to give it to Kesby, or is he going to stay in the car there, Ed? Which one do you reckon was going to go?
Well, in the battle between the 499P and the Cadillac, it's the Cadillac that's having to pit earlier, and they've changed drivers a lot more frequently. Well, there's only been one driver change so far for the British-Turkish Racing, and that was, of course, our pole sitter Ben Kesby to Michael Locke. So you would think maybe they might let Locke do another stint here, just to make sure they keep track position against Lalonde, who was about 80 seconds behind exactly before this pit stop. So they could do a driver change here. It'd be interesting to see, though. I think there's arguments either way. But they are putting Ben Kesby back in. Okay, so that is a statement of intent then. So Kesby, you would think, should have the legs. He comes out about 20 seconds ahead of Jules Lalonde.
Yeah, and he's quicker on pace than Lalonde. That's not detrimental. That's just a true fact, unfortunately. Gutierrez is clearly the stronger of the two drivers there. As we look at Matty Overton, it's just about to be passed by one of the Hypercars.
It's
and
Axel
Laflamme.
Laflamme.
Yeah,
only about 7 seconds behind Lane, by the way.
Yeah, Lane's just come out of pits, though. Lane has just come out of the pit lane. Lane out of the lane on that one. But he is, obviously, Tom Lane is solo, where Axel Laflamme does have a team tucked in behind him as well. So I think for Laflamme, who was able to change, and I can't remember where he is on the pit stop cycle, whether or not he's due in, but we'll see how he gets on that one. 2 hours 37 seconds to go. Zachary Chavot's taking over the car for George Angelidis. They're out in front by a minute. Smith still leading the way, but he is yet to change any drivers. They have not taken over the car. Same with Dan Kirby, also not changed drivers at all. Ed during this stint, and Matty Overton driving in the LMGT3 AM. So a couple of drivers still left to do driver swaps. We'll see how they get on when they get in.
Makes sense in a way, because if you've got someone who might not be quite as quick, you want to maximize the gap that they have so that they're under the least amount of pressure possible in the last stint if they're up against, say, a particularly quick driver in a rival car then. But yeah, Troy Uyan is very keen to talk to his Turkish driver, so let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, welcome in Troy into the booth, bud. Can you hear us?
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad, mate. Not bad at all. How's it going for you guys out there as well? And what actually took place there with your teammate?
Yeah, so, I mean, we were in a really, really good spot. Second, kind of keeping the pace with Yuki in third. And then not really sure where we're going to play out with the Lexus doing their fuel save. We weren't really aggressive on the strategy, unlike our teammate car. So, yeah, it was looking really, really good. But yeah, we swapped over, and then Riley was in the wrong view. Like his perspective camera was completely wrong, and normally you hit insert to get back to driver cam, and that's like I guess he has some weird keyboard that's like the one button he doesn't have, so he just didn't have a freaking insert button to switch back to driver cam.
Does it? Is that one of them micro keyboards, doesn't it? That you have to press function, FM button to find the second function of the same button that it apparently is.
Yeah, no idea, man. It's just they're really heartbreaking because we were on track for a good one. So,
you're surely not deflated completely, though, are you? Do you reckon you can catch Yuki and get forward on that one?
It's tough. I mean, we lost 90 seconds. We had 25-ish because of his stop and everything. So we're basically the same pace. So it's asking a lot to make up. But obviously we're switching drivers every stint, so keeping them fresh. And we'll see what we can do. But it sucks, man. It sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. How did this team come about then? Because last 2 weeks ago you were in with Dan and John as well. But how did this all come about? John's your dad, right?
Yeah, so...
how did this separate? How did you guys break off? Did you have an argument?
Yeah, we just said we were tired of racing with each other, so... so Riley couldn't make the first date, but with the race getting red flagged and making a different race date, he could make it. So we split back up into 2 cars, he needed a teammate, obviously, so I hopped over to join the second car.
Oh, gutted. I thought it was some family drama around the Sunday dinner table or something. I don't know. That's caused you to go, no, I'm not racing with you, Dad. I don't want to. Oh, not that one. So what is this now then for Riley? What you guys in the car, you've had the drama that you've had. What are you doing right now? Are you here just making up numbers, getting points? Or do you still hope that you can catch Takanashi? Can you get Jun? Jun seems to be quite far ahead, though. What is it for you guys? What's the game plan?
Yeah, so we got to see what happens with this Lexus strategy. They're running really long, and they're aiming to skip the splash at the end. We are just fully embracing the splash, and it's not a splash. It's like a full pit stop for us. So very different strategies. We'll see what we can do there. But I don't want us to like completely. I'm a little dejected at the moment. But I don't want us to lose focus either because it's a long race. I mean, there's always incidents that can happen with hypercars or whatever for the guys ahead. So, we're at the back of the pack now between the 4 of us, but I think we keep going and try to get our lap times in and see what we can make up.
Yeah, we just watched a replay of a hypercar go into the pit lane.
Concalves
doing a very funky way of getting into the pits there, running over the grass. So for him on that one. So you guys are just basically going for a politically correct kind of balls deep into the situation at the moment, Troy.
You gotta. I mean, we would also would rather finish 4th than not finish, obviously. So we gotta keep going just for that. But yeah, would love to get back onto the podium spots, so we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, that was Ben Borman there, just got that horribly wrong into the Mulsanne chicane at the same time. Well, Troy, I wish you all the best of luck, son. I hope it goes well for you, buddy. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
I think we're going to sponsor Riley with a new keyboard, so if any keyboard sponsors are listening, give us a shout. So, no, thank you guys. Take care.
Yeah, just tell them to get a full-size one, Troy, rather than a mini one. That might help. Or read the instructions on the mini one to find the insert key. That would probably be handy. You know what I mean? So there we go. Troy, take care, buddy.
See you guys.
Well, there you go, Ed. I did not think that would be the problem.
Yeah, nobody tell Riley Koenig about the virtual keyboards as well. But anyway,
it's bizarre, isn't it? He's got one of them micros that you do.
All the planning that they do, and then it's just one key that he's missing. It's a big question of how he ended up not in the right camera angle in the first place. But
I'm probably guessing that he don't.
Definitely, probably not his fault. To be fair.
No, I think he has got the key, Ed. I just don't think that he's found the function button that does the second function. I don't know if my son's got a micro keyboard, and you have to press FN to make the key do second things. So maybe he just wasn't aware that he's probably got it, but it didn't do that. So
I liked also you talking to Troy there about like family drama, trying to sort of force something into existence there. It reminded me of Carlos Sainz one year telling his pit group, stop inventing. That's what I was going through my head when you were saying that.
Listen, you've got to try and get something. Maybe that was the situation.
You were trying to make juicy gossip happen.
I was, and unfortunately there wasn't any. So it's a bit of a shame. As we look at who is in this car now, Adam Gray in the car again. Stephen Miller said, keep it on the racetrack.
He's not done that, has he?
No. I think he might need to go back, and Stephen might need to give him words back again on that one. Unfortunately,
Dale Kruger only 11 seconds behind, so Adam Gray all of a sudden looking a little bit vulnerable here, having pit fairly recently as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've lost 3 cars. Suvic blew up. Reyes has got called into work, and Maya got distracted by George Angelidis and went and absolutely thumped the wall to the point of his free wheels on his wagon. We haven't, however, as I've just been reminded, not had any disconnects, which is always good there as well. Smith, now this is the occasion that we're going to look at here, Ed, as well. Smith has gone into pits. He's given the car to Van Gashoven. So we're going to see what Gashoven's pace is like. He is only 7.5 seconds in front of Kesby at the moment, but I believe Kesby is due to pit.
No, he's pit fairly recently, so he's actually undercut a bit here.
Yeah,
and look at the first
hold
sector.
on, that's a massive, Ed. That's a massive overcut of 36 seconds.
Oof, yeah, I know, right? But I think because they were due that driver change, it was a longer stop. Although they did change drivers as well at number 9, didn't they? So yeah, Kesby's pace has been very strong compared to Van Gashoven in these first couple laps of Hubert's stint here. So look at the first sector own, 34.3 for Van Gashoven, Kesby 32.3 there. So that's, of course, Kesby our pole sitter then. So British Turkish Racing have put him in the car at exactly the right moment, and they're about 30 seconds ahead of Gilles Lalonde, who is about 2 seconds a lap slower than Ben Kesby at the moment then. So sector 2 splits coming in, 134 for Hubert Van Gashoven, 122 for Ben Kesby. So Van Gashoven has had some kind of off, I think, in the middle sector here.
Yeah, I think he's had a problem. That is a massive amount of time to lose. That seems insurmountable in my head. I can't even grasp how he could lose that much time when he's going into the pits. Both drivers did exactly the same thing. They both took over the car, and then to lose 36 seconds just seems bonkers. So we'll get our investigative producer, Paul, and seeing if we can find anything that happened to Gashoven there as well, because that just seems absolutely bonkers. Kenny Krobs in YouTube chat, I've also experienced the driver swap wrong view time. I didn't have camera view button mapped. Well, we've been told it's the insert key, Kenny. So maybe have you got an insert key on your keyboard, which is INS first? If you haven't got one of them, that could be a problem, or it's under the FN's function key, which is your second key that does the same thing. I'm going to try and get Alan Smith into the waiting room here, Ed. I'm going to drop him a message and see if we can get him in to have a chat with us. But yeah, I think Gashoven has done some drama. Be interested to see how close Kesby can get.
Indeed, yes. So now he's almost within sight of that lead. Kesby will really get a push on as we see a lapping attempt. Is this Van Gashoven being held up? There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, dear, spin then at Tetra Rouge, and he hits the barrier as well. There could be some damage there. So the 73 didn't really need to take the risk there and has lost a lot of time in the process, it must be said. So Van Gashoven in a bit of a nightmare situation, first lap out the pits.
I think Alan Smith will probably grab hold of him and slap him around the ear roll, because he didn't have to even get anywhere near that car of Eric Jacobs. He could sit in behind him and wait. There is a long straight coming up, and there's really no need to be doing that. I don't get that. That is bizarre. But I'm going to try and get Alan Smith into the booth.
Could be that Van Gashoven was maybe worried that he didn't have the pace and needed to take risks there to keep Ben Kesby behind.
That just seems bonkers, to be blatantly honest. Kenny, I do, but must have unmapped it, apparently. So, Kenny, that seems like a very much of a you issue on that one. But how do you end up in a different view in RF2? Does it just do it itself, or do you have to touch a button? That would be an interesting thing here as well. If you can let us know how it actually happens, that would be amazing. Kesby 4.7 seconds now behind Gashoven. Closing in on Gashoven is Ben Kesby. It's not going to be long, Ed, before these two are together.
Yeah, it feels almost inevitable here that we are going to see Ben Kesby start on pole. Didn't get to experience leading for very long, and is now looking to return the favour. Then we knew there was a danger of this happening once Alan Smith got out of the car, that they would time British Turkish Racing their driver change to put Ben Kesby, their fastest driver, in play at that same time as well. So it's a good strategy from British Turkish Racing, but of course we're yet to see get on board the car, the Turkish driver as well then. So and then of course Smiraldi for Craven Racing yet to do a lap 2 as well. So
Yeah.
still lots of unknowns in this sort of lead fight, whereas we know Lalonde and Gutierrez kind of going for broke in third position on their different strategy.
Right, I'm going to bring Smith in because I do want to have a chat with Mr. Alan Smith here as well. Was absolutely flying. He hands the car over to Hubert van Gashoven, who gets too close up the rear end of a Ford Mustang and unfortunately ended up putting it around on that one. Alan, that must be a pretty big kick in the teeth for you guys at this moment in time.
I'll be honest, I didn't see the incident, but I heard the incident, so I didn't know what happened. So, yeah.
Well, let's put it this way: up through the S's and Dunlop chicane, he got very close to a Mustang. Instead of giving the Mustang plenty of room, he took it out onto the curb, and unfortunately, the curb did not like that car and spun him round. I am a little bit confused, Alan, with the driving that you've been doing and the way you've managed traffic has been outstanding. How Hubert managed to get himself into that position in the first place. I think he probably had time to lift and wait to get past the car. Maybe he was a little bit overzealous being in the car for the first time.
Potentially. I mean, I have been in the car since the start of the race. Obviously, it's gone dark. People are obviously going to certainly the amateurs are going to take a while getting used to the car, which Hubert very much is, and he'll admit that himself. But we are he is developing nicely. His pace has come along a lot better, but there's still I think everyone has a few rough edges. It certainly took me most of a season to get the swing of things.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alan, you are going to be losing the lead very, very shortly. Kesby's tucked up in behind Hubert now as well. 2 seconds, Alan, I'll be with you. Up in through Dunlop he goes. Hubert's on the right-hand side. Doesn't really give any form of defense. He manages to hold on. Can he keep it into the first part of Dunlop chicane? He can at the moment. But Kesby coming back at him on the exit. He's going to give Hubert a whole heap of pressure. If Hubert is an AM, this is going to feel like he is under all insurmountable amounts of pressure. The question isn't whether or not he can hold him here. Can he hold him through Tetra Rouge down onto the Mulsanne? He's tucked up right behind him. Alan, I'm fearful that you're going to be in second place here.
One of those, it's going to happen. You know, it is an AM driver, and Ben is a very quick driver. You know, I will give credit to him. He's had balance issues from when I've spoken to him. The car is not quite where he wants it to be, but he's still able to set some very fast lap times.
Here we go. Kesby's going to go through on the inside into the first chicane of the Mulsanne. Through he goes. Hubert takes it in deep, gets a little bit distracted there, and Hubert loses the lead with 2 hours 22 minutes to go. The fear is now how far is Kesby going to be? Alan, are you getting back in the car now, or are you done for the day?
That should be me done. I will be around as a backup, but I expect it's going to be okay, because we're going to have Alessandro getting in for the end of the race, and he's a quick driver. He's a very quick driver.
Yeah, Alessandro is very speedy here as well, but you've put in a stint there, Alan. I think nobody can fault you on doing your job. You got out in front right at the beginning. You lost the lead briefly at the start there, and then you got back through, and then you just kind of motored on away. It was kind of almost deja vu of the race 2 weeks ago there, fella.
I'm glad of that, to be honest. I was a little bit nervous coming in. Was it just the right track conditions? But as soon as I settled into the rhythm, car was underneath me exactly as I needed it, you know. Just a roll bar here and there, a little bit of brake bias, but other than that, cannot fault how the car's been handling. It's certainly in a very good window right now.
Who did your setup?
Me.
Ooh, so did you set it up for you, or have the other two drivers driven it and said, actually, this works?
No, I think whenever you're working in a team that's got multiple drivers, you have to build a setup that works for everyone, and you're only ever as strong as your weakest link. So making a setup that me and Alessandro can exploit, while still allowing Hubert to have the confidence in the car, is probably the best thing that we've got right now.
Yeah, no, I do fully agree with you on that one. However, I think at the end of the day, I am surprised that you did it this way. I've got to be honest, I'm surprised you put Hubert in the middle and didn't let him bring it home once you guys have got that insurmountable lead with Smorelli taking over.
My main concern was you'd get this exact situation where you end up with Ben Kesby and the very fast drivers like Johnny Gutierrez as well, ending up in the car now, and then just hammering it at night, because realistically, that Cadillac is probably a quicker car than the Acura right now, at least at this circuit. It is definitely has an edge, and as much as we can give it all we can, I think Gutierrez and that Caddy are a match made in heaven at this circuit. I think we'll struggle to get that.
I think my question to you is, though, have you put Hubert in the right time? Because at the moment, Gilles Lalonde is not as quick. In fact, Hubert was quicker on fastest lap basis. Hubert doing a 3:27.472.
I think that was Alan. That was 3:38 by Van Gashoven.
Okay, so maybe that was the Lalonde's lap there. But have you put him in due to the fact that Lalonde is not as quick as Gutierrez?
It's more to the fact that I think Hubert has performed better at night than he has in the day. He's done a lot of running at night, and he seems to find the conditions suit him more when the temperatures come down and he can lean on the tyres more. That seems to be when we get the most out of him. So I think we've made the right move. Obviously, it's unfortunate that we've got Kesby in the Ferrari. Would have ideally had Locke in the car for another stint at least. But Hubert's in his conditions now. This is where he will be able to use his maximum.
Yeah, just looking at a car rotating there. That is Matty Overton, unfortunately, spinning round. Did he keep it out the wall? No. Brief little couple of taps there for Matty. It was going so well for Matthew Overton. Unfortunately, lost it. Still managing to hold on to the lead of the GT3 AMS there. 13 seconds currently out in front. So have you given Hubert any words of advice, Alan? How do you, there's a question for you then. How do you bring Hubert up to where you want him? You know, because he obviously, as you said, is a different level to you and Alessandro. So how do you sort of big him up almost to get him to go as fast as he can?
You just give him a car that he feels confident in and that he can lean on. You know, it's difficult to find a setup, especially when you're new, if you're just playing around at the numbers. But I think between me and Alessandro, we've driven enough cars that we know if someone needs something, how to get the car in that window. And I think that's the best thing that we can do for him.
So you haven't given him any driver advice like, right, you're braking too early, you're turning too much, you're doing all the things that driver coaches do in your rear roll multiple different times, and sort of giving him advice that way?
Oh, through the build up to the race, of course, but I think during the race we are fully focused on the
yeah, it does look like... Yeah, that's Paul, by the way. They can't hear Paul on stream. Paul's producing. So that's why, unfortunately for Hubert, though, he has just gone round into Arnage, overcooked it going in, hit the curb.
It's cost him 8 seconds.
Yeah, but he is still running, which is always good, and he's now 16 seconds back and 35 seconds for Gilles Lalonde behind that as well, Alan. The thing for me, when you're working within this team and you've got yourself and Alessandro who's speedy, and you've got Hubert there as well who's not as quick, do you worry when he gets into the car and sit back and think, listen, that we just don't want you to do any miracles, just keep it on track?
I think that's the main thing, really, is it is asking him to try and keep it clean. Obviously, it's difficult when you've got the pressure. You know, he's surrounded by, in my opinion, one of the best racers that I've raced with in a very long time, with Alessandro. He is ballistically quick in the historics, and his pace has carried over very well into this car. So I think there's probably a little bit of mental pressure there, but he has completely the right attitude for it, and he will improve because he has that attitude. He will find his window, and it may take time, but I'm more than happy to give someone who has that attitude the time of day that they need.
Yeah, maybe that's where it's probably best to have Alessandro with him to sit back and say, listen, dude, you're overdriving, calm it down, we just need you to do this. That's it, keep it on track for us, give us an opportunity to get close to these guys at the end. I think that's something that every driver would really like to hear there, Alan, as well, because the worst thing you want is somebody going, oh, dude, you made a mistake, you've done this, you've done that. It's not ideal coaching, is it?
No, we had a a little agreement that after an incident we don't react. We let the driver sort themselves out, and then they ask what they need. And if they don't say anything, we leave it. We let it go. Because the last thing you need, like you say, is someone going down your ear. Because all that's going to do is distract you, add more pressure, and take your eye off the ball.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's the best way to look at it there as well. And Hubert could probably do with that right about now to get settled in and just say, listen, son, you've made a couple. Let's just move on, put your head down, and see what we can get out of you. I think that's going to be the best way here as well. Ben Borman still under pressure from Kevin on that one. Alan, great talking to you as always, sir. I'm glad you've made it to where you have. At least we get to see some of your other drivers this week.
Oh, fantastic. That's we're here to have fun at the end of the day. Winning is nice and the pace is there, but end of the day, we're enjoying it, we're loving it, we're working together well, and if we can keep it going to the end of the race, I think that's an achievement in of itself.
Absolutely, I do fully agree with you. Well, Alan, take care, buddy, and we'll catch up with you soon.
No worries, thank you very much.
There you go, there's Alan Smith. There is somebody facing the wall there.
So Valkyrie, looks like, is that the 48 of Goncalves again?
Yeah, it looks like Goncalves is at the wall. That, Ed, was a fascinating interview. And not because it was Alan and that, but it's the fact that they're three completely different drivers. You know, Alan said that Smaraldi is super quick, and we know that already. Alan isn't exactly slow. And then they've got Hubert, which they all admitted that he is slow, but he's improving every single week. I think that is a great sort of testament to the fact that them two drivers, Smith and Smaraldi, have kind of taken on Hubert under their wing.
Yeah, it really seems like a really good atmosphere, because it didn't sound like they were... it sounded like he was definitely expecting Ben Kesby to get through when he saw that situation unfold. So as much as that would be frustrating for Alan Smith, that it would have, like, inside maybe torn the heart out of him to see them lose the lead, at the same time, I think he was sort of he was prepared for that as well. He didn't throw Hubert under the bus, so to speak. So that's really good team leadership, and let's hope that Craven Racing can still get a great result out of this. Jules Lalonde has not really been chewing into that 37-second deficit since that mistake from Van Gasshaven. He's kept his nose a bit cleaner, but yeah, we'll have to see these next couple of laps how things play out. But yeah, for Ben Kesby now 22 seconds to the good. British Turkish Racing will fancy their chances from this point on. So it's still relatively close, 61 seconds between our top three, and then only 4 seconds further back behind Lalonde is Tom Lane, who's a little bit out of sequence, but he's got half a sniff, hasn't he, of that overall podium. So he's slowly getting the 499p back into play as Tom Lane.
Yeah, I do agree. I don't think this is done. I think I want to see Smaraldi in the car and see whether or not he can pull Kesby down, or pull him out, pull him back. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's great, and a massive testament to Smith and Smaraldi for putting Hubert into the car and saying, listen, son, we don't need you to perform miracles. We just want you to keep the car on track. And we have seen a couple of times, unfortunately, made a couple of errors. I think the first one was very much self-inflicted. I don't feel he needed to be as close to that Mustang as he did if he just waited and lifted a little bit. Maybe I'm being a little bit harsh. Maybe the same mental pressure got to him. But I think that's the thing. The second one, unfortunately, was a mistake on his own. Just went into Arnage a little bit too quick and missed the corner altogether, hit the curb and around he go. But it is difficult, isn't it, when you're in this multi-class situation? Wow! As Tom Lane absolutely sides it, going up through Dunlop chicane. It is hard in this multi-class situation, and do we feel the mental pressure, as I said, for Alan, for Hubert, is there when he's in a team like, you know, Smith and Smaraldi?
Yeah, and he's put in this stint because Hubert tends to go fairly well in the night stints, so they just need Hubert to be consistent and sort of make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind and give Smaraldi too big a job to do in that final stint, essentially, is what's happening there. As you see Tom Lane continuing to try and put pressure upon Lalonde. You can see there the Cadillac with its blue headlights coming into the first Mulsanne chicane, and the Canadian knows that Lane is coming for him, and it's absolutely crucial for Lalonde and Gutierrez's chances that Jules Lalonde can hold on for as long as possible here.
The interesting thing for me is not the fact that it's coming. I think the fact that we're coming into daylight again. Now, obviously, taking on board what Smith says when the temperatures rise. Hubert sort of can't really. I'm trying to be nice, but he has problems.
It's an extra variable, yeah.
Yeah, with the temperature increase and stuff like that. So he does struggle with that one. So that's going to be an interesting variable to see what happens on here. Another interesting thing as well is if Tom Lane clears Gilles Lalonde and Gutierrez gets back in the car, which I'm kind of expecting him to towards the end. Maybe he's finishing off. Do we feel Gutierrez can get hold of Lane and pull him back in again?
Yeah, big question there. I think Tom would be very tough to beat, and of course he's soloing the race, so it is quite the task put upon him. I think I may have to take a break now for dinner, I'm afraid, James. So I'll be back within about 10 minutes if I can. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave you on your own.
Lovely. So there we go on that one as well. See you later, Ed. Ed's gone for food. Maybe we'll bring Paul in. And Paul is also eating dinner as well. What is this at 10 to 7 in the evening with dinner time here as well? So you're going to have to listen to me rabble on there as well. We'll give the overlay a bit of a kick in a minute at the moment because Chauvel's been in pit lane for absolute woe. Eric Jacobs' car has got a penalty as well, unfortunately for him, but on board with Tom Lane now. You can see Jacobs 13.5 seconds back from Overton, but we do believe he's got a penalty for track cut, so we'll keep an eye and see what happens there. Lane just clearing Lalonde. He's got the job done. He's going to block him in behind that Lexus. No response from Gilles Lalonde. Unfortunately, Lalonde does go through. Tom Lane does go through. Lalonde's going to have to sit there and try and clear that Lexus if he can. Up the inside he goes with Maximilian Petrovsky. Job done. On board with Eric Jacobs. Whoa! Hold on. What did he do there? He went over the grass, and unfortunately that's where the penalty kicked in. That's probably part of the track cuts on that one. Let us know in YouTube chat why I am sat here gassing to myself as well. Let me know what you've been doing, or let me know who you're cheering on, or who do you think is going to win. Give me someone to talk to. That would be absolutely amazing. Everything's kind of settled down at this moment in time. Gilles Lalonde in behind Tom Lane, so we'll find out what happens there at the same time. So let's see how this guy here as well. We've got another car blown up, unfortunately. Yeah, Matty Bice is blown up, unfortunately, and that could be the end of the Bice Brothers machine. And it pulls it over to the side on that one. So Matty, unfortunately, on fire again, kind of in the same place as the first DNF we saw with Timon Suvic. So that's an interesting one there as well. And unfortunately, Matty has gone and put the car and gone poof. So let's see how we go. Oh, I've got a conversation. Let's have George Angelidis here with me. George, welcome in.
Hello.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Okay. I'm a little bit concerned right now. We're looking with Zach. The temperatures are going high.
Temperatures where, George? Tell us more. Temperatures where?
Oil. Like the oil temperature, the engine is running hot because it's too hot. I mean, you don't expect. So there are two things happening, right? So the ambient is uncharacteristically hot for France right now, which is like they're in a heat wave. And among all tracks, you don't expect Le Mans to be the track that you're gonna be that hot because it's 80% throttle, right? Like you're stuck on 80% throttle. So I suspect this is what's happening with the Vinicius car, and then I think we had another one. Was it Timon? I think they blew up as well.
We've just had another one. Matty Bice blown up. Well, the Bice machine has just gone kaput at the same time here. So is that what we're seeing, George?
I believe so. So you need to go in and beef up your radiator because you're going over the where the car is running too hot. So, and you normally expected that, when we race now, we start the race at like 11 a.m. US Eastern, which is about 6 p.m. in France. So typically you expect that by nighttime, the temperatures are going to drop to like something 20, 25 even, but they have sticked at like 33 degrees at nighttime. I mean, it's like 8 p.m. in France right now, and it's 33 degrees. Like, I don't want to be living there right now. So it's bad.
Yeah, well, the UK is in the same state, and they're not exactly far away here, George. I'm sitting here absolutely roasting in my office at this moment in time, which is never good. But I think we're in the same situation as them. We've got a heat wave next week of 30-odd degree plus coming to the UK. So I think you've picked a bad weekend here, George, to be holding Le Mans.
Yeah, apparently it was very hot in the real race too, which is what made Toyota win it, because they were much better on their tires than everybody else in the day. So everybody collapsed kind of like in the morning because it just got so hot, which, I mean, it's not typically for a track that goes usually almost to freezing temperatures at night with cold and miserable rain. I have been there like that. It's, you know, you don't expect the very high end of Le Mans, but here we are, and we're facing with these issues now. So
how do you combat them? What do you say to Eric or Zach? Sorry, in the car. How do you combat?
Well, the first
their
thing is
situation?
we're going in. Yeah, the first thing is we go in and open the radiator up in the next pit stop. That's what's going to happen right now. And if you're still running hot, you have to just do more lift and coast at the straights to not run at 100% throttle all the time.
See, that seems a little bit weird for me. Now, I'm not a technician or an engineer or anything like that, right? Give me a little 125 drag bike and I can figure it out. Give me a hypercar, George. Surely the speeds that you're going and the airflow through the front, does that not cool it down enough then?
No, because, I mean, it does. But there is another issue going on, which is basically you're stressing the engine operating at high RPMs all the time, right? So you imagine like that you have an engine where you're revving high, and now normally in a typical operation you go high and then you shift gears, then you go low again, so it kind of like relaxes, so it doesn't run always hot. The more RPMs you have on the engine, the more load you're putting on the engine, which means the more heat you're generating, and the more oil you're heating up because you're needing it to cool it, right? So the engine demands more cooling because it runs at higher revs, which means that you're needing more oil to be provided, and then the oil gets hotter as it cools down the engine. So the issue here is, yes, you're going very fast, but you are at red line, or at least a lot of those cars are at red line at Le Mans for a long time, which heats the engine more than what you're getting it cooled, believe it or not, are going at 320 or 330 kilometers an hour. So you need to open up more of a gap on the grill, that there is more air coming into the car to cool it down. Now, obviously, you don't want to do that, because the more you put, the more opening you do, the less top speed you have. So it's a compromise. You want to have as minimum of an opening as you have, as you can have, to get away with it. But at this point, what happens is that we are no longer eligible to get away with it. So we need to open it up, or else we're going to just DNF.
So have you said to Zach, listen, dude, we're in a situation here, bud. We need you to get this car to this pit stop, and you're going to have to lift and coast to cool it down?
Well, we're not into that step. The first step we're doing is we're going to open up all the way the radiator up.
Yeah,
so,
but what I mean, George, is will he make it to the pit stop? When is he due to pit stop to be able to open the radiator?
Yeah, I think so. He's about to pit in a few laps time here, so I think we are okay. We're just going just a bit over. We're like 1 degree over what is the maximum. So, and we're just doing it at the straight, so which is where you're going to be having it. So if the air conditions, what was I expecting was that the air temperature is going to go down by at least 1 degree, and that's going to be the difference. But it doesn't seem that it's going down. So at this point, 2 hours into the race, 2 hours and a half, I'm like thinking, okay, we need to do something here.
Okay, well, let's see how he goes there. We've just seen Zach in behind the CMS Blue team, waiting for the opportunity to overtake him there as well. So he's doing a stellar job. Nice little wait for Zach there. He should get both of them cars, that and the Lexus, before the next corner. George, we're looking at going, obviously, in situations for this year and next year. What's this kind of situation coming to CMS over that period of time?
Well, the first thing is we are still trying to release the mods that we have done before. I mean, I think the 85, the historic mod from last year, is about to get done and released in the workshop. I know everybody has been talking about when we're going to release the modern cars in the workshop. That has been an ongoing saga because we need to do a lot of refactoring for a lot of the stuff when we had them before to now. So we need to change a couple of things into the cars and with the new updates that we have to incorporate before we release them. And obviously Ross needs to make some updates there too. So it's a kind of a frustrating story because we do want to release them and then get done with it. So after that, we only release every year at the end of it, but we're always get backlogged, and then with my real work as well, it always goes kind of backwards. So, but that's the intent at least for next year. We continue the VWC moderns with these cars and then the new machinery. Obviously, you see a couple of cars are not going to be here next year. A couple of other cars are going to be there next year. So we're glad to bring those and sad to leave some older ones. There is Silverstone. I believe your home Grand Prix is coming into the calendar. As you saw, WEC is going back there. So we're going to be adding Silverstone in it. We were definitely expecting Silverstone to come back. It just I'm not a big fan of the new layout. I like the old bridge one.
I don't like. You're preaching to the person who does not like Silverstone, George. I've got to be honest.
At all, or like even the previous layout, like the bridge.
It's too flat. It's boring. There's no undulation. It's just a straight circuit, and it's massive. I've been there in real life. It is absolutely huge. And it's if you go there and watch real racing, they all kind of go and then you're waiting for about a minute and a half before you actually see anybody, and you can't actually see any other parts of a circuit but what you can see is obviously it's not a great viewer's circuit. It's something maybe like a spectacle, the F1 or maybe WEC+MEC or something like that may be good, but currently at the moment, no, I'm not a lover of Silverstone. I don't like it. It's just too flat, and yeah, it's not my favourite, George, to be honest with you.
I see. Well,
sorry.
No, I agree. I don't like. I like the old bridge circuit, the 90s Silverstone. That was good. The new one, I don't. I think the new arena section just destroyed the flow of what Silverstone had. So I'm not a big fan, but obviously there is a much history in Silverstone, being part of the World Sportscar Championship. So it's glad that it's back. But yeah, that means that it's going to be a busier calendar with 14 rounds. We're going back to the all-time round high of 20. I don't remember what was it, 22, I think, when we had 14 races. So it's going to be an extensive calendar, and obviously we have the historics, which is going to be a big surprise for everybody and very different from everything we have done so far. But I'm pretty sure I'm saying that every year, but it is going to be
You do say that every year. You never give us a hint on the year either. That's the worst thing. You're going to have to let me know early now, because obviously we've got no pool after this race. So you're going to have to tell me early so I can get everything set up, ready to go for the start of the historics, of course, George.
So is that why you're kicking Paul out? So you figure out what the historic mod is before anybody else this time.
Unfortunately, I'm not kicking him out. Let's just put it this way: he's leaving before he's pushed. There you go. On that one, George. But listen, I'm interested to know one thing, and this is what always confuses me about when we look at you guys doing mods. How do you get access to the cars to be able to build the mods?
So that's an interesting question, because it's twofold depending on what cars are we talking about. So historic or older cars, a lot of the information.
Like the news 2020. Sorry, the new 2027.
Oh, the news 2028. Yeah. So a bunch of us are working, or we have a couple of guys in the CMS Discord that they work on other manufacturers. I work on one manufacturer, so we have kind of like an insider's knowledge of some stuff that will be translating to the real values in things that when a new car comes in that we don't know of, usually we look at hints like, is it an Oreca chassis or is it a Dallara one, that we have already access and information on some of those. So we made a good guess based on what they have on what we already have on those spines to build that. Then we get the engine. Usually companies are pretty keen on letting engine information on the web because they're very proud of their uniqueness or whatever engine that they're doing, and then they give you a lot of specs. So, and plus a lot of them are regulated on what you can do on the torque and power band. So it's easy to model the engine and the torque response. And after that, there is just a small the graphical aspect or issues or where the colliders are on the car, so you can make them behave under bumps or under braking correctly or under jumps. And that's basically the principle of it. The hypercar regulation, also the GT3 regulation, is very, very, it has a very, very strict window, operating windows, which are published and public on the technical regulation. So you know what the lift over drag is, you know what the downforce levels are, you know pretty much what the drag coefficients are for the car. So it's not a lot that you have to invent or figure out, because a lot of that is kind of already known information. A lot of the software that goes into this car, or like the traction control and stuff that they're proprietary, we don't know, but we have a generic map that fits all cars for easiness, but it also fairness for a league use, which makes up for it. And then that's all the cars have, due to those little bits and pieces that each one is, have different characteristics that they create this on-track action that you see, that one car sometimes is faster on a straight and someone is better on its tires, etc., which also comes with a BOP as well, right? It changes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, George, it's been absolutely fascinating having you up here in the booth with us as well. Hopefully you get your problems sorted out, open up that radiator, mate, and hopefully we'll see that car get to the end.
Yeah, that's the hope, because we have a pretty good gap, as I recall, and we don't want to throw it away now.
No, you still got 64 seconds, George, so hopefully you should be good.
Okay, cool.
Take care. I'll catch up with you soon, buddy.
Yeah, bye-bye.
So there we go. That was George Angelidis in the booth with us as well. Been a couple of things happening while I've been talking to George at the same time. Riley Koenig cleared JT Tammy, so that's one up for the boys there as well. With he's managed to get through with him and Troy Uyan. So next up for them guys, they're going to be trying to push to get up to the back of Yuki Takanashi. They do have a long old time to do that. At the same time, the boys have managed to keep Van Gashoven out in front now, which is great, and they've got their wish of Michael Locke back in the car, so that's good to see for the guys there as well. From Craven Racing, Van Gashoven now he can literally relax. He's got 32 seconds on that one. The problem is, though, is that Mr. Gutierrez has got back in the car, and he's motoring after he goes after Tom Lane once the overlay gets a bit of a kick, because he hasn't been in there for 4.5 minutes. So he will go after the guys in front of him with Tom Lane, and we'll see how far Gutierrez can get on that one. Great insight talking to George there as well, because obviously you've seen a lot of these happening. I had to find out how they get the information for them, but it seems like they got insider trading knowledge, to be honest, and they do produce absolutely amazing cars as well. Looking forward to seeing if you can see the mods on the workshop very, very shortly, I'm sure. During that period of time, Ed has managed to woof down his dinner faster than my dachshund eating his, and has got himself back in the booth with us. Ed, welcome back.
Well, I did say it'd be 10 minutes, didn't I? And I didn't want you to miss.
Mate, I didn't know how long. I don't know how long people take to eat. To be blatantly honest, I can't. I've got a friend, right, that woofs dinner down like somebody's going to steal it, and I can't eat like that. I end up with bad indigestion.
Yeah, I can understand it. Well, I've had a fair bit of practice because I've sort of fit it in around commentaries. Usually, sort of during the end of like qualifying is what I try to do.
Yeah, you do end up trying to eat. You do end up trying to eat and comms at the same time. I am going to pull in David Jun. I do want a quick word with him. David, of course, in the Lexus RCF with JT Tammy. Tammy just taking over the car, hence David's here, right? Because if he wasn't here, he would still be in the car, but he is here. David, welcome in, bud.
Hello there.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, well, not that fresh anymore. I was driving without pants anyway, because it's so hot.
I mean pants, you mean trousers, right? You don't actually mean
Yeah.
underwear.
No.
Oh, okay,
No,
cool.
no.
I just had to check because in England, pants is underwear.
Yeah, maybe use more of British English than American.
Yeah, I'm just keeping clear. Right, that's pants as in trousers, guys, in YouTube chat as well, not pants, underwear. David, what's going on? What do we think? You said earlier on, or JT said you're not as quick as the Porsches. You're trying to get what you can take. We've just seen Tammy overtaken by Koenig. What's the situation with that car?
I mean, Hans already describes the feeling of like my start of the race already, because I mean, I don't understand how I get rear-ended out of the last chicane, and then I'm already 8 to 10 seconds down and might have given a bit of rear damage. It's probably not that worse, not really important, but in a car that has so much, I mean, I don't want to be a downer, but this is, for me, this was not a race. This is more like, I don't know, something like glory run, because the Porsche, when they don't get any bad luck, they're just destroying us, because it might look good if you look at the top speed, because like the Lexus is okay there, but at the same time, like if you go full speed, like imagine if you're just trying to handle this on pace, the Porsches seem to mostly destroy us in the turns, which is even more crazy, because I was looking at the live timing of JT and he was looking himself, and we mostly lost 1.2 seconds just there. I mean, this first sector is too short, really, but they have so much more like turning power or kind of grip. We just cannot keep up with that as much as I try, and of course that's also why someone will criticize and say, well, then you're not driving at full max pace. Yeah. I mean, I looked at the Koenig Porsche, and they were on like 16 lap stint that I squeezed out the 19 one, so to get above the the cut line for making it on our stop.
Trying to eliminate the splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, exactly. We were just trying to make it exactly like 72 minutes and such, and to hit 4:48, because that is like the only kind of instrument on strategy-wise that I think we can really use, because we cannot, the Lexus, if there's any track, or it seems there is one track that the Lexus is just not at all there, it is here, or the Porsche loves this track. Not just the Porsche curves, but it really loves this track. And in the turn, it gets just so much more, and that's why on a pace alone, we are just not capable of fighting there. So we try to make it by strategy and hope something happens, and they have to muscle and power it out like Kirby. But when I just look at how like they are often, I mean Kirby's from another planet. Although when I looked in my mirrors and saw Yuki Takahashi behind me in the dark, where I was looking, that glowing spaceship looked like an alien in the forest.
Yeah, I bet on that one. But I do have to ask you though, really quickly, why the Lexus? You're the only guys in the car. Why the Lexus?
Well, like mostly two things, I guess. Like at the start of the season, I could not really decide, and thought like the McLaren because you have one switch. I thought like the McLaren at Daytona looked good. I kind of understated somehow, I think, the steering lock, because it felt not good, and I somehow didn't click, it didn't steer as well. And then it was also a bit on the downside, again, versus the Porsche and even Lexus and Mercedes. The Mercedes was even better, and I should have probably stayed with it. And that's why I think I even got a drive-through, and then of course it was nowhere near. But then I was like, yeah, what car would I rather drive over the whole season? And I think it was already there where I late asked JT, let's just drive to the Lexus, so at least, you drive for a team, maybe get team points and have some kind of goal to work. And it's like we're like two of the the most consistent drivers when we drive out on track, so we can at least like fight Alan in like his Lamborghini, and we can fight the Porsche Armada, and maybe more just two people. And apart from that, I've always loved the kind of now underdogs. The NSX in my first season, I still don't know how I won a championship in that car, especially after the 40 kilos hit, I think. But the NSX looked so amazing. That's why I love driving or having it. And I had a cool livery with it. I still have not opened the poster. But then it was gone, and I went to the Mercedes because Brian from Bösico made a really nice livery for it, so was more enticed. And now I thought like, yeah, well, JT's there and such, and well, let's drive the Lexus. I also like the Lexus because I was rooting for it at Le Mans. I don't know. I don't know. I like the name, I like the kind of looks of this old car, but I just liked it the most. But I mean, here it's not the fastest, and against those 56s. To be honest, I think the hot weather now, 2 weeks later, also doesn't help our pace. It feels like the Lexus is even more sluggish. I thought I did 58s in the previous race and had somehow a better margin, a better feeling, or again the times were better. But I dropped from like doing 58 at some point to I barely could do 59, and I just said even to JT while driving, you could go power all the way or use more power, like even partially, just the straights, and then maybe, you know, instead of go to usually above 290 instead of 288 or something. Like, I mean, even in real life, the Mercedes would hit 304, which I don't understand, but it's not the same. But again, it's even when I upped the boost mixer to get more speed on the straight, you know, maybe I gain like half a second maybe there, and then I can go lean, and in the turns it's not much more of a thing and doesn't really help. But the boost setting gave us absolutely, I mean, to be honest, it does not really, it's probably also not for that, but there's just not more oomph in the car to actually make use of any higher setting. And I was way better on consistently being lean and maybe drive a bit less defensive into turns.
2 seconds there, dude.
Oh no.
That was a big old mix-up with Yuki Takanashi there.
Oh!
And unfortunately, it looks like Hubert van Gashoven got that all a little bit wrong and nearly went into the tyres at the Mulsanne chicane. He's managed to keep it going. But yeah, that was really, really close from Hubert on Takanashi. Just missed him, and manages to keep going in the right direction. Of course, the guys have pitted. That's put Locke back in the lead of that one. David, it's been absolutely fascinating talking to you. Absolutely amazing as well. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Probably just some friends that I've given the stream to look at. Probably they're not watching, but yeah, thanks if they did watch. And
Awesome
to JT.
job. Yeah, of course. Shout your teammate out. Well done on that one, David. Take care, buddy. We'll catch up with you soon.
Yep. See you guys. Bye-bye.
On that was a mix-up with Yuki Takanashi and Eric Jacobs, I believe, back in that Mustang. He is, I'm sure he is, and that as well. And then obviously with Hubert van Gashoven there, Ed, it all got very, very congested.
Yeah, I think Takanashi was lapping Jacobs, and Jacobs ended up taking to the grass over the Ford chicane just to avoid him there. So quite dramatic. And there was also that incident with Van Gashoven and Takanashi. So Takanashi at the middle of the center of a number of incidents there. And yeah, Van Gashoven, who'd come out about 5 seconds behind Tom Lane after he stopped from the lead, has now lost 10 seconds over the course of this stint so far. And this is Van Gashoven, his move up the... It's not Alan Smith, Paul. It's Van Gashoven.
Yeah, Paul.
Well, maybe listen to me then, right? Anyway, sorry.
Try robbing the boat. Fight. Going on up here at this moment in time here with Paul.
It's annoying to repeatedly told false information when I've told him no, it's Van Gashoven. But there we go. Hubert won't mind. He'll be happy for Alan to take the blame, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. On that one. But on that, they've managed to keep it back as well. We'll take you back to live pictures. We've lost some DNFs as well. Now, this is one of the biggest things going on at the moment as well, managing the oil temperatures. We heard from George that it has become a situation here where they're managing oil temperatures at the moment. As time, Matty Bice couldn't quite get it into his head about it blowing up. Alan Smith and his team are managing them as well. George has been managing them as well, and Bez Kesby's team are also managing this due to the excessive heat that's currently taking place at Le Mans at this moment in time, which I feel currently, Ed, nobody kind of expected.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's caught a lot of them out, this temperature increase, as the nighttime stint has ended and the sun's gone back up. And yeah, suddenly the temperature's starting to skyrocket. We did see beginning of the race, didn't we? There was early in the race, I think it was, there was a number of drivers that were just keeping the temps under control. And yeah, of course, we didn't get to this stage in the race last attempt around as well. So this is the big unknown sort of stint. But yeah, Matthew Bice and the Toyota TR10, much like Suvik and the similar Toyota TR010, out of the race with the engines overheating essentially and the oil temp skyrocketing. So big shame for both of them, because they were looking good to finish just off the podium in both classes, but it means those behind benefit. We still got 3 Hypercar AMs, all of which will finish on the podium. It puts Goncalves up a place as well in that Valkyrie, and it means Zachary Chavot and George Angelidis have got 1 less Hypercar AM to worry about in their Acura. But yeah, meanwhile, Johnny Gutierrez is rapidly closing on Van Gashoven, who is really looking, I don't want to say all at sea, but he's really rapidly dropping behind Tom Lane and into the clutches of Gutierrez here.
Yeah, I'll be wondering when Smoreldi gets on the car, into the car. I think they're just hoping that Van Gashoven could just basically hold it where it is at this moment in time and try and keep it on track. I think that was one of the instructions that they had given Van Gashoven, was please just try and minimize the mistake. But the problem is Johnny Gutierrez is 2 seconds back, and Gutierrez is considerably quicker than Van Gashoven. So by the end of this lap, maybe even before that, Ed, I think Van Gashoven's going to have to either defend or just let him go, because I don't think fighting with Gutierrez is going to be a good idea.
Nope, and it is sort of a case of, you're right, it's similar to what we saw earlier with Ben Kesby, wasn't it? Van Gashoven sort of didn't really have anything to fight with, and it was a matter of sort of when, essentially, rather than if. Here, he could hold up Gutierrez is the best he can do, maybe, but he's just continuing to fly out there, is the American. So the Cadillac's coming through sooner or later. It's just a matter of where and how cleanly Van Gashoven wants to make it here, in terms of it might be worth defending a little bit into some of the tighter corners where it's a little bit tougher to overtake, but down the Mulsanne, surely this next lap around is where Gutierrez is thinking about nailing him.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be long before Gutierrez gets through, and that's
taking
no
so
offense.
many more risks as well as Johnny.
Not really feeling that it's going to be long before Gashoven's going to be under deep pressure. Not really a lot
Look at
to
Gashoven's
do.
line into the Ford curves. It almost looked like he was going to the pit lane there. He's taking such a shallow line and understeering.
I think the problem is he's, as I said, he's kind of the amateur out of the group almost, and that was Smith's words, not mine, ladies and gentlemen, before you get hold of me and send me multiple DMs. But I think at the same time, Van Gashoven's doing a job he needs to do. If he can hold up Gutierrez, maybe for a lap, Ed, it might actually help him later on in the life, or in the race for Smoreldi.
Later in life, I know with long-term strategy, but I didn't realize that far.
Maybe, Ed, you never know. You never know.
True. Yeah, I might do more of these endurance events in the future, could you? But anyway, Johnny Gutierrez, you can see Van Gashoven almost trying to defend the middle of the road on the run into Tetra Rouge, but you can see the Cadillac is tucked right in the slipstream. It is the 73 versus the number 2. Gutierrez to the outside, and they leave it, looks like a wide berth left by Hubert Van Gashoven. So Gutierrez is now back onto the overall podium, 20 seconds behind Tom Lane, but he's lapping about 2 seconds a lap quicker then. So that could be really fast. I think the runner-up spot in this one could be really interesting, because I think British Turkish Racing, 45 seconds ahead, are looking in a stronger and stronger position as this goes on. It's going to have to be quite the gamble from anybody to beat them, as this is the Valkyrie of Galout in trouble into Indianapolis.
Yeah, unfortunately though, he had a great little battle that we were focused. Oh, wow. Hold on, that was very, very bizarre.
Still ahead of Ben Borman there,
yeah,
by about a second.
Yeah, ahead of Ben Borman, but it was a lot of drama for Kevin, and whether or not he's got any damage, that's going to be the interesting one, I think, on that one. But they've been having a nice little battle there as well. I think Hubert's situation is trying just to stay with Gutierrez. It does sound like Gallagher's got a penalty as well, Ed, which isn't going to do them any favours.
Yeah, maybe too many off tracks, or it could have been that spin across the track to get going again that could have caused it if he was deemed to be going the wrong way.
Yeah, I think the off track.
It was off track at the final corner then on the same lap.
I don't think that's going to do him any favours, to be blatantly honest with you.
Borman's got through as well in the process of all of this.
So there we go, just keeping an eye.
Way too much curb on the inside there, and he slowed right down as well, and I think he's had to let Borman through. But even so, the penalty's still going to stand, sadly.
Yeah, there's nothing he's going to be able to do about that, unfortunately, for him. He's just got to sit there, take it on the chin, and move on, because I think that is what the situation will be. So we'll see how we go. Interesting thing for me as well is we've got CMS blue and red in the same picture, but they are not together on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think Troy's trying to unlap himself from Dan Kirby here.
He's just trying to unlap himself currently, but I don't believe he's going to be able to do that either.
Unless Daniel takes it very, very easy. He's 132 seconds ahead of Takanashi. I think he's still got a pit stop that he's got to do soon, so that might be how he gets out of the way.
Yeah, maybe.
So here we go. Galant versus Borman into Mulsanne chicane number 2. The Valkyrie screams through up the inside, and Ben Borman isn't really going to try and be down there on the brakes there or do anything silly. So back through goes the Valkyrie, but Borman, I think, will be waiting for the Valkyrie to go into the pits there.
Yeah, more drama, I feel, we're going to be witnessing very, very shortly here. So here we go. Oh,
that's Goncalves again, nearly in the back of was that Born? It looked like, Angelidis, sorry. Or his teammate, sorry. Yeah, Chivot, sorry.
Yeah, that was very, very close indeed for both of them drivers. They've managed to get away with it, but next time they might not be so lucky. Dan Kirby into pit lane. Is this finally where we see Dan give the car up to John Uyan, Ed?
Yeah, he's certainly been hot clutching onto that steering wheel and saying, "You can take it from my cold, dead hands, sunshine," is Daniel Kirby's attitude. And so, to be fair, that strategy's worked incredibly well so far. But now they've got more than a big enough gap to change drivers for the final 90 minutes of the race. We should be seeing John take it through the end. Oh, my goodness, as the Galant very close to the wall on the exit of no, there's a bit of a sticky out bit of the barrier as well. He did very, very well to not put that Valkyrie into bits there.
Yeah, we're going to see. I've got somebody who may have just nearly put it into bits here on the screen at the moment. That is that still, that's Mr. Ross Smith. Oh,
that was Goncalves, I think, in another spin.
Can we look at that? Go back and see what Goncalves did, if that's possible, please. And see how that materialized there and what Smith actually saw. But I've got a funny feeling there he's not going to be sitting back being overly happy about that situation. He's got to come into pit lane as well. You can see him at the bottom of your screen, got that all wrong. Didn't get that right either, unfortunately, for Smith. I wonder how much damage he's actually carrying on that car now, Ed, because you see him dive into pit lane straight away after that incident. But how much did he actually see coming around that corner?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like, because it's kind of a blind corner because of the entry. You sort of enter at the right angle, there's the wall on the inside, and it's as you're going through Indianapolis that Ross Smith would have seen Goncalves sideways down the road. Difficult to avoid. He did about as good of a job as he could have, Ross Smith, but I think the left front might have taken a knock there at the very least. But yeah, Smith sort of just trying to get to the end of this one, about over 160 seconds down now on Adam Gray. This is Goncalves. Oh, it's so often we see him just dip a wheel in the gravel. He's at the inside.
It's a rejoin I want to see.
Yeah,
look,
here we go.
That's fine.
He just stops. He's sort of on the
That's
exit here.
not fine.
Reverses, and this is where Ross comes, I think. Yeah, there we go. It was a hit with a barrier that did more damage to Ross.
Did he not slow down? That's going to be the problem here. Was Smith not aware of that yellow? I'm sure they get plenty of notifications.
Well, he didn't realise he had to go completely off track because it was blocked, though.
Yeah, I do wonder whether or not slowing down might have been a better thing, though, Ed, because obviously the fact
Still would have hit him, though. I don't see anything. It's such a slow corner.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a slow corner. If he didn't lift off, he would have had that inside line because Goncalves was all the way to the right-hand side of the track.
Maybe, but I guess we'll never know, sadly.
No, unfortunately not. John Uyan is now taking over the car in that lead-in Porsche. We'll give the overlay a kick at the minute as well because they're not in. There we go on that one. And 38 seconds still for that lead-in Porsche in LMGT3 Pros. I can't really see that being defeated.
It's difficult, yeah, because he went in with such a big lead and is still nearly 40 seconds ahead of Takanashi, who... Yeah, they make them tough in Japan, don't they? So Yuki has had a long old race in P2 and has built that gap to nearly 30 seconds to JT Tammy. Although Tammy, of course, on the super safe fuel strategy in the Lexus. So Takanashi and the number 12 car are in a sort of pit lane strategy battle against each other, where they're not really fighting each other on the road, but they could well be by the end of the race, depending on if they can get that Lexus to make the distance without having to do the splash and dash at the end then. So yeah, 30 seconds is definitely keeping them in range.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And as we heard from David Junt, that's what they're going for. They're trying to avoid the splash and dash. They haven't got any kind of response for the Porsche, which seems weird that the Porsche is actually managing to outpace something, considering the Porsche never really is the highest top-end speed car there, Ed.
Yeah, certainly it's got its unique characteristics, but at a circuit like this, if you set it up well, give it in the hands of a driver that has a lot of confidence and has a lot of practice as well, then it can make the difference. And that's really what we've seen from Dan Kirby in most of this race. And I think Oyen is got enough pace in hand in order to fend off Takanashi. Takanashi, to his credit, his last lap was a personal best, 3:55.9. John Owen with his pit stop about 10 seconds slower, of course. As he's getting back up to speed then. So it'll be fascinating to see. Middle sector as well, Takanashi 2 seconds quicker then. So it's not done yet, but with that gap, by the time Takanashi catches Oyen, John should be up to speed then. Is in to serve that penalty, I believe, is Kevin Galout.
Yeah, I think that's what he's coming in for. I don't think that due a pit stop. I think we're likely to see him just continue to go through the pit lane here as he continues running down. I think it's going to be that drive-through that he's going to have to serve. It is there as well. No real close battles at the moment. No class battles, no inter-class battles. It's kind of at that stage where we sit back and just wait for the pit stop cycles to materialise. That's where we're going to be at the moment.
Gutierrez, who's been closing about 2 seconds a lap on Tom Lane at the moment. So the Cadillac continuing to fly. And see there, he's about 13 behind Tom Lane now as he gains a bit more in this sector. Sector 1, he was 4/10 quicker. Sector 2, that's 121.169 for Gutierrez, 122.9 for Tom Lane. So that is 1.8 seconds quicker in the second sector. So Gutierrez continuing to fly and use up that fuel. And yeah, again, similar to Tatmi versus Takanashi, Lane versus Gutierrez is basically the driver ahead trying to save fuel, the driver behind trying to use the pace to catch and pass them on track.
Yeah, I do wonder whether or not Gutierrez is really caring about fuel at this point. He kind of does the hard work, and then he's got to wait until his next stint to do the hard work again, hoping that kind of Lalonde hasn't got him a little bit further untouchable. You know, they're managing it in third at the moment, which is great to see, and hopefully they will stay there or even battle it out later on when obviously the pit stop cycles come about. But it depends on what their target numbers were, Ed, and whether or not they're on there. I don't feel Gutierrez is really hitting a target. I think he's just trying to drag that car up as quickly as possible.
In terms of speed, he's exceeding the target, but in terms of fuel, yeah, maybe making things a little bit more complicated than they would otherwise want. But yeah, of course, importantly, they are building the gap to Van Gashoven, so when Smiraldi gets on board, we think the 73 with the crash earlier may have taken a bit of damage, but nonetheless, Van Gashoven keeping within 20 seconds of Gutierrez at the current moment, and will be interesting to see if Smiraldi can up the pace once the Cadillac has changed drivers, whether third place might yet change hands again. But yeah, certainly Tom Lane responding fairly well to the pace of Gutierrez, actually. This particular lap only a tenth slower in the first sector.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as well. Johnny Gutierrez last time around 3:30, Tom Lane 3:32.6, so a whole 2.2 seconds Gutierrez has managed to pull on that one. It's going to be a very exciting end. What can Gutierrez do with this car as we're coming in to the final hour and 30 minutes? It's been a long one. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some drivers who are going to sit back at this, Ed, and think, thank God it's over, especially the likes of Takanashi and others who are driving solo.
Yeah, Tom Lane too. But yeah, I think just getting to the end is an achievement in of itself, regardless of whether you're doing it on your own or with support of a couple of other drivers as well. We've seen one driver in each class fail to make the finish. Of course, the 22 Ryan Pulpit Ray's Peter Meyer in the Lexus that was leading in class at the time as well, number 16. Timon Suvic and Matthew Price as well, blowing up the engines effectively in the Toyota, which does seem to be a little bit sensitive then. Here is our Chevaux, our AM leader, continuing to go along very nicely indeed. 67 seconds, the gap to Eric Moyne in the number 40 963 Porsche. So Chevaux and Angelidis, you would think now, after they were the ones that got disconnected, of course, in the original running of this race. So to see them leading, as I think deservedly so, given their performance both 2 weeks ago and today, that's really heartwarming to see as well. And we're lucky enough to hear George's thoughts earlier on to the rest of the season. It was interesting hearing his thoughts on Silverstone and how he misses the old layout with bridge, because I was actually there at Silverstone last week to commentate on the kart track, which does use some of a bit of bridge and the old Priory corner that used to lead into Brooklands, essentially. So, yeah, a slightly slower range of machinery, but yeah, nonetheless, very, very entertaining what they've done with it. It's a very top quality facility. They still haven't got the light gantry sorted just yet. They've got the gantry, but not the lights. So it's just a guy with a checkered flag starts the races. So it's quite easy to jump the start and get away with it, essentially, by sort of starting a tap on the throttle before the race actually begins.
Yeah, I've been up Silverstone a couple of times. It's a very long circuit. I was lucky enough to sit in the pits while an endurance race was going on up there, and so I'm going to be interested to see. I still don't like it. I still think it's too long. I believe Fair Mr. enough. Ross Smith has still
I'm more
had
a Brands Hatch fan myself.
Yeah, me too. Ross there.
Slowing right down. I think he cut the corner.
Yeah, I think so, and then giving himself some problems there. That's the last person he wanted to see him behind him is Mr. Concava. Don't say they've had another two-row and coming together. Oh, they did. Really? Come on.
That could have been a lot worse. Oh, it is worse. Okay, in the wall goes Russ.
Is that Concava's again?
It looked like it.
Oh, mate. I tell you what, I think
48,
Ross is going to be angry as hell at this. I would... Yeah, I don't really know what I would do if I was Ross. But going back to Zachary Chirot, let's not forget, I'm hoping they've been in the pits. I believe they may have been in the pits as well. They've got to open up the radiator. George has said that everybody's kind of suffering from higher temps at the moment, and they're hoping that Zach can get that car into pit lane to be able to open up the radiator, to sacrifice that top speed to do that there. It was Concava's there as well. I wonder how Ross is going to react to that one after this race, Ed, because, yeah, 2 times in a row, not good.
Yeah, and he's a lap down now on the next car, which is, of course, Stephen Miller, who's gotten back on. But we did get to hear from Stephen earlier on. He said it was very much a tortoise in this scenario. They're about 146 seconds down on Kanteranakis, but very much on course for that bottom step on the podium then, especially after that bad luck for Ross Smith then, as... Well, a big gasp of excitement from Paul there, which no doubt indicates something dramatic has just happened, nearly happened. Gutierrez, by the way, within 9 seconds now of Tom Lane, so he's taken another 5 seconds out of him, as we can... So, talk us through this one, James.
Well, here we go. That's Concava's again, and Ben Borman. Oh, Borman's climbing all over the back here. I'm not entirely sure how this one's going to pay out in through that final sector. Borman's trying to get the inside line, can't get it. Concavas is still managing to hold on. Borman's going to try and come back at him here. I think that's his space. Yeah, I would probably flash my lights as well. I don't think the record of Concavas has been great at the moment as both men go into pit lane.
Yeah, that initial one where he caught him at the entrance of the Porsche chicane, the sort of first little chicane, the right-hander followed by the left, that was very, very close. So Borman just about had his wits about him and was able to avoid a big crash with Goncalves, who's had more than his fair share of misadventures today. So he himself would be quite keen to avoid it. So here is Gutierrez. You can't quite see Tom Lane in shot from this angle, but he is just under 9 seconds ahead, if I'm not mistaken then. So last lap for Gutierrez, 3 minutes 28.7, 5 seconds quicker per lap than Tom Lane here. So Gutierrez continuing to fly, so he can potentially pass and catch Tom Lane before the end of this stint, as we go very, very low at the bottom of the under tray for the Cadillac here. So Gutierrez, you can see the sort of aggressive change of direction coming out through Maison Blanche at the exit of the Porsche curves, and now towards the Ford chicane as well. So he's taking all the risks to try and put pressure on our second place man. 100, plenty of curb used as he now negotiates the Ford chicane and is about to begin what should be lap 59.
Yeah, he's definitely motoring along now. He's putting a lot of pressure through that car into corners as well. Troy, John Uyan pit lane again. Is that real, or is that just RF2 feeding me dodgy data?
It's the timing screen glitching out because he's left it long since. I think 28 seconds ahead of Takanashi. So Takanashi continuing to close by about 2.5 seconds per lap, but the gap still just under 30 seconds then. So this is encouraging for Takanashi, but it's not quite enough to swing him into race victory contention just yet.
Yeah, I don't see that getting close. I think John's a lot quicker driver than that one, unless he's had some drama, of course, here with a replay on the screen. And you can see there, that is Stephen Miller back in the car.
Ooh, that's that Borman just avoiding
again.
him, yeah.
Yeah, Borman just about avoided him. And through he goes in the chicane. Did he manage to get it come round? He did. And Ben Borman gets under his way. But that was very, very close indeed there.
Yeah, a bit of a brown trousers moment there for Ben, but luckily he continues, albeit in 6th and last of those still running a lap down in Hypercar. But there could be good points for the 93 crew at the end of this one if they can just keep going, and that can make all the difference in the championship when, of course, they go back to being independent entries. This is a replay of how close and super slow-mo he got to the back of Miller. Just about found the outside, very similar to what we saw on the first lap, if you remember, between the 57 Valkyrie, where he did hit the wall, did Ben Borman there. So maybe a little bit of damage as well for Ben to contend with for the rest of this stint at the very least.
Yeah, let's see how it happens there. And Gutierrez has now got the gap down to 6.5 seconds over Lane. There is definitely no fuel saving going on within this machine. He is literally taking it full bore as fast as he can go. And away he goes. We've lost Kataranakis. That's a bit of a shame with him and Eric Jacobs. I'm wondering if that is a DNF or whether or not a disconnect, sorry, or whether or not he's hit the wall. Axel Laflamme has said no. Yeah, Axel. Oh God, we don't want this. Axel Laflamme in general chat at the moment. Lead discussion of the modern. I can't find the server.
Okay, that could be a problem for the 57 then coming up. But
it could be a problem because this is the start of where we had last time.
Indeed, yeah, that's a heartbreak with an hour to go. Hopefully, the organisers do decide to continue the race, because I would hate to have to do this for a third time. With all due respect, it has been brilliant fun. But yeah, you've got to feel for Kataranakis and the 67 crew as well. We saw, remember, a brilliant performance early doors by Eric Jacobs as well. And they were leading that the AM GT3 class for quite a while. But from second position, they are out of the picture now, and that very much hands it to the 174 crew, and Stuart Barge at the wheel will be very, very well. I don't think he'll be too pleased because his closest threat has gone out through disconnection, through no fault of his own, but certainly it does take the pressure off the barge.
Yeah, and Miller. I had a chat with Miller earlier on. Did say that he was
just gains another place.
Yeah, the Tortoise is up possibly on that one, unless Kataranakis can find the server, get back in as well. That's because I couldn't work out how to spell it, Paul, on that one. So I just put as I sounded in my head. So kiss my bottom for Paul Glover on that one, telling me correctly on spelling as well. But I feel that this is going to be very, very interesting now, because I think coming in towards the end of this hour, there could be a lot of swap overs for people, and I'm wondering if this feeling of issues with the server is going to kick in, because Axel Laflamme has said he cannot find it.
Let's hope Axel doesn't have to do any more stints then.
I'm going to presume that he does. I'm going to presume he does here. So let's have a look and have a chat with Adam Gray, who is into the booth as well. As we look at Gutierrez closing down on Tom Lane. Adam, Stephen refers you as the tortoise of the group to keep it on track, and now you're sitting in second place.
Yeah, the McLaren lacks top speed against the other cars. I think we're like 4 or 5 kph down.
Yeah, but it's still doing a great job. We're just going to have a look. Oh, hold on. No, Kataranakis.
This is Vasily's getting back in the race. I
Yeah.
think. Oh, here we go.
Hello.
Oh, he's crashing the garage somehow.
No, he come back out into the track and then went back into the pit lane wall, into the garage wall, and now is driving out of the
Making sure the
pit.
steering
So
still
I'm not quite
works,
sure
yeah.
what happened there as well. But Adam, sorry about that. We just had some drama with Kataranakis. What do we think now? You guys are in a prime position to sit there and can you take the win? Do we, you know, I know you're not hoping that something happens to Stuart Barge, but everybody else seems to be dropping down by the wayside.
To take the win would be fantastic, but very doubtful because Stephen's running with issues on his rig as well. At the moment, he's got no force feedback in his wheel since the changeover.
Now, that ain't the first time that's happened. I'm wondering if that's just an RF2 thing, as Kataranakis just blares through the chicane there, comes out the other side here as well. Is this RF2 doing RF2 things, Adam? Because we're getting into the same area that we did last time out 2 weeks ago, and we seem to be having people with the same problems. Can't find the server, issues with force feedback. We've had driver views being changed. We've kind of got a little bit of everything, and a disconnect with Kataranakis, but who's managed to get back in.
It is RF2. It's so old. It doesn't get updated anymore. Yeah. I mean, I think CMS could potentially do going to a different platform, which I know they're looking into. But you know, it means they won't be able to get their models. So RF2 is good for what we need it for.
Well, we might not need it again, as Alexandro Smeraldi also can't find the server. He's trying to take over from Van Gashoven. So, yeah, I feel there could be some form of developing issue that we'll keep a close eye on here, Adam, as well. I don't really want this scheduled for the third time. I think, you know, it seems to be happening around about the same time, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone quite far into the race this time. We've got an hour and 14 left, roughly. So maybe half points if we do have to carry on getting issues.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's hope that this one settles down as Gutierrez just dived into pit lane there as well. What are you doing out on track, Adam, at the moment? Obviously, it was really ironic, actually. Stephen turned around and said, we are just trying to keep the car on the circuit, keep the car at consistency. And with that, you went off track at Arnage.
Yeah, I forgot where I was and completely mucked it up. But once I realised, you know, yeah, I think it's because you practice and then you have to break because you're obviously sharing, and then get back into it, you just forget where you are. But you know, I mean, I was lapping the 401s, which is not too bad. 402s.
Yeah, no, that's out there in the GT3s as well, in the AMS, 401s there. Ross Smith doing it 4 minutes on that one. Fastest time is Kataranakis on a 3:58, but he is in the Mustang, so, you know, let's be real. The Mustang's got gruff for days, isn't it? Let's be real about it.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how you get on. I'm interested to see how you guys finish after Stephen prescribing you as the tortoise earlier on. So it's going to be interesting to keep that one. I hope Stephen keeps it on track for you. Anyone you want to shout out, Adam, before we let you go?
Just the CMS crew, you know, they do a fantastic job getting this race going, or all the races throughout the season for the historic and the modern. Yeah, they just do a fantastic job.
Okay, so let me quickly ask you before you go, now you've given them a shout out, what game platform would you like them to go on to, especially with the fact that they use mods?
Yeah, so I used to be a regular, but I've gone and start driving on LMU with a team there. It's doing the VEC, but that's been postponed at the moment, so we're just doing other jobs.
So do you think LMU for the modern and RF2 for the historic?
Yeah.
Ooh, that could be interesting. See how it goes on that one. Adam,
Before I get slapped now from George.
Maybe, you never know. Adam, take care, buddy. We'll catch up with you soon.
Cheers, thanks.
Ed, what do we think? LMU, modern, RF2 historic, track seems to be a problem.
I'm commentating on a LMU series tomorrow without wanting to advertise myself too much. So I have a little experience commentating on the game. The only problem is, as I sort of alluded to very early in this broadcast, they haven't quite publicly made driver swaps available. They've been doing these selected test events, but it feels like they keep hanging us on a string for when they're actually going to let community events start doing sort of driver swaps as well. So it works slightly different to how it does in R Factor. So I think they want to release it. Studio 397 essentially want to release it without any kind of bugs whatsoever, which, given what we see in R Factor 2, is in a way understandable. But yeah, it's. I think if you're doing races like most of what VWSC Modern does, where it's essentially just races that you can do with just the same driver doing the one stint, sort of 2.4 hours or so at most, then I think Le Mans Ultimate might be the better bet. But especially because, like Adam quite rightly pointed out, it's just a game that's not been updated in quite a while because the developers kind of moved on essentially. So yeah, I mean, if you want a decent sim with formula racing, then RF2 is still a pretty good option. But for endurance racing, you're sort of out of options. Essentially, there is Gashoven continuing to circulate, of course. But of course, with his teammate Smiraldi not quite able to get in the server, Van Gashoven has got no option at the moment but to continue, as Ben Kesby has gotten back on board the number 9.
Yeah, I'm just going to interject. Alan Smith has managed to get back into the server.
Okay,
Smiraldi can't work it, still can't find it. So Smith is sitting there ready for when they need to change over. So they should be able to get his car. If he can get his car into the pit, Smith should be able to take over. So that's what I'm dealing with in the Discord at the moment. So fair play to them boys and Alan Smith hanging around. This is kind of the importance that we were talking about earlier on, that Ryan Paulbert-Reyes didn't have a teammate at the ready.
Yeah, exactly. But the other thing that's happened, by the way, is that I think Johnny Gutierrez has undercut, or had a shorter stop at least, than Tom Lane, and come out ahead of him then, but to the tune of now 8 seconds as he continues to circulate very, very rapidly. So yeah, it'll be fascinating to see then if the Cadillac can work its way into contention here, especially with him and Tom Lane very much in the pit window of Van Gashoven here. So yeah, whether it's Smiraldi or Alan Smith, that could be a much stronger number 73 car, a bit of a bigger threat to the podium in the final stint, although Gashoven doing his level best to just make sure he doesn't lose too much ground, just stays consistent. The mistakes have indeed been cut out in the last hour or two, haven't they?
I have, and if I was Alan Smith, I'd swap him now. Right now.
Maybe they will, we'll see.
Yeah, because I think, no offence to Van Gashoven, I think that these guys, if they want to keep an opportunity of having a podium, they've got to make that swap now. It's not going to be detrimental. It needs to be with the fact that we've got fast guys in the car, Kesby, Gutierrez, all in the car, Lane as well. I think they need to make that swap now and get this
done.
If
they leave it too late, there won't be enough time to make the difference.
Exactly.
Is the problem. And now we see some traffic getting in the way for Hubert as well, in the form of Ross Smith, actually. And he misses his braking point or slides over the curb at Mulsanne Corner. So yeah, this is just going to lose him more time.
Yeah, I think the swap needs to take place, and I think get Smith back in the car if Smiraldi can't find the session, and see what he can do, whether or not he's going to be able to keep this second place, or whether or not he'll be able to catch up if Gutierrez will take over in the pit stop, which he probably will. But I think they will have one. I think both teams have probably got at least one more stop to go. They can only go for about 40 minutes, give or take. So there's at least one, possibly two. If they put Gashoven out now, Smith can take over the car. He can stop with about 23 minutes to go, and then should be able to fill up and take that car to the end. So me personally, I would get the swap done as soon as possible, Ed.
Yeah, JT Tammy in the pits. So this, the number 12 crew will be hoping is their final stop to get to the end for Luxury Lexus Racing. So JT Tammy, I assume, will hand over to David Yunt for this final stint here.
Yeah, I'll find out. It depends, though, doesn't it, on what they've decided and whether or not JT's going to stay in at the end there. We'll keep an eye and see
like
how
he's
this one
in.
goes. Yeah, he's in, stayed in the car and out. Barge is leading the GT3 AMS by a long while over Stephen Miller. Smith, of course, has his own problems with Concalves. That's going to be an interesting conversation to keep an eye on at the end. And, of course, Katarinakis with the disconnect, reconnect, and he's back in. Peter Meyer straight got distracted by George Angelidis going around that very corner at the top there, and unfortunately railed the wall on that one. So Hubert van Gashoven into pit lane. I think this needs to be swapped. Oh, no! Ooh. That is not going to be helpful.
What happened there? I think, did he just get a wheel on the grass?
No, he slammed the brakes, and I think the car just went, no. Oh, don't do that! Don't do that! Dude!
Yeah, he didn't. He disengaged the pit lane speed limiter for some reason there. So that's almost certainly going to be a speeding penalty now. Well, at least he didn't bid it into the pit wall, but yeah, could not have gone much worse there.
No, definitely not, unfortunately, but let's see what goes on. Maximilian, well, it's not Petrafsky, it's Smith, isn't it? Smith has got a penalty as well. So Smith's got a penalty. So we'll see what happens there. I think Van Gashoven's going to have a penalty.
For Ross, I think.
Whether or not it's going to be a speeding penalty, or well, if it, I don't really know if it picked up on him. I think he slammed the brakes to kind of get that car slowed down. This is Ross Smith's penalty from a very, very long way away. Good job I wear glasses. And we did manage to see that he goes over the curb there and gets a penalty on that one, Ed. But we're coming into that final hour. Is this kind of we would have done endurance before? We've kind of named it the witching hour because anything can happen during that period of time.
Yeah, this is where, with fatigue being as high as it can be for a lot of these drivers at this point, this is where the mistakes can creep in. So, and speaking of which, there's another one for Goncalves as he disappears, completely fails to make the Mulsanne corner. Has he put it in the wall or in the gravel there? Hopefully we'll see the Aston reappear soon. I think there it was just re-emerging in the background there. So Goncalves luckily still in the race, but a bit of a scary moment there.
Yeah, absolutely for Vinicius, but he's not had an outstanding race in that Aston Martin.
Brakes are starting to die on that Valkyrie, I think.
Oh, mate, he's been around more times than Kyler Minogue, isn't he? Let's be real about it, unfortunately, for Vinicius. He's
dead or alive.
More drama than an episode of EastEnders. You know what I mean? So the car's been around a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, the Vinicius Goncalves soap opera continues then. So let's just hope for his sake that he can get to the end and keep it as clean as the Brazilian can then. So, as you say, hour to go. Ben Kesby. So we're hearing from Paul bemused discussion about there not being a penalty for Alan Smith's number 73 car. It could be because there was the driver change. I don't think that would really affect it or not. But yeah, unless it was a glitch on our end and the pit lane speed limiter was engaged. But that was an incredibly strange incident for Van Gashoven, who was clearly desperate to get out of the car and almost fell at the final hurdle there. Certainly they've lost a fair bit of time to Tom Lane and company. They're 65 seconds down in the beginning of this stint.
Yeah, well, this is Katarinakis. What more drama as he had over the curb. Oh, didn't really take the racetrack. Goes left there, son. As he goes over the curb on that one, unfortunately. And who is this?
That's Galau.
Galau again. Is he back in the car? Yeah, I think he is, because that sort of flam can't find the server. Pretty much did the same thing. Oh! Is that Zachary Chavot?
I think it's Angelique. It's Borman.
Oh, he's beached. He's beached. Go on, son, rev it. Oh, around he goes.
It's so lucky nobody else came along at this point, isn't it? Because Borman's sideways over the track.
That's why they kind of all spread out across the circuit, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find that and see what we can do here. But yeah, big drama there late on, Ed.
My goodness, it doesn't sound like Paul is impressed. Is he, James?
No, there's a few expletives we can't repeat on screen. But this is what happened. You see La Flamme there, and then
it's Galau.
It's Galau and Borman.
Not the safest rejoin from the gravel, knowing how close Borman was as well.
Look how
Borman is sort of trapped sideways at the apex, which is a horrible place.
Let's see if he just makes it back on track here. Not
He is
quite
still
sure.
going about 6 seconds behind Jerry Chen in 8th overall, and still last in of those hypercars still running. So I think he does get out of this.
There's a car coming. Look on the left-hand side. There's a couple of cars coming. If you just see them peak on the left.
Completely station. Oh yeah, he's just letting him go to the outside. Okay.
There's another car coming as well.
He was there quite a while.
No, there's a car there. There's a car coming. There's a car coming. There's a car coming.
He's on the grass at least at this point.
Yeah, lucky enough for Ben, he got that car away. But yeah, big drama.
Yeah, Borman did honestly the right thing in that situation. But
yeah, absolutely.
Definitely, it was Kevin Galau eagerness to rejoin from the gravel that sort of caused that situation. You want to talk to Anthony Chauveau then?
Zachary.
Zachary, not Anthony.
Yeah, I'll have a chat with Zachary Chauveau, who's teamed up with George Angelidis. They've got that car into pit lane. They've hopefully opened up that radiator to reduce them temperatures. Is that what's happened, Zach?
Ooh.
Can you repeat that, please?
I said, have you opened up the radiator?
Yes, we did. We had a little concern on the oil temps. We were trying a couple different settings. In practice, a bit more blanking to get more top speed. And we decided to open up a little bit, just to be sure.
Well, that's a good way to go.
Safe side.
Yeah, at least you're not going to DNF on that one.
Yep, because we saw that the bices may have had an issue regarding that, so we decided to go a bit conservative there and open up. But then we realized that we opened up a bit too much and the oil temps were a bit too cool, so we closed it back up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it managed to get you open there as well. Great driving from your team, though. You and George teaming up well.
Thank you. We're really enjoying ourselves out there. We with Ali and George spent some time working on the setup, find a comfortable spot, and we are basically just prioritizing keeping the car safe and enjoying ourselves out there.
Well, that's kind of an important part of it, dude, as well. But winning the class isn't a bad one, is it?
It'd be nice. I'm not gonna announce anything yet because the race is not over, but it's looking good so far.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Let's see if you can on that one. How's it been backmarker-wise for you out there at the moment? Have they been handling quite well?
Well, I think you saw the traffic with Vinicius. There got a little bit hairy there at the end. He was trying to unlap himself, and I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if he's having issues with his brakes, but he got really big in my mirror back there.
There's a couple of cars who have got very, very close to each other, to be honest with you, Zach, over the last 10 minutes. It's been actually quite scary. I think fatigue is setting in, tiredness, and a few others who are driving solo. So you're not the only one doing that as well. You know, at the end of the day, there's a lot still to play for. Do you think you can stay ahead? If realistically, you've got 73 seconds, right? If nothing happens, you should be safe, right?
I mean, it sure looks like it. We're keeping quite the constant pace. Our priority here is staying consistent and getting it right procedure-wise and execution-wise. So we're kind of dialing it back driving-wise to stay consistent, just do the same thing every lap. And so far, I don't think we've made any major mistakes, so we're trying to keep it that way.
Well, that's always a good thing. Zach, anyone you want to shout out before we let you go, bud?
Well, shout out to Ali and George for all the work we put in before, especially Ali. He spent a lot of time developing some tools on his own to support us during this race for timing, fuel, in the setup, and everything. So he did a huge amount of work with that. And then I wanted to thank all the organizers for moving the race to today after the issues 2 weeks ago, so that we could have an opportunity to show all the hard work we did.
Yeah, because you obviously had that disconnect issue as well. Zach,
yep.
Look forward to seeing how you guys get on. Hopefully you can bring that car home.
Hope so as well. Thank you very much.
Take care. That was Zachary Chauveau there, Ed. They've opened up that radiator. Could we see them take the win?
Given they're leading by 71 seconds over Jerry Chen, you wouldn't really bet against them, would you? Angelidis and Chauveau continuing to both do a pretty outstanding job out there. And the overheating problems, they overcompensated, as they said, and then decided to close it back up again to sort of make sure the performance improved a bit so they weren't being caught too quickly. But speaking of being caught quickly, John Oyen, his pace, he's gone to the 359, low 359s, but the problem is Takanashi is still setting personal best laps of the race. He's just set a 355.9, so he's catching about 3.7 seconds per lap at the moment. It's incredibly impressive, and Takanashi can now see John Oyen just in the distance down the road, and for the 999 squad, that will make him soar essentially. So Takanashi another solo entrance, and he might be the one best placed to take a class win today.
Well, let's see how it goes on for Takanashi, whether or not he's going to be able to clear Troy Uyan, or is Dan Kirby going to be back in the car. That's going to be one that we're going to keep an eye on towards the end of this race. Coming into the final 56 minutes, Ed, it's been a long one here. We've had our ups, we've had our downs, we've had people disconnecting who now can't find the server. We're getting into that twilight zone problem as well. You know, we don't want to run this again for the third time. Paul definitely doesn't want to run it again. Where would they go if this all starts materializing? I'm sure it won't, and I'm sure these guys are safe, but you just never can quite tell.
We're about to sing the Twilight Zone theme there. But anyway, yeah, it is definitely going to be a case of, I think it's just there's a couple of drivers that are sort of throwing caution to the wind when it comes to fuel, and a number of others that are saving enough to try and avoid the splash and dash, essentially. As we see, there we go, the lapped car of, that must be Miller just getting out of Takanashi's way. Of course, the problem with the number 90 crew, if they put Dan Kirby back in the car, he will definitely come out behind Takanashi, because Takanashi, we know, will not be doing a driver change here. So it's a question of the number 90 are kind of snookered in terms of strategy, because Oyen is being caught. They could put the faster driver in, but they'll lose track position going into the final stint, with Kirby maybe emerging slightly too far back to catch Takanashi. So it's a difficult call to make here. Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking about how to respond to that. Not because I think that's a bad thing. I think Takanashi's closing on Uyan, which I am surprised about. Don't get me wrong, I've seen John in different cars and he is generally quite quick. So I am shocked that Takanashi's managing to close this gap down. I see Kurt in YouTube chat, Takanashi will catch Uyan soon. I'm sure, but I'm just trying to think whether or not Takanashi has got to stop again. I think that could be a definitive yes. I do also think if Kirby did get in the car and Takanashi has got to stop, that will give Kirby the opportunity to retake that lead, correct?
Potentially, yeah. So it depends how long is left in the race when they stop. So I think both Oyen and Takanashi will have to splash and dash to get to the end here, at the very least in the final half hour or so.
So what would you do?
If it was in the number 90 car or the 999?
What would you do with Kirby?
Oh, I think you might want to try and jump the gun and maybe pit with like 45 minutes to go and put him in instead of Oyen, because Oyen, as you say, quick driver, but his pace, good though, as strong though it's not been quite strong enough compared to what Takanashi's been throwing at him. Also, Troy Oyen in the other Porsche 911 is lapping the 356s at the moment, so very similar, just slightly slower than Takanashi right now by about 0.2. So yeah, it's certainly not it's certainly just a case of John maybe under pressure for the lead, starting to feel the heat from Takanashi behind.
Let's see if I can get hold of the producer for a minute. Can you have a look and tell me when Takanashi last pitted, please? If you've got that information, that would be absolutely amazing, because I want to find out if he has got to stop again. Whether or not so 13 laps at, what's he doing, 4 minutes, god blimey, 52 minutes ago. He's due to come in very, very soon, I feel, because some people have said that, what was it, Davidson, I think, said can go for an hour and 7 or something. So he's due to come in
that's
here.
Exactly when JG Tammy came in last.
Yeah,
well,
so I'm wondering whether or not it's worth going in before him, knowing that he's got to come in soon.
Yeah, well, it's certainly something they'll be discussing, but you can see all the while they keep Oyen out there, he's just continuing to be caught here, hand over fist. And Takanashi as late it is in the race, as the man he's been tired from being in the car since the very beginning, this will make his spirit soar, being able to see the lead just beyond the reach of his fingertips. And this is the exciting part now, where Takanashi will be desperate just to keep the pressure on and force the number 90 crew into sort of responding to what he's doing here.
Yeah, Kirby's in YouTube chat. Dan, let us know what you think. Are you going to retake the car, or can you retake the car with the rules, or are you not allowed to retake the car? And will you make that change sooner or later, knowing that Takanashi's got a pit to take the victory? I know you're in YouTube chat because you put Takanashi will catch Junuyan soon. So let me know, please, and give me a shout and tell me what you're doing on that
Doesn't
one.
sound like Dan has a lot of faith in John there.
No, I will be very, very surprised if they don't make that swap, but it's whether or not they have the ability to make that stop on how far Kirby went. Do you get what I mean? Because they've got their driver limit, haven't they?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. I've not been keeping track of that, unfortunately. The percentage.
Well, Kirby went for a very, very long time, so I'll be very
he was
surprised.
The last of those who did the first stint to come in.
So
Yeah.
I'll be very surprised if he can get back in the car.
It was at least like 3.5 hours, isn't it?
Oh, it's a long time, yeah. That covers, I think it's like 30% or something they've got to do. But I'll be very, very shocked if he can get back into the car and whether or not he's able to. But let me know, Dan, if you're there, please. We can go from there, because I don't know. It's going to be very, very interesting in that field, I think, as well. Miller and Barge, I think that's pretty much sorted out in the GT3 AMS. Hypercars, as long as Angelides can keep going, and Kesby's in the same situation. But Alan Smith is back in the car, but he is a long way back from Kesby at this moment in time.
He's certainly pushing. He's actually going 2 tenths quicker than Gutierrez. And Gutierrez is in the high 327s at the moment. Alan Smith 327.6. So Gutierrez has actually been taking a bit of chunks out of Kesby. The gap has gone from about 45 seconds to 37. But unfortunately, Gutierrez, he's going to have to pit first. And there's a sense of him just running out of time to catch the leaders here. So Gutierrez has certainly got the pace here, but yeah, Kesby has sort of got them covered in most angles here. So the really interesting thing is going to be that P2 fight between the number 2 of Gutierrez, the number 50 of Lane, and the 73 of Smith then, who's, 54 seconds down on Lane, but still catching about 4 seconds, him 4 seconds a lap here.
There's a lot to mull over here, Ed. We seem to be having this stage at the moment where we've got the cake in the oven. It's whether or not it's going to come out in one piece or it's going to come out flat. Because there's lots of ingredients that could go wrong within RF2, as we know, but there's lots of ingredients that could go right if Takanashi can take this and keep his head down and get that win. Both Porsches, of course, not very far away from each other. There's Takanashi. There is just gone through there. John
personal
Uyan.
Best for Takanashi,
yeah,
355.2.
Closing in rapidly now, Ed. I don't think this may be long.
No, you got to feel that as he has to let Ben Kesby through as well, does John Oyen. So Yuki Takanashi then, having had to serve that early drive-through, has been slowly but surely making his way up the order and getting the Porsche 911 into play here. As look at the 720S of Ross Smith, tried to make the Dunlop chicane, wasn't quite able to do so and had to cut the track in the number 59 McLaren. So Smith, the frustrating thing for Smith, it's hare versus tortoise, him versus Miller, because he's having to push to catch him because he's 191 seconds, aka pretty much a lap adrift of Miller. But he's about 6 second lap faster at the moment. So Miller is really just not taking too many risks out there at all. And that's really the difference between him and Ross Smith. So Ross has sort of got to, well, he's got to throw caution to the wind as well, because he's only about, I say only 70 seconds out of Karanakis, but Karanakis, we saw how quick he was earlier then. So yeah, Ross Smith in a sort of no man's land at the moment, but yeah, with only about 48 minutes left in the race, he may as well push it, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's basically going to have to just go for it now. If I was Smith, I wouldn't sit back and wait any longer. I think he's got to go and just basically absolutely full bore it and see how he gets on. It's going to be a tough one, but you know, he's had his own driver with Concalves, which I'm looking forward to seeing what happens after that. To see here, Troy Uyan is in pit lane. John Oyan is leading, but only by 1.5 seconds. There he is, the red machine. Smith, however, is just going to have to try and... I think he might get out of the way, Ed. I don't think he's going to hang around too much on that one.
Yeah, it wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense here. You kind of don't want to get involved in this battle too much then, as we ride on board with Takanashi through the Corbs de Golf. You can see brilliant sunshine overhead then as they approach Indianapolis then, and surely John Owen is not quite going to catch Ross Smith before they get to the apex at Indianapolis. Indeed he doesn't. It looks like Ross hold him up actually in the middle of the road, and this is just playing beautifully into Takanashi's hands right now, as you can see.
You're getting involved, like, I'm just going to breathe. I'm going to breathe before I end up with George again in the steward's office, because this stuff, I nearly swore then. This
especially you don't want to be having a Ross.
No, like, I love Ross and get out of the way. Dude, you're like, straight up, bro. Come on. This is just nuts. This is affecting of a class in front. Exactly.
Them as well.
Oh, he's in the wall!
And John Owen in the wall at the Porsche curves then. So
and Chen's in the wall. Chen's behind him. Go back!
Messy. And Takanashi then is going to inherit the lead right behind Ross Smith on the road. And look at Jerry Chen flashing the lights in frustration. Well, victory was a long shot before that, and now it looks even longer in the Hypercar AM class for Jerry Chen.
I would be livid. I am sorry. I get the rules. You don't have to get out of the way. It's on the faster car to overtake it. But you've just affected a whole race and the lead of a different class. I gotta breathe. Because this is nuts. That's just
2 classes he's affected.
That's just, I can't cut this. That's just bonkers. I'm sorry. I'm going to end up getting myself in trouble if I say any more, but that has just ruined somebody's race. And basically, it looks like he got under the back of him. Dirty air took effect, and he just basically hit it after that. And that is just, I'm sorry. He could have gone over here. You could have gone over, lifted up. You're a lap down. You're nowhere near anyone. And it's the same thing. I've got to hold my tongue.
You can see he has a moment before then.
And
maybe
the Porsche
a bit of dirty air before impacting it. And he rejoins almost into the side. But you can't really put that on to John, because he was in the middle of the accident as Jerry Chen was coming up to him. So there wasn't a whole lot of time to react to that.
The problem is the Porsche was already going. And if he's gone straight across the opposite side of the track, he can't control that. You're coming off one at high speed, you're straight hitting another, and you can't control where you go. I'm sorry, and I know the rules, and I get it and everything else, but, Ed, I need to shut up.
Okay, fair enough. So, John Owen serviced in the pit lane, so they did have a big gap to JT Tammy. They might be able to get the car out before the Lexus arrives, but it could be a bit nip and tuck there because it's a big repair job. You saw the steering was completely out of whack. Either way, I think Takanashi, blameless in that, he is going to take the lead. I was hoping to do it through a maneuver, but in the end, that spin for John, controversially, as you say, has decided it. It's kind of ironic because a few seconds before that, you were saying Ross may as well push on, and I think he's going to be wishing he hadn't now. But
I think there's pushing on, and I think there's using the grey matter between your ears. I think this is the situation. I think as well. I think sometimes you have to take a step back and realise what the situation you're in. You've got the leaders of the pros coming in behind you. I think sometimes you've got to just think about the situation. It's always going to be tough, and this is probably one side of racing, or regardless of what sim I do, it's one side of racing, this side, that really frustrates me. It's annoying. And it's very, 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 very frustrating. You've got to look at the situation you're in. If you're, and this is the problem. It's just you've got to look at the situation, Ed. I'm sorry. I get the rules, and I get it, and I understand it. But please run F1 rules. Remove yourself from the situation straight away. That's a lot easier.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I guess we'll have to see what Ross Smith thinks of the situation. Luckily, it doesn't seem like anybody's watching at the moment, so controversial moment missed by everybody. But so luckily, I think we may have got away with that one.
Probably not. George will watch it back and probably call me in and we'll have a chat.
True.
It's just that this is why we're here. We're here for opinions. We're here for matters. We're here for stuff like this. But that's at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, though, we're not the ones in the cars, though, so it's very easy.
No, that's
for
why
us
we
to
can get
make
frustrated.
judgments.
That's why we
Yeah.
can get frustrated and give our opinions, because we're not in the car. But we can also see variable situations of the fact that there was a LMBE, there was a GT3.
You could definitely see
program.
that one coming, especially when Chen entered the picture as well. That we had Ross Smith holding up basically 3 faster cars, and all of them were on the lap, at least a lap ahead of them. Anyway, so it looks like now Oyen has got going again in P2, so 105 seconds ahead of JT, or 15 seconds actually rather ahead of JT Tammy. So I think the timing screen is on screen is a little bit inaccurate in that respect. There is
gaps to the leader.
Yeah, it is. There we go. So John just 16 seconds ahead of JT Tammy. Luckily, though, should be able to consolidate second position. Takanashi can now pit with a 116-second gap, knowing that there's no threat of being leapfrogged by John at this point, essentially. So it has sort of ended that lead GT3 Pro fight for the time being, at least. Johnny Gutierrez, by the way, continuing to press Ben Kesby. Kesby fighting back with his personal best lap of the race, 3 minutes 28.9. 3:27.6 for Gutierrez. The gap 31 seconds exactly then, and you would think 41 minutes to go. Again, Kesby can just afford to lose a bit of time here and there, but yeah, he is setting personal best, as I say. No reason to just relax for the final 40 minutes. He's still got to do just enough to keep Gutierrez beyond reach at arm's length then, and then of course pretty decent gap to Tom Lane, who has been caught continuously by Alan Smith, now 50 seconds behind him. And Smith in the pit lane.
Yeah, in the pit lane there as well. It looks like Barge is in the pit lane. We'll see how close Miller comes out to him on that one. Alan Smith's going to go again. I'm sure he won't swap the car over. He will go again as John Uyan gets underway at this moment in time. 69 seconds away from Takanashi. And Takanashi has been into the pits at the same time. So John Uyan there, is going to have his work cut out for him, I think, on that one.
Smiraldi gets on board, the number 73.
Yeah, Smiraldi managed to get into the server, which was always good. And apparently they had to uncheck AI or something.
Because AI would drive it for you.
Yeah, and that's given him the option to get back in on that one. So let's see how they go, and see whether or not this situation stays. Smith swaps over to Smiraldi very quick. I think if he can perform a miracle, Ed, and get to the end, they shouldn't have to stop again. It's whether or not everybody else is going to have to stop again here.
Yeah, well, they may as well lead the strategy then, and at least try and go for a bit of an undercut to gain some ground here. So Smiraldi has been chomping at the bit for 2 weeks to get his chance at driving Le Mans in this car then. And it's going to be fascinating to see the Italian finally unleashed at Circuit de la Sarthe then. So certainly a lot of people will be cheering him on to at least get the 73 onto the podium, which is still a possibility at this point, even though he's currently 100 seconds down. If he can eat into Tom Lane's pit window, as his teammate Alan Smith was continuously doing, then there's every chance that Tom Lane, even though he won't have to change drivers, could well be in a little bit under threat here. So let's watch his space. Unfortunately, looks like a slightly slower lap for Gutierrez. Fastest first sector of anybody. Personal best in the middle, but the gap has gone from 28 to 29 seconds. So I think it may be a little bit held up by traffic in the final sector there.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye and see how these guys go, see what Smiraldi can do and how far forward he's going to be able to take that car. It depends on what the others do in front. I do think there may be pit stops coming for all 3 of them cars. So let's see how they go and see what goes on, whether or not Smiraldi's going to be able to drag that up. I'd be well impressed, though, Ed, if he can get that car into the lead.
Indeed. Vinicius Goncalves also makes a pit stop from a third and last of those still running in Hypercar AM. And it's interesting looking at the gaps. JT Tammy is keeping John Owen pretty honest to the tune of about 16 seconds. JT Tammy's last lap, 4 minutes, 0.4, and he is pretty much matching John Owen sector by sector then. So that could be nonetheless a close fight for P2, but John will have fresher tyres, of course. And we've also got Riley Koenig, who, of course, with that issue early on, they're only about 27 seconds behind JT Tammy. So the second place fight in the GT3 Pro is now surprisingly close between our remaining runners, essentially.
Yeah, definitely. 37 minutes on the clock to go. Let's see what goes on, ladies and gentlemen, with these final 37 minutes. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. I'm looking forward to this one and seeing what happens there and go from there. But it's going to be an interesting 37 minutes, Ed. I think there's still a lot that could come out of this, and there's still a lot that can happen. And I do wonder how fast Morelli's going to get, whether or not he's going to be able to bring that up. Axel Laflamme has managed to get into the server as well, so he's trying to chase down Ben Borman. And Borman obviously has had his own dramas, so there's still a lot there to take on from this one. But Borman and Laflamme have had a battle all race long, and at the moment it's Ben Borman out on top of that one. So let's keep an eye. Let's finish his Concavas, 1 lap behind Jerry Chen in the Hypercar AMS. He's had more ups and downs than a roller coaster, should we say.
He's still going, though. That's just the important thing. So, yeah, certainly, yeah, as you say, had, as I said earlier, had his fair share of misadventures. But, you know, drivers doing their best. Sometimes you can't ask for too much more than that. But, yeah, as you say, final 36 minutes now. So there's just so much pressure not to fall and fall at the final hurdle. Just get into trouble at the final hurdle. So the last thing you really want is to trip over someone else in a completely different battle at this point, because it could compromise your own race too, or just make a mistake on your own, pushing that a little bit too hard. So those are the two main threats. The other thing is as well, those who are risking it on the fuel, there's a danger of running out, essentially. Quite a lot of straights at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's quite a fuel-hungry circuit. So some of the GT3s, we know they're fairly fuel-efficient cars, but there is that threat. If you are JT Tammy in this final stint, trying to get the fuel tank to last another 35 minutes, you're sort of hoping that the race ends, Ben Kesby can cross the finish line sooner rather than later, essentially, and not force an extra lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be the plan for a lot of these guys. I think JT Tammy and Davidson, as I said, they've been pretty much fuel saving from the beginning. So we'll see whether or not they can avoid that last splash and dash at the end. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Angelides Chen is there. Angelides out in front now by 86 seconds. Great driving from him. Takanashi and John Uyant, GT3 pros. I think if Takanashi can keep it on racetrack, it will be a great achievement for him, being that final solo driver, of course. And Stuart Barge, team with Matty Overton, they're miles ahead in the GT3 AMS. Gutierrez in pit lane. Can Smaroldi get near him? That's going to be the question, I think, Ed.
Certainly. I think he might be a little bit too far back, unfortunately, unless they do another driver change at Cadillac here and put Jules Lalonde back in the car. So Johnny Gutierrez looks like he's been put down on his jacks there. They're going to try and get Johnny to the end here. And Jules Lalonde has done a fair chunk of the race, so in terms of percentages, they should be okay to do that.
Yeah, well, let's see how they go. But Gutierrez is still in pit lane at the moment. Kesby there. There is Gutierrez. Not going anywhere at this moment in time. Are they going to put Lalonde back in the car?
They are. There
have
we go.
They split it? They have. Gilles Lalonde back in the car, now motoring on. Is this a good choice? Well, we're going to find out how fast Smaroldi's going to be on that one. I don't believe they've got to stop again. I think they did their 40-minute stint, so I don't think they've got another one. I think they landed coming in round about 39 minutes to go. We'll let the time settle down and just see how far these guys are away from each other. And has Smaroldi got a bit of a Mount Everest to climb here, though, Ed?
Does. He's about 56 seconds behind as Lalonde leaves the pits in front of him, so he'll need to really, really press on here and hope that Lalonde is not only slow to get up to speed, but also makes a few mistakes as it's getting very, very tight there.
Yeah, very, very tight indeed, but it is coming into that time where it is back markers. It is a lot of everything. Tiredness, fatigue, solo drivers, Takanashi, Lane, long time in the car. It's going to be very, very tough, I think, for some of these drivers here as well. I think some of them are going to get off and be absolutely shattered. Vinicius Concavas also solo at the same time. So, yeah, fair play to these guys for getting to the end. I definitely would not have been able to drive for this long. I'd just be falling asleep at this point. So yeah, it'd be very, very hard indeed for myself, but some of these guys have achieved it. Now, can Smarody get near Lalonde? Has he got too much over too short of a time?
I think it might be a little bit too much here, but he's going to give it a go then. First flying lap for Smarody, 3:29.9. That compares pretty well with the leaders, although Tom Lane is second personal best, 3:29.1, 3:30.5 for Ben Kesby, and Lalonde in the 3:36.9s at the moment, but of course he's just come out the pits.
Let's see what goes on, how Lalonde gets on over the line as well. He is out of the pits, of course, so ignore the overlay for 2 seconds while he's stuck counting. But Katarinakis also back in pit lane as well, down in the GT3 AMS. He's had very tough race. Vasilius as the head with the disconnect.
Indeed he has. So Katarinakis then was looking good for at least P2. And yeah, ever since that disconnection, it's really gone against them, hasn't it? Then, as he's basically been going for broke to try and catch Ross, goes a little bit on the grass and into the wall through Maison Blanche then. So that's quite a substantial hit, and I'd be amazed if Vasilius got away with that one. Judging by the pit stop, I don't think he did.
Yes. Well, what do we think? Give me your opinion. Do you think all 4 classes are wrapped up here?
Let me think about it class by class. I think Kesby has got Hypercar sewn up unless I get that the big asterisk is unless any of them make a big mistake, essentially. As Tom Lane now comes into the pits. Yeah, you can tell by the way Kesby just extending and letting those behind pit. He's not too worried about being undercut here, especially with Lalonde back behind the wheel of the Cadillac. I don't think there's a huge threat from behind. And then we see Angelidis. I think they've got more than enough lead over Jerry Chen, who's just gone into the pits for his final stop as well. So Angelidis can more than afford to do a splash and dash here and comfortably maintain the lead over Chen. GD3, Takanashi, of course, 73 seconds ahead of Uyen now that Uyen has repaired the damage. Uyen actually sort of trading times with Tammy, who's still about 15 seconds behind him. So I think Tammy might have a shot at putting Uyen under pressure if he makes a mistake or two. But it looks like that might well be done and dusted as well. And then we've got GD3 AM, 136 seconds separate Stuart Barge from Stephen Miller. I think Barge doing a very, very admirable job. And yeah, last lap around 7 seconds quicker than Stephen Miller, who is taking it very, very easy indeed because of the lack of force feedback, of course.
So we're saying they all done?
I'm afraid, like I said, unless something extraordinary happens, like it starts raining in this last half hour, which it shows no sign of doing so. The 3%, it's pretty slim, I'm afraid. So, and the sky looks very, very blue overhead with no sign of clouds. So I think it's just a matter of letting the clock run out and seeing if there's any positions slightly further down. I think there's some good second place and third place fights maybe in store here, but I don't see a victory fight on the cards here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats.
I'm sorry, that's not what I'm supposed to say as a commentator.
No,
everyone could crash, okay?
No, I think at the end of the day, it's right, you know, and that's the thing. So I think you're right. I think these are wrapped up. I think it's actually quite scary how early they have been wrapped up. I thought there might have been more there as well coming into it, but you are right. I think they are done, and as long as everything stays as they are, Kesby coming into pit lane, hopefully he'll be able to get out in front of Lalonde, or wants to get out in front of Lalonde. If he can do that, then that's wrapped up as well. So yeah, I think you are right on that one, Ed.
Yep, so Kesby then just knows it's a matter of surely they'll keep Ben in the car for this final stint because he is their fastest driver, with no disrespect meant to Michael Lock or Karabasek, who I don't think we see in this race. It's basically just been Ben and Micah, hasn't it, in that car. So there's just this final stint to go. Ben knows what he has to do, and yeah, big opportunity here. Jules Lalonde is a little bit too far back. He's got Tom Lane 4.5 seconds back to contend with, and I think Lane has been going middle sector on this lap. It looks like Kesby was about 8/10 quicker than Lane. I'm not seeing any lap times for Lalonde because of course it was just come out from his out lap. So I may have had an off track somewhere. But either way, Tom Lane is really starting to make inroads here. Smiraldi 44 seconds behind, so he's certainly been gaining, but he's just that little bit too far back, 327.8 from Alessandro Smiraldi. So good to see him unleashing that pace. He could maybe get closer in this last half hour or so. I'm not sure he's quite going to get close enough for a move unless there's some drama between Lalonde and Lane here.
Well, we're going to find out. Lane is not too far away at all. He's about 4.5 seconds back, so let's see what goes on here, whether or not he's going to be able to deal with this situation at the same time. I think there's still cards to be written, but I'm just wondering which way round it's going to be. I said Kesby out in front by 65 seconds, just keep it on track, son, and you've wrapped the win up. It's whether or not Lane can get near Lalonde. We'll keep an eye on Lane's lap time as they are coming towards the end of the race circuit. We have got a replay of Rista Ross-Smith into Mulsanne. Chicane, got it all wrong. I'll be surprised if he manages to keep it going the right way. He did. Fair play for holding on to that one. So yeah, Smith with his own issues going on in the GT3 AMS. Looked like they could wrap up the podium though.
They could. Katranak is still about 68 seconds behind, so there is a threat if Ross hits real trouble in these final dying moments of the race then. But yeah, Smith I think would be grateful to emerge from a podium after all the issues, especially that his teammate Petravki had at the very start of this one then, as there is Tom Lane. And let's remind ourselves as well that Lane and Takanashi both doing the entire races by themselves. We've seen for Goncalves how difficult he has found it to sort of avoid mistakes then, and I don't think we've seen many errors at all from either Lane or Takanashi. They've been really, really strong today, both of them, and Tom Lane may be able to get second overall. Takanashi looking to get the class win in GT3 then, so that really shows the testament to their endurance then, that they've been able to do this all on their own and without really faltering at any point.
Yeah, I'm well impressed that they managed to do that. That's not something I'm capable of doing, so fair play to them. That's an interesting comment that I've just been given as well from Alan Smith in teamed up with Van Gashoven and Smiraldi.
Oh, and that's Lalonde in trouble at Mulsanne number 2. Sorry to cut across to you, but he spun out, and that's going to let Lane through as all. Lalonde just avoids rejoining in front of Tom Lane there. I think that was narrow, near miss there.
Yeah, Lalonde unfortunately just caused himself more dramas.
Got distracted by the GT3 of that must be Stuart Barge.
Yeah, we'll have a look back at that one very, very shortly and see what goes on here as well. But it does look like it doesn't really matter for the Smiraldi, Smith, Van Gashoven team. We got the driver out.
Oh, Lane
got it wrong. Yeah, we got the driver out. Won't be able to get the minimum drive time though. Will take the finish. So there we go. Let's have a look at this one and see if we can decide from what went on. That is Stuart Barge. Oh, Lalonde too deep on the brakes. And unfortunately he went round, watched the rejoin. He tries to rejoin as quickly as... Oh. That must have been very, very close to Gilles Lalonde. Managed to get it back on track and finish off the chicane there as well. And this is Angelidis, I believe, in his machine. Runs in deep into the gravel. Pulls it up over the tarmac. He goes and carries on his way. What do we think of that? Minimum drive time though for Smith and Smiraldi and Van Gashoven, as we're looking at Eric Katerinakis actually is in the car. Big snap there for Katerinakis and goes straight through the chicane. Does he?
Yeah.
Wow.
All of them was really suffering with fatigue in all
I
three
think
instances
so.
there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Big mistakes.
Comment from Smith about his team.
Yeah, it was with Smiraldi. Of course, they couldn't get him into the car in time, could they? Because of the technical issues. They will argue there was sort of force majeure, that they would have put him in, but the game didn't let them, essentially. Because it was the filters with the AI drivers.
Yeah, the AI filter on.
So I suppose the organisers could say, well, you should have just knew to turn them off in time. So, yeah. You got to feel for them either way, because that's a harsh way if they do end up being... I suppose, what's the punishment? Is it like a time penalty, or do they get disqualified at the end of this if they haven't got Smiraldi to do enough percentage of the race?
Not 100% on that one, to be honest. I don't
Surely
know.
it would just be like a time penalty.
I don't know.
Because if they get disqualified, that's a waste of 5 hours, essentially.
Yeah, can't answer that question, buddy. I am not sure. 22 minutes to go. Ben Kesby out in front by 70 seconds. Lane in second place. Angelidis out in front by Chen. Takanashi out in front of Uyan. And Barge out in front of Miller. I think that's pretty much wrapped up, unless there's, of course, any other dramas that is going to happen over the next 22 minutes. Can we sum up this race, though, Ed? How do you think it's been?
It's certainly been interesting. Fair few incidents here and there, some good strategy battles as well. I think Hypercar started fairly sedate, of course, with the 73 starting to control things in the hands of Alan Smith, and then really good strategy for Ben Kesby and the 499P number 3 British Turkish Racing Squad with Michael Lock as well at the wheel has put them in a very strong position. So Michael Lock's stint, even though he wasn't necessarily the fastest, has really helped out Ben Kesby, because Lock kept his nose clean and lapped quickly enough so that when Ben Kesby took over, he didn't have to do too many overtakes to get back track position then. And then we've seen great pace from the Cadillac in the hands of Johnny Gutierrez. Jules Lalonde doing his level best, but that one mistake there could well have cost them any chance they would hope to have at second position. Lalonde continuing to struggle. He's now only about 13, 14 seconds out of Smiraldi, but we know, of course, the number 73 may have a penalty hanging over its head at the very least due to not getting Smiraldi in the car early enough, meaning he's not going to be able to do enough percentage of the race, essentially. So Lalonde might be safe to hold on to the podium, even if he loses track position. Hypercar Angelidis has controlled things really since quite early on, and then GD3 has been really Dan Kirby looked to be very much in control, handing over to John Owen. Takanashi was catching, and there was that controversial incident that ended with John Owen spinning into the wall and Takanashi taking the lead. And then GD3 Am fairly open, but we know Peter Meyer was leading early on, hit trouble. Katarinakis was in contention too and got disconnected. So Stuart Barge has inherited a lead of about a lap from Stephen Miller and has controlled it quite convincingly.
About the punishment for the situation with the drivers, they're checking as well. They're not 100% sure what the situation is. So on that one, but we'll get you back to live pictures to finish off the race, I'm sure.
There we go. Right, well, hopefully I have just 19 minutes left to go. Okay, well, we'll just keep talking then, Paul, if that's okay. Smiraldi then continuing to catch, of course, Lalonde, but that mistake the previous lap was caught by about 10 seconds. This lap around, 9/10 in the first sector Smiraldi's caught, and then a good 1.3 seconds in sector 2 then. So I think it's very likely that Smiraldi may catch Lalonde on the road before the end. But again, with that penalty, it may be rendered somewhat academic unless the number 73 Craven Racing Crew can argue a sort of force majeure thing where they tried to get Smiraldi in and basically the game didn't let them. Then it would be, you have to say, harsh, but if the rules are the rules, then there's not much they can really argue against, sadly.
No, but if it is self-inflicted, would they give him leeway anyway?
I suppose what was the alternative? Just wait around and make a...
Oh, the other one is DNF the car. That would have been the other alternative.
I suppose they could have had Van Gashoven continue to do a few more laps and then get Smiraldi in, but they didn't know they could fix it in time, so... I sort of feel it's a bit harsh, but especially if they're only just going to miss it out as well.
Yeah, I know, I agree with you. I think it is a little bit harsh, but we'll
and I
see.
don't just say that because it's going to rob us of what could be a nice little fight for third in the closing stages.
Yeah, he's closing in quite rapidly at the moment. It's Smiraldi, 3:29 last time. Gilles Lalonde on a 3:53. That seems an exceedingly long lap. So less drama for Gilles Lalonde there as well. As you look at Alexander Smiraldi motoring on at this moment in time. 3:53. You must have had a problem, surely.
Yeah, more bad luck for Lalonde. It definitely feels like maybe the tyre's overheating and there's been another mistake somewhere. Smiraldi 3:29.1, so still continue to be the fastest hypercar on track. This is Goncalves making a mistake in front of Lalonde. Lalonde gets through without any issues.
That's not a 20-second loss, though.
No, not at all.
So I think he must have had more than one over that last lap there, to be fair, for Gilles Lalonde, as we're coming into the final 17 minutes here. It's been very interesting, this race, isn't it, really? There's been a lot of ups and downs. There's been a lot of people, Maya, probably one of the unlucky ones, who literally was leading his class, got distracted straight into a wall. A couple of people blowing up engines, Timon Suvic and Matty Bice. I think this one, I don't know if I would call it a classic, Ed, but it ain't up there with some of the worse ones.
No, considering how badly the original round of this race ended, it does feel like we are going to get a proper finish, and B, we are going to see the vast majority of the field finish as well, which is certainly a positive, even if we didn't have quite as many starters as we did 2 weeks ago. So it was a GD3 apparently that held up Gilles Lalonde. So again, he had that issue with Stuart Barge, and it sounds like somebody else. It might be John Owen then that he sort of got stuck behind into Indianapolis.
I am surprised he didn't make that move and dive him in that corner. Concalves in the background spitting up dirt there. I still don't know if this is 20.
He's still stuck behind going into the Porsche car. No, surely he gets through. Yes, he was just
got
held up
him
for
now.
2 corners.
Yeah, I don't
but,
think.
yeah.
I think. Yeah, maybe it's just been one of them laps for Gilles Lalonde.
Unless Lalonde has been told now that Smeraldi has a penalty coming, so don't worry too much about taking any risks in this final bit because we just want to finish now.
Well, this could be interesting. Smeraldi and Concalves. And Smeraldi does go through. Interestingly, I've had a reply back from Alan Smith. We have checked the regulations for Le Mans. There is no specific penalty, so it will be at the discretion of the stewards.
Okay, well, then they've got to make sure they get in front and pull a big gap quickly then to Lalonde if they can. 8 seconds, the current gap. He was caught him 3:29.9 for Smeraldi. He had to make his way through a little bit of traffic at the end of the lap. 3:33.1 for Lalonde. So a better lap for Gilles Lalonde, but he's still been caught by just under 4 seconds per lap now.
Can he do it?
I think it's possible that he can take the position. Whether he gets it in the steward's room afterwards is another matter entirely. But you've got to feel for all the bad luck that the 73 crew have experienced. You got to be cheering them on. But also Gilles Lalonde doing his level best to hold on to that podium after the brilliant performance of his teammate Gutierrez, and Lalonde himself. Aside from that spin late on, has actually been pretty solid today.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one. It's really weird, actually, because these are kind of two teams who you don't want to have problems. Gutierrez has been rapid throughout the whole race, and they deserve their podium, right? Lalonde's been that steady, keeping it on the racetrack. Gutierrez has been absolutely rapid. Smith, rapid. Van Gashoven, keeping it on the racetrack apart from a couple of errors. Swapped over to Smeraldi, couldn't get in the session. Now he's in the session, may get a penalty at the end. You don't want to see either of these teams lose where they're at, but you also want to see a fight going into the last 30 minutes. It's kind of a double entendre, isn't it? You know, a double-edged sword, which you don't really want to look at either way, but something's got to happen to one of them.
Double entendre has a slightly different meaning, James. But anyway, I think I know what you were going for there. But yeah, either way then, Smeraldi, he's certainly not giving up then, as he continues to throw caution to the wind. And it looks like we will see at least a battle on the road and a good show to end the race with a fight for third position overall in the hypercar class. JT Tarry, by the way, personal best lap of the race last lap around 3:58.5. He's now got the gap from about 15 seconds to just 10 seconds behind John Owen. So John, having held up Gilles Lalonde a little bit a lap or two ago, is now starting to fall into the clutches of the Lexus here. Has the fuel-saving strategy starting to play off for JT Tarry? We've seen JT put in some great drives before in VWSC, not just here but in the historic series as well. As look at the way Smeraldi just hanging the rear out under the brakes into Arnage there. He is just absolutely going for it, and Gilles Lalonde may well look a bit worried here because he is under serious pressure. He's just got to hold on, but can he hold on, James?
I'm not sure. I don't think I don't want to say no, But I think it's a no, Ed. I don't think he can. I think
well,
that
Smeraldi is certainly
he's
either going to
flying.
pass him or he's going to spin off the way he's just absolutely pushing it every corner.
But we're used to this in the historic. Paul's seen it numerous amounts of times with Smeraldi. We're in the same boat. He is rapid. He is rapid, and he is being very rapid here and very, very quick indeed. So I don't like Lalonde's chances. I think now Smeraldi can even see him, Ed. He'll be pushing it even harder.
Yeah, well, speaking of chances, Smeraldi's been waiting for his all day and for the last 2 weeks as well, it must be said. So he's not just been rapid, he's been very, very patient, waiting for that opportunity to be put into the car and used to maximum effect here. So he may not get to do the full percentage that he was hoping to do in terms of the rules, but he is going to maximize it and get as high as he can. There's certainly a spot on the podium waiting for him. All he has to do is take that chance then as he pushes it all the way into Tetrarucci, flies and swings that Kura. 3.2 seconds is the gap to Lalonde with 11 minutes to go. That's about 3 laps essentially that he's got left to catch him after this one. So you've got to say there's plenty enough chances here as long as he just absolutely nails it. And Lalonde, well, this is going to be a very long 3 laps for him.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be Lalonde under a heap of pressure. Unfortunately, Smeraldi's only 3 seconds back at the moment. Last time around, Smeraldi 3:27.8. Last time around for Lalonde, 3:31.8. What do you get? 4 seconds out of him last time around. And if that is anything to play for, halfway round this lap, they're going to be nose to tail, I think, because it's going to be down towards Porsche curves that I believe this catching may take shape here. There they are in the background. There's Gilles Lalonde in the blue machine. There's Smeraldi in the, I would say red, but it's more of an orange.
Orange, yeah.
Yeah, machine. So I think he is going to go and catch him here, Ed. I think it's how long, what can Lalonde do?
Yeah, the problem is as well, when you can see that orange Acura just closing in the rearview mirror, it does tend to affect you psychologically. Lalonde, to his credit, has been matching Tom Lane ahead of him in the sort of 3:31.8, 3:31.9 for Tom Lane. Ben Kesby 3:30.4 in the lead, and then we've got Smeraldi 3:27.8 last lap around. So just continuing to catch, and it is Lalonde that is sort of hoping that the race ends as soon as possible, but it can't possibly be soon enough as they lap Ross Smith there, who leaves plenty of room on this occasion.
Ooh. There they are there. Let's see. There was some discussion putting me back in the car instead of John, and we couldn't do that anyway due to the minimum driver time also. So that's why Dan Kirby, could not get back in the car. But this is going to be coming to loggerheads very, very shortly here. 9 minutes to go, and Smeraldi 1.2 back behind Gilles Lalonde. So the only class really open for a fight for a podium. Tammy's not got enough time. He ain't going to get there. So I think it is just in this Hypercar Pro where this third and fourth is going to be open for a battle, I think, there on that one.
Yep, that's certainly the case. This is the important battle. We do have not really a fight for position in class because they're 2 different classes, but Jerry Chen is only about 2.3 seconds behind and being caught by about 2 seconds a lap by Ben Borman. From the Hypercar cars, Lalonde goes wide through Maison Blanche, and Smeraldi goes through into 3rd place there. So in the end, a mistake from Gilles Lalonde, just a tiny error, but that was all Gilles Lalonde needed. I think Smeraldi needed, sorry. And I think Gilles Lalonde just really cracking under pressure right at the end there. And the Canadian was just run out of energy, I think.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah,
I am interested by this though. 2 seconds there, sorry, bud. Smeraldi barely got into the car now. They get DQ'd for not reaching the minimum drive time. Well, that's not what Smith has told me from Alan Smith there from checking with the Le Mans rules. So it's interesting to see what way that goes. As he slowed right down there.
Yeah.
I think he let him pass, relying on the fact that they're going to get a DQ. But if they may not and only get a time penalty, if I was Smeraldi, I would hammer these next 2 laps because that's what they're going to have left, Ed, to get as big a gap as possible.
Yeah, well, the problem, I think Smeraldi may be, because it looked like he had a moment coming into Maison Blanche and then decided to get off the throttle. rather than coming out side by side with Alessandro Smiraldi. So I think that was Lalonde just again playing it safe. But I think you're absolutely right. If it's like, say, a 10-second penalty here, then Smiraldi's just going to continue to push it and lap in the sort of 3-minute 27s to try and build as big a gap as he can. He's got the time to maybe do it here. It's all going to be down to whether Lalonde can sort of maybe break into the low 333s, 332s. That might be just enough to hold Smiraldi back here, but the pace the Italian's got here, it's looking like a Lalonde, well, he's going to have to do his argument in the stewards room rather than on the track at the moment against the number 73 team.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm just reaching back out to Alan Smith again to try and clarify whether or not this is going to be a DQ situation.
The problem is, one driver we could ask that could tell us is George Angelis, but he's in the car at the moment, about to win the AM class in Hypercar.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation. Can't really reach out to him now.
It's 95 seconds ahead of Chen, but that's still not comfortable enough to stop and give an answer in the pit lane.
No, absolutely. Let's see how this one goes. Smiraldi just basically needs to motor on. If he gets a 10-second time penalty for not getting the time, crack on and try and open it up. He may get DQ'd, but let's see on this one. So let's see what happens on that. Dan Kirby, I thought I read that somewhere that they get a DQ, but he can't find it now, so he might have made it up.
Well,
Dan,
this has been a pretty unprecedented event as well, in terms of it was rerun after the original version got cancelled, and then we've had all sorts of unusual situations here. So the rule, if there's any grey areas in the rule book, I think the 73 team, Craven Racing, will be definitely arguing for them. Yes, exactly. There'll be legal representation as Karanakis gets some serious air as he approaches Tetra Rouge and decides to hug the barrier as well. So Karanakis really just pushing like crazy, and there's just nothing really left to lose at this point for that team.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment on YouTube there. I noticed John rejoined right into the Mistral Porsche. I'm going to presume you're talking about John Uyan on that one. I'm not entirely sure there as well.
Oh, was that the incident with Jerry Chen?
Yeah, maybe. That's something we look forward to see on there as well. And Alan Smith's kind of right at the moment. He said it would be a kick in the teeth to end it with a post-race non-finish. After driving for all this time, they've been going, 5 hours nearly on that one with 4.5 minutes to go. So yeah, I feel him on that one. I'm hoping they don't do that. It hasn't really benefited the team. In fact, it left the slower driver into the car longer, which kind of hindered them in the kind of...
And it forced an extra driver change, essentially.
Yeah, because Smith got in and then they had to get out again. So if anything, it did hinder. I don't know. I'm on their side.
I feel like, there's a sort of force majeure thing here, because they wanted to do it, but they couldn't due to the glitch, which you can argue, use error, they should have turned the thing, but if they didn't know that, then it's not like they deliberately pretended to have an issue to gain an advantage or anything like that. So I don't know, it's a shame. All three of them have done about the best job they could have done, to be honest, in the circumstances.
Yeah, and they had to react on their feet, didn't they? They didn't know chucking Alan in was going to hinder time. He just didn't want the car to DNF, and he was available, so he jumped in.
Van Gashoven was really struggling as well at that point.
That's the thing. There's a lot of factors, I think, involved with that one. But Ben Kesby doing a solid job here, out in front. He's been out in front for a long while. 80-second gap currently at the moment. This has got to be close to the final lap, I believe. Can we get a time on the board, please, Mr. Producer?
3 minutes 30 left, I believe.
If we can. So he should. This will be one more lap here then, Ed, for the Ben Kesby and the British Turkey Racing team.
Yeah, final lap about to start then. And Kesby, number 9, BTR team has really made all the right calls today. So Ben and Micah Locke have really been excellent in the hypercar class, despite some very strong competition from the 73 Cadillac number 2 and of course the number 50 of Tom Lane, which looks like it may well be the runner-up at 84 seconds. They have 3 minutes 28.033. There we go. So they equal. Ben Kesby equals his fastest lap on the penultimate tour then to 3 decimal places. And it looks like he's going to try again to better it on the last lap here.
No, Kesby absolutely flying there. There is John Uyan in that Porsche 911. There's Takanashi currently at the moment. If Takanashi gets lapped, this will be his final lap. I don't think Kesby's close enough to lap it, mind you, but never say never. Takanashi on the run down through Indianapolis. Well, he's on the run down through Curb to Golf into Indianapolis and NARS. Kesby just through the first chicane and the Mulsanne. I don't think he's going to be able to get him. I think Takanashi's going to have to go one more here as well. Don't forget that's why we're going to have such a long wait for cars to get round, because obviously Takanashi's going to have to go again unless he slows right up and gets lapped by Ben Kesby. He has got a 70-second gap to John Uyan, who is just behind him there.
Takanashi should be good for fuel. The only reason I think he'd slow down is if he doesn't think he has the fuel to do
Yeah.
the final lap.
Yeah, it's just whether, and that's the thing, isn't it? But for him, or just can't be bothered. Yeah, it's a hit and miss, isn't it, on that one? But let's see what goes on as these guys can come over the line. George Angelidis is going to be on his final lap, I believe, as well. I don't think he's going to get lapped. Where is George on the racetrack at this moment in time? Please, Mr. Producer, if you can.
He's
think
just about to be lapped, I think. There he is.
Is he going to be lapped, or is he going to make it? This will be very interesting. We'll keep an eye, because otherwise either of that, or they're going to come on across the line together. Yeah, and Kesby's just behind here. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have the pace to get there, though. I don't think George is that slow, Ed, that he's going to get lapped.
True. Yeah, I'm thinking more it was just Ben going quickly. So he sets a personal best, Sector 2, 1 minute 20.734. By the way, Ben Borman at half a second behind Jerry Chen in the fight for P6 overall. Not that it is really going to benefit either of them, so I suspect if Chen does decide to defend position, it might just be for a bit of fun against Ben here.
Yeah, let's see what happens here as well for these guys. But Ben Kesby on his final tour of the evening is going to come over the line. He's going to take that hypercar win. Great driving from the boys at BTR, though.
Ooh. That's interesting. Lalonde is back out of Smeraldi by 2 seconds, so something has happened there that we've missed. As we see, there goes our Stuart Barge, our class leader.
Yeah.
Just cutting the chicane at Mulsanne number 2. He's got such a big gap, though, that shouldn't affect him too much.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Smeraldi's done, but if we can have a look back for that, he's 2 seconds behind Lalonde now.
Ben about to win here. Clock runs out.
Ben comes over the line, clock's down to 0. Into the final couple of corners now for Ben Kesby and the BTR boys in that Ferrari 499P. Over the line, it's a win-win-win for Ben Kesby. After 4.8 hours of Le Mans, they take that victory for the BTR boys. Great racing for them. Them and Michael Locke did an absolute stellar job taking that victory, so fair play to them. This is going to be the replay, hopefully, of Smeraldi. It is.
Oh, he spun it.
Into the final chicane. And into the wall. Yeah, no, we did say he was driving aggressively. Takanashi's going to go. He's got to go round again, I believe. Is Stuart Barge close to the end of the lap, please, so we can pick up on him going over the line if that is physically possible. But yeah, nobody really closer there as well. There he is. There is Stuart Barge. I don't think Yuki's... Right, so it's going to be Barge, Takanashi, and then George, looking at where they are. Barge is going to come over the line first as he goes in here, Ed. Great running from Stuart Barge and Matty Overton.
Yeah, exactly. They just really stayed out of trouble, and certainly they've had their issues as whoa. That was very close. That's Borman fighting with Jerry Chen and going for a move right at the final corner of the race for 6th position overall. So that was brave by Borman, and Jerry Chen accommodating. But yeah, maybe a bit unnecessary, argues Paul. But nevertheless, let's take nothing away from Stuart Barge and Matthew Overton, who crossed the line and take victory for Dark Thunder Racing. Brilliant job by the Canadian and the American, who gets it over the finish line to win the GT3 AM class by a whole lap.
Stellar racing by them. George Angelidis is going to come over the line now. Him and Zachary Chavot have driven that car absolutely incredible. Over the line he comes here. Winner for George Angelidis. stellar run at Le Mans, 4 hours, takes the Hypercar round win. Him and Zachary Chauveau are going to be absolutely ecstatic, and a great win for them guys. Then we're going to go and join the solo driver of Yuki Takanashi here, Ed. You've got to give him props for this.
Yep, he's done the whole thing on his own, put the pressure on John Oyen and was able to get through there. So he was just incredibly consistent. He's really shown a lot of endurance. At no point in this race did he tire. His resolve was absolutely pinch perfect throughout. They make him differently in Japan, that's certainly for sure. And Yuki Takanashi absolutely lighting up the Circuit de la Sarthe today. We heard, I think it was Ross who described the Porsche black and with Tron blue highlights, almost like a UFO coasting up to the back of them. Well, he mystified everyone today with his incredible pace through the Ford chicane for the final time. Comes Yuki Takanashi, and the GT3 Pro win is going to go to him and him alone in the 999. Dial your emergency number. It is Yuki Takanashi who is victorious in GT3. Sorry, not my
Stellar
best
run.
closing line, but anyway.
Hey, that's fine. But a stellar run from them. Why is George now coming round again? I thought he'd actually finished. And he ain't done a whole lap, but there is George Angelidis over the line, takes the win. So unfortunately, he was last. So George Angelidis takes the win at the Hypercar Am again. So there we go on this one. So there as well. Third time in a row. Yeah, third time in a row. A solo win. Pete Davies in YouTube chat. How did I do the last 2 years? That was me, but boy, the Porsche was off a different league compared to any of the previous years. Yeah, I think he's going to be absolutely made up there as well. So when you're ready, let's have a look at the results, please, and then we'll look at going on from that one. So the results of the Hypercar Pros: Ben Gesby takes that win. Tom Lane in second. Gilles Lalonde grabbed third from Alexander Smeraldi after he put it into the wall towards the end of the penultimate lap there. Whether or not they stay there, we don't know. Ben Borman in fifth. Axel Laflamme in sixth. And Timon Suvic with a DNF in seventh. Hypercar AMS, George Angelidis takes the victory for the Maya Schenk Racing Team. Jerry Chen for the Curie Mistral in second. Vinicius Concalves had a roller coaster. That's all I can put on that. Matthew Bice with a DNF after blowing up. GT3 Pros, Yuki Takanashi took that victory after pressurising John Huyan, who was stuck in behind Ross Smith. I'm sure that will be a discussion for the ages. With JT Tammy in third, Riley Koenig managed to battle back fourth after his problems, and Paulbert Reyes DNF'd, got called into work. GT3 AMS, Stuart Barge takes the victory, and then the tortoise of Stephen Miller and Adam Gray in speed details, which is ironic, is in second place, and then Ross Smith grabbing a third. Vasilios Kataranakis got fourth place in that Mustang after a disconnect, couldn't get back in, got back in, ended up a couple of laps down. So fair play to him for taking part on that one. Great racing overall. I did see Angelidis come in and then he jumped out of the booth again. So that's quite interesting. So whether or not he's going to come back. So, yeah, I'm not sure. What do you think, Ed, on the racing overall?
Mostly really good. Couple of questionable moments here and there. But other than that, yeah, very, very competitive. I think it was more strategic than anything. A lot of the overtakes were mainly just done down the Mulsanne, weren't they, at high speed, where you saw the faster driver on the fresher tyres tended to have a big advantage. But there were a lot of tense moments, some good racing where it was difficult to call who would come out on top. Particularly beginning GT3 was very entertaining, and Hypercars had their moments here and there as well. And yeah, particularly when Gutierrez got on board the Cadillac. So it was great to see him and Jules Lalonde get that final step. We've got to feel a bit for Smiraldi, sort of heartbreak. Not only having the I think it may be a case of him pushing a bit too hard, thinking they could maybe make up enough time to counteract any penalty. And I think that was really what cost Craven Racing in the end there. So hopefully they do still get to keep fourth after driving for a combined 4.8 hours. But yeah, it's certainly a lot of hard luck stories up and down the field, but the winners, no question about it, all four of them absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's kick off the interviews. We'll start with Stuart Barge in the GT3 AMS. I'm going to go down. I think I'm going to go upwards. So let's start off with Mr. Stuart Barge and have a chat with him here. Stuart, welcome in, buddy. You and Matty Overton did a great job in that car, brought it over the line, got it done, and picked up the victory. Oh, Stuart. Stuart?
Earth to Stew. Can you read us?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Oh, there you go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You and Matty, stellar job. Over the line in first place. How tough was it out there?
It was pretty tough, but Matt and I had a good strategy. He put us in a really good position by taking the first long 2.5 stints. Gave me a good car, and our strategy was just to try to keep it clean and hope other people would make mistakes.
And Matty made some of his own there, Stu, as well.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to look past that this one time.
Or are you just saying he made less than everybody else?
Exactly. That was the goal.
Okay, well, fair play to him on that one. But yeah, he did have his own couple of errors on there as well. Listen, we saw a lot of drama kicking off here as well within classes and stuff like that. Did you get much sort of drama taking over there for you?
No drama for me, really. When I took over, I was sort of in a spot by myself, and then I just kept getting more and more room between the guy I was chasing and the guy I was running from. So it was just a matter of trying to clock in consistent laps and not make a mistake. I didn't really get into any battles or anything. Had one or two little scary moments with hypers, but it all worked out in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And fair play to you on that one, Stu. Anybody you want to shout out, buddy, before we let you go?
I just shout out to Matt for giving me a clean car and helping me. We worked a lot just on strategy and everything else. So thanks to Matt. He had to step away for some family stuff, but I'll be catching up with him for sure soon.
All right, man. Well, take care, Stuart, and well done on your victory.
Thank you, guys.
All right, next up, I think we've got no GT3.
We haven't got Yuki, no.
No,
Not sure if Yuki's
Yuki?
English is is going to be up to it, but we can
Yeah,
ask him.
let's jump forward into George Angelidis. We'll have a chat with the winner George. You're with me. Hello.
Sorry. Hello.
That's okay. How are you? Taking the win in the Hypercar AMS. Do we want to bring Zach in at the same time? We'll bring you both in.
Yeah, and bring Ali as well.
Who is Ali?
Ali was our race engineer. Is the real performance engineer who did all our race engineering. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So he don't work for Ferrari, does he?
No. No.
No, he's jumped out of the booth, George. So we'll have to have a talk today. Taking that victory, dude. You managed to get to the end after Zachary's disconnection issues last time out as well. Great victory for you, George. First, let's start it off. How was it out there?
It was good, I think. We managed to survive the heat. We had a fast car. I mean, honestly, like with the efforts of both Zach and Ali, the car was like a freaking rocket ship. So all we had to do was just make no mistakes, don't fuck it up, and then basically come into take the finish line. So
I'll apologise if anybody's just got upset by the swear word. George got a little bit excited with him, as I did earlier on. So, George, when you watch it back, I'm forgiving you for swearing. Just forgive me for what I said earlier, okay?
Was it against me?
No, but you'll understand when you see it. Okay. Anyway, we'll do a trade-off. Deal? Is that a deal, George?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right, everybody heard it, so there you go. Zach, how was it out there for you, mate? You picked up the car from George and did a stellar job.
Oh, it was a pleasure to drive. I mean, with the work we did with Ali and George setting up the car prior to the first race was just stellar. We had something that was just real comfortable to drive, and like George said, we just had to do a run without mistakes. I think that's what he wanted to say, and bring it home. So protected the car, brought it home, and we got a happy result. So on to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's all that matters there as well. Let me have a quick word. 2 seconds, George. Ali, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Tell me, that George has said you don't work for Ferrari, so that's always good. That's probably why the strategy was right. Tell me, what part did you have in the car here, buddy?
I was basically their eyes on fuel and the strategy. We obviously discussed the strategy ahead of time, but making sure that, we're just getting the right amount of fuel, the right amount of save.
He also set up the car, but he doesn't say about that.
No, probably not. How much did you have to get in George's zero? Because he does have a heavy right foot at times.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't enjoy every time I would make a comment on a mistake he would do. But yeah, I was trying to also help him get his speed up.
Okay, fair play, Ali, on that one. George, getting told off by your race engineer.
Yeah, I have never been on the receiving end of this because you're usually doing it the other way around on the driver. I can now get a bit more perspective of how they get pissed off sometimes when we talk to them.
Language, but yeah, we'll go with that.
Yes. But yeah,
make another deal now.
Yeah, it is. But it was good. It was good. I'm just super happy we get this out of our, like the monkey out of our back. Also, I do believe this is Zach's first win in VWC.
I believe so.
And as a French guy doing it at Le Mans, I think that's has to be very special, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I swear you, George, you're potty mouthed here in the interview booth today. What's going on? Zachary there, taking your first win at Le Mans at your home. I don't know if it's your home track. I don't know how close you are to Le Mans. But a stunning feeling there, I suppose, winning this one.
Absolutely right. I grew up an hour from Le Mans, and I spent quite a bit of my childhood going there with my dad, doing contemporary and vintage events. So it was it is quite my home track, and it's the one that I wanted to win the most. So we put a lot of work into it to make sure we were happy with our setup and our strategy, and it paid off. So we're happy.
Yeah, good job from you guys. Right, guys, let's wrap that up on this one. Zach, anybody you want to shout out before we let you go, buddy?
Shout out to my teammates, and shout out to you guys for organizing the race. Thank you very much.
No, it weren't me. It was George and Ross. But hey, I'll take praise on that one. George, anyone you want to shout out, buddy?
Just the whole team again. It was a team effort, right? You cannot win it without a team. So thanks to Zach and Ali, both real life teammates and colleagues, that they actually do this for fun now. So we're doing it for real life, and then we're doing it for fun. That's how we spend our Saturday off work, doing exactly work.
Yeah,
more than work. But it was a good fun. It's a nice sport to do it with people you actually like working with, to do it in here and actually getting the win, giving us one step closer to the championship, I think.
Yeah, and
let's go get that.
Ali, anyone you want to shout out, buddy, before we let you go?
Well, I would like to thank my teammates for allowing me to participate. It was quite fun. Thank you everyone for rescheduling. It really got us another shot at trying this whole setup. Maybe we'll do this again. So thank you, everyone.
All right, awesome job, boys. They're going to drop you back.
What he wants to say is that thank you for not wasting 25 hours of his time spent setting up monitors, screens, and bunch of telemetry on the car.
And he's saying that those hours would have been billed if we didn't redo the race.
Yeah, there would have been a lot to it. Boys, I'm going to jot you back up. We've got a list to get through. Take care. I'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
I think it's Ben and Micah next, James.
Right. Let's go with the leaders. Michael Locke and Ben Kesby there as well. Great win for the Hypercar Pro boys. Ben, was it ever in doubt?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Liar. Try again.
So, yeah, I mean, props to Alan for those first 3 stints that he did. I mean, we weren't touching that pace at any point. And then Gutierrez at the end had us right because the speed that he was starting to catch up, I don't know why he switched from Shields, but he would have been right in our tail at the end. So yeah, it was definitely never felt like we had it in the bag at all.
Yeah, it was a little bit hairy out there, wasn't it, to be fair? Micah taking over the car as well. Micah, welcome in. Congratulations as well on your victory, bud. How was it out there for you in traffic?
Overall good. I mean, I think we ended the race no damage at all. No blue, light blue, anything. So yeah, I mean, it could be annoying at times, but overall, can't complain too much. So yeah, overall just a super consistent, good race between the two of us.
Yeah, it was as well, and there was lots of drama taking place. Ben, when did you realise that you actually have wrapped it up? Because there was a moment, and for quite a while, that you've been sort of 70, 80 seconds in front of everyone. Did you know then? Were you just playing to your times?
I was just constantly trying to hit a lap time that I sort of knew I could hit all the way through because it was working up to that point, so I was going to keep doing it regardless. But yeah, I don't know. I suppose that it wasn't until the last pit stop really where I was like, all right, we've definitely got this in the bag now. Once I realised the gaps, because it wasn't 70 seconds up to then. It felt like Gutierrez was, I don't know what happened at that last pit stop and then the time that they lost, but it felt like he was. I mean, I was calculating it. He was like 2 seconds a lap faster than me, and we had like 10 laps left, and I was only 20 something seconds ahead. So I was like, "This, I don't know if we're as far ahead as it looks."
Well, you were.
Well, yeah, turns out we were.
yeah, you actually were there and wrapped it out quite early as well. Michael, what's it like taking over the car from Ben, and you're in the lead, and he's done all of this work? Was it kind of sitting there thinking, "Please don't bin it. You really don't want to mess it up now."
A little bit, to be honest. Especially after last race, they got red flags. I was a mess. Thankfully, Ben kind of ironed out the setup a lot, helped me out a ton. So yeah, it was a little consistent, but it was just trying to play it super safe at the same time. So a little nerve-wracking, but not too bad in the end.
No, great job, boys. Anyway, on that one, let's start with you, Ben. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Everyone just turned up for the race, made it a fun race, and for everyone organising it, finally getting it. I know we had issues with the service and stuff, but everyone got it sorted in the end, and it was good to have a race going.
Mike, same question.
Sorry, shout out to Eggy as well. He couldn't make it, unfortunately, to this one, but I feel like we still would have got the same result with him sharing the ride as well. So shout out to him.
Ben, you didn't know punches or anything, did you? You know what I mean? Get on there. It was going to be close, dude. I reckon if Alan and Smeraldi didn't have their issues, mate, I think it would have been a great battle with you three.
If they didn't have their issues, I don't think we would have been anywhere near them, to be honest. I
think it was stunning. I think, yeah, absolutely. Anyway, Micah, anyone for you? Shout out before we let you
go. No, likewise. I mean, appreciate CMS, Storm Gang Simulation, getting the servers back up. You guys, and obviously Ben and Ige as well. So that's really it.
All right, dude. Well, take care, boys, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thanks. Bye.
There goes then one, and then we're going to pull in the final one here, Mr. Yuki Takanashi, solo driver. Yuki went and wrapped up the GT3 Pros, but let's have a chat here as well. Yuki, well done, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
All right. I'm going to talk about this part first. How did you feel stuck in behind John and the back marker of Ross Smith?
I don't remember.
Oh, Yuki.
Was
you don't even go there. It's when you took the lead.
I don't pay attention.
Yuki, they were John literally hit the barrier right in front of you.
Oh yeah, I remember that. It's last stint, yeah?
Yeah, last stint.
What happened to him? I didn't touch him, did I?
No, you didn't touch him. He got stuck behind Ross, and he didn't remove himself from the situation, should we say? And yeah, it got a little bit hairy.
Okay. Was it a good race to watch? Was it fun?
Was all right. It was all right.
Yeah.
It's like anything, mate. To be honest, when it's this long,
Yeah.
you get your lull periods, don't you?
Yeah.
It was like the F1, isn't it? You watch the first 10 laps, eat your dinner, fall asleep, and wake up from the last 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing with endurance racing. It was all right. How was it out there for you? You were absolutely flying. And you're not tired, dude, after doing like all of that on your own?
Oh man, I'm exhausted. My wrist hurts. My seat's soaking. Ready for a shower, I think.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? Why did you do it on your own anyway?
I was initially going to race this with Josh, my brother-in-law, and just come in as a wild card. So no points, just, having fun sort of thing. But I think he's busy. He was busy when was it, 2 weekends ago?
Yeah.
So I just thought I'd just do it myself. I think this is the longest I've run ever. and
Oh,
I don't
dude,
think I'll be doing it again.
No, I don't know why you did it, Yuki. You're crazy. You're off your head. You know what I mean? You would have been absolutely nuts to do it. Yuki, what you should have done is got hold of me, and you could have jumped in the booth while I drove the stint for you.
Oh yeah, let's try that next time.
Yeah, you come and do the commentary with Ed and that, and then I would have jumped in the car for you.
I'm
not saying you'd still be there by the end of it, but
I'm not good at talking, me, so I think we're in a good place.
yeah, I think we might be in our right places. Yuki, anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
I don't know. I haven't really. My brain's all knackered. So everybody, I guess, thanks to you guys and CMS guys for putting this on. It's always fun. So thanks very much. Can't wait to watch the replay.
Oh yeah, it's a long one. Should we just let you go and Yuki, enjoy yourself, buddy? Well done.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
Right, we do have Stephen Miller. I'm going to bring him in really quickly here as well. Stephen, not taking the victory, but the tortoise finished in second place. Great driving.
Thank you. I just thought I'd drop back because of our conversation that we had during the race.
Yeah, and you did a stellar job as well. People dropping out and you taking second place.
Right. And the other thing I had a problem with was my force feedback was gone when I came back in the car at the end of the race. So I had to drive with no force feedback. And that's not easy.
No, definitely not. How was that?
It was really hard. I'm 73 years old and I have arthritis in my thumb, so that doesn't help either.
No, definitely not. But you did a stellar job there, Stephen. Is there anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Just say congrats to my co-driver, Adam Gray. He did a fantastic job of managing the car during the night and keeping us whole and following our strategy of racing the track and doing our best.
Yeah, well done, buddy. We're going to put you back into that waiting room, and congratulations on your second place.
No problem.
All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up here as well. It's definitely been an interesting racing. We'll find out what happens to Smeraldi Smith and Van Gashoven before, and we'll let you know next time out as well. But from myself, JP, I'm alongside Edward Hunter, and of course, his last ever broadcast, Mr. Paul Glover, the bug in the ear, we've called him as the years have gone on. It is his final one, so a massive thank you for Paul for coming along for the ride here as well and doing a great job with all the camera work. It's been absolutely amazing working with him, and wish him luck going forward. So well done to you on that one. But as always, for this time at the 4.8 hours of Le Mans, take care, have a great week, and you never know, we might see you on the track sometime. Good night.